High in the freezing mountains sits the legendary Tianyan sect. Within one of its peaks, a lone figure shivers in a dilapidated room. He sighs, thinking how deadly this new world is for him. Meet our boy, Zhang Yijian, a transmigrator from Earth who somehow became a peak master. As an isekai protagonist, he naturally has a cheat system that lets him draw a lottery every single day. The catch? This system only seems to spit out priceless, divine-grade treasures. But for him, these legendary items are completely useless, good for nothing but firewood. He curses his fate. Despite being a peak master, he was born without spiritual roots, making cultivation impossible. Just as he's lost in his thoughts, a voice rudely calls out, looking for Zhang the Waste. Another sect member appears, announcing that the apprentice ceremony for his 6th peak has officially begun. The sect member sneers, demanding to know why the Waste is so slow when everyone is waiting for him. Zhang Yijian's patience finally snaps. He's been stuck like this for years, and refuses to miss this chance. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, congratulating him for activating a brand new function. The system reveals its new power. If he accepts female disciples, their cultivation will be returned to him at a random, multiplied rate. Our boy is dumbfounded, realizing his true protagonist cheat code has finally been unlocked. He's overjoyed, thinking that even without spiritual roots, he now has a path to immense power. From the sidelines, a rival peak master smirks, remarking how even trash is trying to make a scene this year. But Zhang Yijian just stares back with cold determination, thinking this year's ceremony will be exciting for reasons they can't imagine. He takes a deep breath and steps onto the grand ceremonial platform where the sect has gathered. With a newfound calm, he simply apologizes for being late, ready to turn the tables on everyone. The other peak masters just scoff, wondering why this show-off even bothered to come and embarrass himself. An elder with a smug grin steps forward, clearly enjoying his position of power as he prepares to kick things off. He announces the official start of the apprentice ceremony, instructing the disciples to test their spiritual root aptitude. The potential disciples look on nervously as he explains the rules of the test. The elder shouts the conditions. Red, yellow, or blue lights mean you pass, but a white light means you're out. The crowd of hopefuls roars in understanding, each one gripping their testing orb with grim determination. With a final command to begin, the testing orbs activate, sending massive pillars of colored light into the sky. Some disciples immediately get results, shouting in joy that they passed with red and yellow lights, securing their spot. The elder then lays down the final rule. Those who passed must choose a master, but each peak only has 9 spots. It's a total free-for-all as the disciples scramble, shouting the names of the famous masters they want to join. Amidst the chaos of disciples choosing masters, the 6th peak remains dead silent. Our boy, Zhang Yijian, stands alone, a total outcast with 0 prospects. The other peak masters just laugh, mocking him for even daring to show up and embarrass the sect. But then, a quiet voice cuts through the noise. A young woman named Zhao Yurong steps forward, asking to become his disciple. Hess completely dumbfounded and asks if she's sure, but she claims her social anxiety makes his empty peak perfect. Desperate for any disciple, he immediately accepts her, not questioning her flimsy excuse. The moment he agrees, her face twists into a sneer. She reveals she only joined to use his peak's resources, calling him a waste. But her scheme backfires as the system immediately rewards him for accepting a disciple with 2 divine-level techniques. Hess stunned to realize these god-tier skills don't even require cultivation. He's just automatically mastered them. Our boy feels this new power coursing through him, vowing to make everyone pay for years of humiliation. But before he can even savor it, some arrogant elder tries to poach his new disciple, calling him a talentless waste. The old man tells Zhao Yurong that even sweeping floors for him would be a better choice than following a loser. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts in as Zhang Yijian steps forward, asking just who he was calling a waste. The elder isn't fazed, sneering that he's just trash who was protected by an ancestor who is now long dead. Zhang Yijian's eyes narrow with pure rage, daring the old fool to say that one more time. The elder just scoffs and unleashes his own intimidating aura, ready for a throwdown. He screams it in his face, calling him a waste over and over, demanding he be kicked out of the 6th peak. Our boy simply closes his eyes and takes a deep, calming breath, much to the elder's confusion. Then he opens them, and a terrifying, divine power erupts, leaving the arrogant elder utterly dumbfounded. And before the elder can even blink, our boy delivers a thunderous slap right across his smug face. The old man is completely floored, sputtering in disbelief that a waste would dare to strike him. Zhang Yijian's gaze is pure ice as he confirms it. Yes, he's hitting him, and he's not done yet. Enraged beyond belief, the elder roars that he's courting death and unleashes his terrifying aura. He channels all his power into a single devastating punch, a technique meant to obliterate his target. The attack connects with nothing but air, exploding harmlessly against the ground. The crowd of onlookers absolutely loses their minds, unable to comprehend how a rootless cultivator dodged a nascent soul master. Even the elder himself is dumbfounded, admitting he didn't even see the kid move an inch. Turns out, our boy is already behind him, declaring that today he's settling all accounts with Song Chang. He follows up with another brutal slap, this one for all the years of humiliation he had to endure. He lands another brutal slap, this one for the crime of trying to poach his disciple. Looming over the fallen elder, our boy prepares to deliver the final, decisive blow. He summons a colossal palm of pure energy, promising to send Song Chang straight to hell. The attack vaporizes the ground, with Zhang Yijian telling him to reflect on his sins in the afterlife. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman frets that this chaos will ruin their grand plan, but her hooded master finds it all rather amusing. The other elders are completely dumbfounded, now convinced that the trash tier master was hiding his true strength all along. Suddenly, a powerful figure appears in a golden light, questioning how Zhang Yijian dared to kill the fourth peak's master. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashes a divine punishment from the heavens, a beam of pure energy aimed right at our boy. But Zhang Yijian just watches the attack descend with a cold, almost bored expression on his face. The heavenly beam connects, engulfing the entire area in a massive explosion of blue lightning. The other elders recognize the attack as the sect leader's legendary thunder punishment, a technique used to discipline unruly peak masters. Turns out, this is the leader of the Tianyan sect himself, Lei Hai, and he looks down as if his judgment is absolute. After the light fades, Lei Hai looks around confused, wondering why the area is empty since his soul attack shouldn't have been fatal. But then he spots our boy, Zhang Yijian, standing there without a single scratch on him, and the sect leader is left dumbfounded. Zhang Yijian calmly asks if it was really necessary to attack him, without even hearing his side of the story. Lei Hai is completely baffled, unable to process how this kid could be totally unscathed after taking a direct hit. The crowd of elders erupts in disbelief, with one recalling how it took him 6 months to recover from that very same punishment. Internally, Zhang Yijian lets out a sigh of relief, thanking his Sky Shadow body system for the clutch protection. The sect leader tries to regain control, formally accusing him of harming a colleague. But our boy isn't having it. With a chilling smirk, Zhang Yijian cuts him off, suggesting that if he's so eager to judge, maybe he should just give up his seat. Our boy coolly explains he was just defending himself, asking the sect leader what exactly he did wrong. The crowd starts murmuring, confirming the dead elder attacked first and whispering that he was the sect leader's brother-in-law. Another peak master tries to play peacemaker, giving our boy a thumbs up and telling the fuming sect leader to just let it go. But he quietly warns Zhang Yijian that he can't offer any more protection, telling him to watch his back from now on. Cornered, the sect leader saves face by booming that the ceremony is over, ordering all masters to take their disciples and leave. A female disciple watches them go, completely stunned and wondering how the rumored trash-tier peak master is actually so powerful. With the drama over, Zhang Yijian turns to his new disciple, Zhao Yurong, and tells her it's time to head back to Tianyan Peak. The two of them begin the long walk back to the desolate, snowy 6th peak. But as they walk, her accomplice reveals their true mission, to steal something called the Thunder Vein, though Zhao Yurong worries they'll be caught. Her partner scoffs, saying their new master is a weakling, who can be easily crushed with their powerful artifacts. Our boy and his new disciple, Zhao Yurong, finally arrive at the desolate 6th peak, with her little companion in tow. The moment Zhang Yijian steps foot on the peak, he activates a ridiculously powerful defensive array. Zhao Yurong and her pet, Dolly, are immediately blasted back, completely dumbfounded by the sudden surge of power. She goes flying as our boy just watches with a smirk, knowing full well what he's just unleashed. Landing hard, she clutches the dizzy Dolly, wondering what on earth just happened to her little companion. The poor creature complains that it can't breathe because the entire peak is radiating an overwhelming artifact pressure. Zhao Yurong is floored. She came here to rob a trash-tier master, but it turns out his home is a fortress of priceless treasures. She looks over to see Zhang Yijian casually sitting by a fire, telling her to come warm up since it's so cold. Completely stunned and shivering, she cautiously approaches her unfathomable new master. He then hands her a glowing golden book, a divine-grade technique, and tells her to toss it in the fire to stay warm. Zhao Yurong's mind short-circuits. She can't believe he wants to burn a god-level technique. She frantically tells her master it's a priceless treasure, but he just calls it worthless, claiming they have plenty. With a smug look, our boy points to a corner of the room, telling her to just look over there. Her jaw drops as she realizes he wasn't kidding. Divine techniques are piled up like firewood. He then casually offers her a few to practice with, since it's a better use than just burning them. Not needing to be told twice, she dives headfirst into the mountain of priceless knowledge. She emerges from the pile, overjoyed, thanking her master for this unbelievable gift. The moment she opens the book, a profound energy surges through her. A brilliant light erupts as she instantly achieves a breakthrough, dumbfounded by the technique's raw power. Even her little companion Dolly is stunned, finally understanding that this entire peak is a legendary treasure trove. A single glance at the technique sends a wave of pure energy through her body. It's almost too much to bear. Her cultivation explodes, breaking through the early, mid, and late chi refining stages in a single, blinding flash. The sudden power surge is too intense, and she collapses right into her master's arms. Catching her breath, she looks up at him, ecstatic that she actually managed to break through. But as she celebrates her own success, our boy gets a very interesting notification from his system. Turns out, his disciple's progress triggers a 100-fold cultivation feedback, rocketing him straight to the core formation stage. He's completely dumbfounded. He just became insanely powerful without even trying. She notices his dazed look and asks if he's all right, but he just plays it cool, telling her it's nothing. He hands her a sword, explaining that her foundation is unstable and she needs to go train immediately. She eagerly accepts, completely oblivious that her master just got a power-up that dwarfs her own. Our boy has a revelation. The key to his power is recruiting more disciples, and he needs them now. Meanwhile, Zhao Yurong is deep in the woods, testing the limits of her newfound strength. But the divine pressure from her breakthrough attracts some unwanted attention from a smug-looking cultivator. Convinced a rare treasure has appeared, the guy immediately makes a beeline for the source. He blitzes through the forest, dead set on claiming his prize. He finally arrives at the 6th peak, a greedy smirk plastered on his face. Thinking his cultivation is heaven-defying, he figures he just needs a few magical artifacts to be complete. He draws his sword, vowing to slaughter anyone who dares to stand in his way. But just as he lunges forward, sinister green vines erupt from the ground with terrifying speed. The arrogant fool is snatched right out of the air, completely dumbfounded and utterly helpless. The vines tighten their grip, and the cultivator can't believe what's happening. He's slammed against the ground, the force knocking the wind right out of him. In a panic, he screams, wondering why a divine tree is on this worthless little peak. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian is just trying to relax with a good book when he hears the commotion. He sits up, annoyed, trying to figure out what all that noise is outside. He heads for the door, sarcastically wondering why it sounds like pigs being slaughtered when it's not even New Year. The arrogant cultivator's pride is completely shattered as he begs the tree immortal to spare his life. But the vines show no mercy, slamming him face first onto the stone steps. He's left dazed and broken, his grand plan to steal treasure ending in utter humiliation. Zhang Yijian steps outside to find the trespasser on his doorstep and casually asks if he's okay. The battered cultivator looks up, dumbfounded, and weakly asks who this person is. Zhang Yijian grabs his hand, amused by the sheer audacity of the question. He asks if the guy is kidding, trespassing on his peak, and then asking for his identity. A horrifying realization dawns on the cultivator. This pretty boy must be the peak master. His fear instantly flips to greed, thinking if he kills this guy, all the treasures will be his. He channels his energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack on our boy. The arrogant fool declares that his era of domination begins now, completely underestimating his opponent. But before he can even move, Zhao Yurong appears out of nowhere, demanding to know who this intruder is. With a flash of her sword, she intercepts the attack and sends the cultivator flying. She lands gracefully, a little flustered but having effortlessly dealt with the trash-tier intruder. Our boy Zhang Yijian screams for her to stop, realizing she's about to go way too far. But it's too late. With a sound like a sneeze, Zhao Yurong unleashes an absurdly powerful blast that completely engulfs the intruder. The arrogant cultivator is left twitching in a crater, foaming at the mouth and utterly defeated. Zhao Yurong just smirks, feigning innocence and saying she might have used a little too much strength. Zhang Yijian rushes over to the body, lamenting what a shame it is to lose such a promising disciple. He checks for a pulse and starts complaining that his path to power just got harder now that his new disciple is dead. A worried Zhao Yurong quickly points out the man's identity, warning that he appears to be the Holy Son of the Jiang family. The title Holy Son gives Zhang Yijian pause, realizing this could be a huge problem. Suddenly, his system chimes in, telling him a potential disciple has been found, and he needs to go to Hanhai City. He's completely dumbfounded. The system wants him to recruit a dead guy? He decides he has to go investigate this potential system error himself. Our boy tells Zhao Yurong he's off to improve his skills, then blasts off into the sky. The moment he's gone, she and Dolly share a sinister grin, their true intentions clear. Zhang Yijian muses that thanks to his core formation stage, The journey won't take long at all. In what feels like no time, he arrives at the gates of the sprawling Hanhai city. Meanwhile, inside the city, a brutal beatdown is already in progress. The defeated woman looks up in despair, thinking how her opponent, the holy son Jiang Yayun, is a monster. Jiang Yayun declares that as a waste of family resources, she doesn't even deserve to live. With a furious roar, he channels a massive surge of lightning energy. The attack connects with a blinding flash, slamming her against the ground. She's left completely unconscious, her fate hanging by a thread. An elder looms over the defeated woman, telling her to stop resisting and destroy her own meridians for the good of the clan. She spits back with defiance, accusing the elder of being blind for letting the holy son get away with secretly eating golden pills. The elder is absolutely furious at her audacity and orders his men to form a formation and execute her on the spot. The Jiang family members begin to gather, muttering that she shouldn't blame them as they activate a lightning formation. A massive surge of electrical energy crackles through the air as their attack prepares to launch. But just as the spell is about to hit, a powerful voice from the heavens demands to know who dares make trouble in the Jiang family. A man crackling with lightning descends from the sky, coolly introducing himself as Lei Busi. The Jiang family elders are dumbfounded, recognizing the name as belonging to someone from the infamous Lei Ting sect. Lei Busi smirks, surprised that such a trash-tier family would recognize him, as the elder respectfully asks his business. He points to the unconscious woman, asking for her price since her thunder spine is exactly what he needs to level up. He tells them it's a waste to just kill her, offering them a favor from the Lei Ting sect if they sell her to him instead. The elder, Jiang Dengtian, immediately agrees, already dreaming of how his family will dominate the city with such a powerful backer. But the woman isn't having it, screaming that she'd rather die than let any of these scumbags benefit from her. Jiang Dengtian just scoffs, ordering her to shut up and make her final contribution to the family by following young Master Lei. With a last burst of defiance, she channels her remaining energy, lightning crackling around her as she prepares for one final move. Lei Busi just smirks, completely unimpressed and mocking her pathetic attempt to escape. He instantly closes the distance, striking her down while demanding she hand over the thunder spine. She's thrown to the ground, utterly defeated and with no hope left. But then, a new voice cuts through the air as our boy Zhang Yijian appears, looking down and calling the system's chosen disciple pathetic. He then calmly reaches down and helps the dumbfounded woman to her feet, right in front of everyone. Lei Busi is absolutely livid, yelling that this saves him the trouble and demanding Zhang Yijian hand her over immediately. But our boy completely ignores him, gently asking the woman her name. She's shocked but manages to introduce herself as Jiang Yayun. He then looks her dead in the eye and asks a simple question. Does she truly want to survive this ordeal? With tears in her eyes, she admits that for someone in her position, survival is a luxury she can no longer afford. Zhang Yijian smirks and makes her an offer she can't refuse: become his disciple, and hell let her live. Jiang Yayun is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the sudden lifeline she's just been thrown. Without a second thought, she bows deeply and formally greets him as her new master, sealing the deal. This sends Jiang Dongtian into a rage, screaming at this young fool for ignoring the great young Master Lei's command. Another elder steps in, telling Lei Busi not to worry. This guy is just Zhang Yijian, the infamous trash-tier peak master from Tianyan sect who was born without a spiritual root. Jiang Dongtian chimes in, assuring everyone that this loser will simply become a stepping stone for the Jiang family's rise to glory. Jiang Dengtian cackles, declaring hell personally rip out the thunder spine and doesn't care about any collateral damage. A worried Jiang Yayun tells her new master she can muster her thunder power one more time to help him fight. But the elder is already unleashing a massive golden hand, screaming that not even the King of Heaven can save them now. Unfazed, our boy Zhang Yijian calmly prepares his own counter, summoning the limitless hand with a flick of his wrist. His ethereal purple technique clashes violently with the elder's golden palm, sending shockwaves everywhere. The golden hand immediately begins to crack and falter under the immense pressure of Zhang Yijian's attack. With a final, devastating crunch, Jiang Dongtian's ultimate move is completely shattered into pieces. Even the arrogant Lei Busi and his lackeys are left speechless, staring at the fiery debris falling from the sky. Zhang Yijian coolly notes that heaven won't save them, so they'll just have to save themselves, leaving Jiang Yayun utterly starstruck. The onlookers are in an uproar, completely unable to process how the so-called loser just effortlessly defeated the chief elder. Just then, Lei Busi steps forward, arrogantly telling our boy his skills are trash and demanding he hand over the thunder spine. Zhang Yijian just scoffs at the offer, clearly unimpressed by this new clown. With his eyes glowing, he challenges Lei Busi, wondering if his strength can actually back up his big mouth. Pissed off, Lei Busi claps his hands together, gathering a massive amount of lightning energy for an attack. He unleashes his ultimate move, the Eternal Night Dark Thunder, a devastating blast meant to intimidate everyone. But Zhang Yijian just stands there, completely unfazed as the massive attack barrels towards him. Without even flinching, he smoothly pulls his new disciple Jiang Yayun into his arms to shield her. He activates his defensive skill, the Sky Shadow Body, enveloping them both in a protective, fiery aura. The massive thunder technique slams into the barrier, exploding in a brilliant flash of light and energy. Yet Lei Busi just smirks, convinced his attack is overwhelming, and dismissing our boy as nothing more than a dancing clown. The Jiang family elders are already celebrating, convinced that anyone who opposes young Master Lei is now nothing but bones. But as the smoke clears, our boy emerges holding Jiang Yayun, calling them out for bootlicking when he's not even dead yet. The onlookers are completely dumbfounded, unable to process how he could have possibly survived such a powerful thunder technique. Even Lei Busi is taken aback, admitting with a smirk that he might have underestimated this arrogant kid. Zhang Yijian gently sets his new disciple down, telling her to rest while he goes to have some fun with the young master. A worried Jiang Yayun can only watch, pleading for her new master to be careful against such a strong opponent. But Lei Busi just laughs, boasting that he was only using 50% of his power and now he's done holding back. He lunges forward in a blaze of lightning, screaming for our boy to die as he unleashes his full strength. Zhang Yijian's eyes just glow with an intense light, completely unfazed by the incoming assault. And in an instant, he's already moved past him, leaving a dumbfounded Lei Busi to collapse, utterly defeated. Lei Busi coughs up blood, his mind reeling in absolute disbelief at how he could have possibly lost. With his foot on the young master's chest, Zhang Yijian coldly asks him who the real arrogant one is now. He then grabs his new disciple's hand, telling her it's time to go home. The Jiang family onlookers can only stare, realizing that if this man is a loser, they're nothing but trash. Our boy flies them back to the 6th peak, informing Jiang Yayun that this is her new home. He calls for his first disciple, Zhao Yurong, telling her to come meet her new junior sister. Zhao Yurong rushes out, absolutely thrilled that her master has brought someone new into their fold. But Zhang Yijian suddenly stops dead in his tracks, a look of utter shock on his face. He points to an empty corner, wondering where the pile of trash he was saving for the fire went. Zhao Yurong just plays dumb with a cheerful smile, pretending she has no idea what happened to his divine treasures. He immediately spots one of his divine books in her hands. His suspicion instantly piqued. She just laughs it off, claiming a good disciple should always tidy up her master's treasures, and he can't really argue with that logic. Changing the subject, our boy grabs the book, remembering he still needs a welcome gift for his new disciple. He presents the technique to Jiang Yayun, telling her it's the perfect match for her unique thunder spine talent. Jiang Yayun is completely dumbfounded, realizing her new master just casually handed her a god-level technique. Zhao Yurong just giggles, telling the newcomer she had the exact same look on her face when she got her first gift. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Yayun grabs her master, asking if he's some kind of deity to be so generous. Zhang Yijian just laughs, basking in the praise and thinking his new disciple really knows how to flatter him. Meanwhile, news of the confrontation at the Jiang family estate begins to spread like wildfire. A furious sect leader slams his desk, getting a report that Zhang Yijian single-handedly killed Lei Busi. An elder confirms the news, realizing that for Zhang Yijian to kill Lei Busi, he must have a golden core. The only logical conclusion is that our boy was hiding his true, monstrous strength this whole time. The elder warns that the Lei Ting sect won't just let the death of their gifted disciple slide. But the sect leader, Lei Hai, cuts him off, declaring they will protect Zhang Yijian no matter the cost. He explains that a young golden core genius is their ticket back to the top tier of the cultivation world. The other elders immediately see the wisdom in his decision and voice their full support. Just then, a thunderous voice from outside calls out Lei Hai's name, demanding he show himself. The sect leader just smirks, remarking that trouble has arrived right on schedule. He confidently strides out to see who dares cause a commotion at the Tianyan sect. It's an elder from the Lei Ting sect, Kumu, who descends from the sky, accusing them of murder and heresy. The Tianyan sect leader, Lei Hai, immediately recognizes the newcomer as Elder Kumu from the rival Lei Ting sect. Playing the gracious host, Lei Hai tries to de-escalate, inviting the elder inside to discuss the matter calmly. He even publicly announces that the Tianyan sect is willing to offer compensation for their loss, but Kumu is having none of it, furiously rejecting their damn compensation. He demands one thing and one thing only, for them to hand over the evildoers for immediate execution. Lei Hai's face hardens. He realizes the Lei Ting sect is dead set on getting their hands on Zhang Yijian. One of the Tianyan elders steps forward, roaring that Zhang Yijian is a peak master, and they'd never just hand him over. Kumu just scoffs, his patience completely gone now that they've refused his demand. A sinister, dark energy begins to erupt from his body as he prepares to make his move. He declares that if they won't give him Zhang Yijian, hell just have to take him by force. The Tianyan elder roars that Kumu is acting as if their sect has no one to defend it, unleashing his own powerful technique. A massive pillar of fire erupts from the ground as the elder goes all out to protect his sect's honor. But it's utterly useless, as Kumu's attack effortlessly blasts through the flames and carves a path of destruction. Meanwhile, back on the 6th peak, our boy Zhang Yijian is deep in meditation when he suddenly senses the massive disturbance. His eyes snap open as he sees the brilliant flash of energy lighting up the sky. Realizing there's serious trouble in the sect, Kumu's devastating spear of light continues its trajectory, aimed directly at the heart of the Tianyan sect. The sect leader, Lei Hai, is blown back by the sheer force of the impact, barely being held up by his fellow elders. One of the advisors grimly admits that the old man is far too formidable and they might not be able to stop him. Kumu, radiating a terrifying red aura, gives Lei Hai one last chance. Hand over Zhang Yijian, or he'll slaughter his entire sect. The other elders can only watch in despair, cursing Kumu's arrogance while knowing their chances of winning are practically zero. Just as the sect is about to be wiped out, a calm voice echoes through the air, asking if the old man was looking for him. Our boy Zhang Yijian makes his grand entrance, descending from the sky like a true master, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The elder, Kumu, squints, having heard that Zhang Yijian was young, but he didn't expect someone this fresh-faced. Zhang Yijian smirks and confirms his identity, cheekily adding that compared to Kumu, he's definitely still young and handsome. That little comment completely enrages Kumu, who snarls that he'll make sure our boy stays handsome forever by turning him into a corpse. With a roar, Kumu unleashes his power, summoning 2 massive, crackling dragons of pure destructive energy. For a split second, Zhang Yijian is taken aback, realizing the immense pressure is coming from a golden core expert. The devastating energy beam screams through the air, aimed directly at our boy's head, but Zhang Yijian doesn't even bother to move, watching the attack with an almost bored expression. The attack smashes into an invisible barrier, exploding harmlessly as his system's sky shadow body kicks in to protect him. Kumu scoffs, calling our boy a disappointment who's just as trashed here as the rumors claimed. The Tianyan sect elders watch in horror, convinced that Zhang Yijian has been completely annihilated. But as the dust and smoke begin to settle, a single foot steps forward, totally unharmed. Our boy emerges without a scratch, casually complaining that the blast almost messed up his perfect hairstyle. Kumu is stunned but tries to save face, telling him he can brag for a whole year about surviving a single hit. Zhang Yijian, however, is done playing around and internally asks his system to scan the old man's power level. The system immediately confirms his suspicions, flashing the intel. Golden Core mid-stage. He realizes this is a bit tricky, since his opponent is a full level higher than his current cultivation. But a sly grin creeps onto his face as he realizes he doesn't need to win, he just needs to delay things a bit longer. The old geezer, completely oblivious, just gets more excited, his eyes glowing as he says the kid's resistance is making this fun. Kumu unleashes his ultimate technique, summoning a roaring flame dragon to incinerate our boy. But Zhang Yijian just stands there, a smirk on his face as the attack crashes against an invisible barrier. He even taunts the old man, telling him to be careful not to break his fragile bones. The elder brings his staff down with full force, only for Zhang Yijian to stop it cold with his bare hand. Realizing he's at his limit, our boy internally screams at his system to give him the cultivation feedback now. The system obliges, instantly dumping a 1,000-fold return of his disciple's cultivation energy into his body. In a brilliant flash of light, his power explodes as the system announces he's just reached Golden Core mid-stage. Now, on an even playing field, he effortlessly dodges the next attack and counters with a swift kick. Before the elder can even react, a glowing fist smashes right into his gut, making him howl in pain. The blow connects with devastating force, sending the dumbfounded Kumu flying across the battlefield. The elder crashes into the ground with enough force to shatter the very earth beneath him. He's sent skidding across the arena, a broken mess after that single, overwhelming punch. His fellow sect members rush to his side in a panic, screaming his name. Meanwhile, the Tianyan sect elders are losing their minds, unable to believe someone just one-shotted a Golden Core mid-stage master. Our boy just smirks, thinking his disciple did a great job accumulating all that energy for him. A battered Kumu gets helped to his feet, admitting with grudging respect that Zhang Yijian hid his true power well. But Zhang Yijian isn't having it, coldly telling the old man to get lost before he tears his bones apart. Finding a second wind, the elder warns him not to get cocky just because he won a single exchange. He declares that the Lei Ting sect has plenty of ways to deal with arrogant trash like him. With a surge of power, he begins a new technique, calling forth a massive sword of pure lightning from the heavens. The Tianyan elders are completely rattled, recognizing the attack as the legendary Heaven Demon Sword, a treasure said to kill even Yuanying stage masters. Kumu gloats from afar, challenging Zhang Yijian to survive this ultimate technique. But our boy just smirks, calling the divine sword a piece of junk that wouldn't even be good for a campfire. He effortlessly summons a simple, unadorned sword that clashes with the massive lightning blade. The collision results in a blinding explosion that rocks the entire arena. When the smoke clears, the Heaven Demon Sword is gone, and Zhang Yijian's plain-looking sword is just sitting there, embedded in the ground. Kumu is dumbfounded, trying to save face by telling Zhang Yijian he might let him go if he begs. Suddenly, the Lei Ting sect leader roars in realization, screaming that he will avenge Lei Busi. But before he can even move, Zhang Yijian appears behind the stunned Kumu, his blade raised for the final blow. With a single, brutal strike, our boy ends the elder right where he stands. Our boy mockingly apologizes, lamenting that he struck too hard and didn't give the elder a chance to beg for his life. The remaining Lei Ting sect members are in a full-blown panic, screaming that not only did he dodge the divine sword, but he also killed Elder Kumu. Zhang Yijian turns to the terrified survivors and tells them to warn their sect master that he'll go easier on them next time. With a single command to get lost, he sends the entire delegation scrambling for their lives, utterly broken. Even the Tianyan sect leader is dumbfounded, calling our boy a monster for pulling off such an impossible feat. After the chaos dies down, Zhang Yijian comes face to face with his own sect leader, Lei Hai. He offers a very pointed and sarcastic thank you to the sect leader for his protection during the fight. Lei Hai, not missing a beat, plays along and tells him there's no need for politeness, as they are all family. An elder points out that Zhang Yijin has reached the mid-golden core stage, and our boy just shrugs it off as a battlefield promotion. Impressed by this display, the sect leader decides to reward his talent with access to the legendary Xuanyin Pavilion. The sect leader explains that the Xuanyin Pavilion is the sect's ultimate treasure trove, and he's making an exception for our boy to pick one heaven-grade artifact. The other disciples are absolutely losing their minds, green with envy over the sect leader's insane generosity. A friendly peak master even explains that heaven-grade artifacts are the ultimate treasures of a sect, just one step below the legendary divine grade. But Zhang Yijian just scoffs at the offer, claiming he has so many divine artifacts at home that he could use them as firewood. The entire crowd is dumbfounded, wondering if our boy's brain is completely broken for turning down such a priceless reward. He gives a lazy thanks to the sect master for the thought, and casually begins to walk away, hands behind his head. Suddenly, in a moment of pure karma, our boy misses his step and eats the floor right in front of everyone. Picking himself up, he wonders what the hell is wrong with the stairs, questioning why a piece is suddenly missing. The friendly peak master awkwardly explains that the steps were actually damaged during his recent, over-the-top battle. Realizing it's his fault, Zhang Yijian just smirks and pulls out a glowing, golden brick, offering to fix the damage right away. Without a second thought, our boy gleefully slams the golden brick into the broken step. An earth-shattering flash of golden light erupts, blinding every single person in the vicinity. When the light fades, the entire staircase is paved in shimmering gold, and Zhang Yijian just stands there, job done. The other masters are freaking out, feeling an immense, terrifying pressure radiating from the new floor. Our boy, oblivious to their panic, just waves goodbye and tells the elder he's heading out. But as he walks away, a colossal spirit tiger made of pure energy manifests from the golden steps. The divine beast lets out a spiritual roar, its ancient power washing over the stunned crowd. The friendly peak master finally puts it together, realizing with horror that Zhang Yijian used a divine artifact to fix a floor tile. Meanwhile, our boy arrives back at his peak, cheerfully announcing that he's back. He's met with a trashed and empty hall, leaving him completely dumbfounded as to where his disciples have gone. Suddenly, a scream echoes from inside the training hall. Our boy's blood runs cold as he recognizes the voice of his disciple, Zhao Yurong. He immediately smashes the doors open, fearing the absolute worst. Without hesitation, he rushes in, frantically calling out to her. He bursts in to find both his disciples writhing, surrounded by a strange golden aura. Zhang Yijian is completely stunned, having no clue what he's just walked into. The two girls cry out that they can't take the pressure anymore. Turns out, they were both having massive cultivation breakthroughs at the exact same time. He lets out a huge sigh, realizing it was just a false alarm and they were only cultivating. But just as he turns to leave, Zhao Yurong calls out, telling her master to wait. She tells her master she has a request, and he's all ears. Without warning, she drops to her knees, begging for permission to go down the mountain and visit her home. Our boy is completely baffled by the drama, telling her she can leave whenever she wants because this place isn't a prison. Since he has nothing better to do, he decides he'll tag along with her tomorrow, which clearly catches her off guard. He immediately picks up on her hesitation and asks if she has a problem with him coming. She quickly explains that she actually ran away from an arranged marriage and joined the sect to get strong enough to fight back. But now that she has a powerful master like him, she feels safe and would be honored to have him accompany her. With the plan settled, he tells both his disciples to get a good night's rest for the journey ahead. And just like that, the rooster crows, signaling the start of a new day. Our boy wakes up with a massive yawn. Another day, another chance to be overpowered. As soon as he's conscious, his system chimes in, reminding him it's time for his daily gacha pull. He groggily accepts the gift, casually remarking that it's just another lottery for him. The system drops a puppet paper man, a divine-level artifact that can summon a random being stronger than him once a day. He's so used to getting god-tier loot that he just shrugs it off as boring and gets dressed to meet his disciple. He opens the door to find Zhao Yurong already waiting, telling him she's all set to leave. He's a little surprised she's up so early, but she seems eager to get going. With everything ready, he gives the signal and the two of them set off from the 6th peak. As they journey, he asks her to fill him in on the details of her family situation. Turns out, her family situation is a complete mess, starting with a gang kicking down their front door. The leader, a smug-looking young master named Cao Yong, calls for the head of the house to greet his guests. Her father, Master Zhao, comes out with his family, pleading that he couldn't stop his daughter from escaping her marriage. But Cao Yong isn't having it. He smugly states that he wanted that woman, and now a price must be paid. He coolly opens his fan and declares that the price for this insult is Master Zhao's life. The entire Zhao family is dumbfounded, unable to believe he'd demand a life over a broken engagement. Master Zhao warns him not to push things too far, as his thugs begin to surround the family. But Cao Yong just scoffs, reminding him that this is his family's territory, and he can do whatever he wants. With a wicked grin, he gives the order, and his thugs charge forward to take Master Zhao's head. The Zhao family guards leap into action, desperately trying to form a defensive line to protect their master. But it's a complete slaughter. Cao Yong's thugs are on a different level, cutting them down without mercy. In the chaos, two of the goons corner the defenseless Master Zhao, their blades glinting with malice. With a sickening sound, their swords plunge into the old man, who can't believe this is how it ends. He stumbles back, clutching his wounds as his family members fall one by one around him. One of the thugs grins wickedly, raising his sword to deliver the final killing blow. But just as his blade is about to fall, a powerful voice roars, freezing him in his tracks. Out of nowhere, Zhao Yurong appears with our boy Zhang Yijian, demanding they release her father. Cao Yong is utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the woman who was supposed to be his bride. Master Zhao is horrified, screaming for his daughter to leave immediately before she gets herself killed too. Zhao Yurong holds her father, telling him she had to return, but he pleads for her to save herself, saying his own life is worthless. But the trash-tier groom, Cao Yong, steps forward, sneering that she should have considered the consequences of running away. He smirks, offering to forgive her if she just obediently comes back to him now. Without a second thought, she tells him to dream on and slaps him right across his smug face. Cao Yong is absolutely stunned, unable to process that this woman actually dared to strike him. Furious, he orders his thugs to kill everyone, but Zhao Yurong boldly declares she's a disciple of the Tianyan sect. Cao Yong just laughs, spitting that the Tianyan sect means nothing to him, and screams for his men to attack anyway. That's the last straw for our boy, who appears behind the arrogant young master in a flash. Zhang Yijian slams him face first into the ground, coldly stating that disrespecting his sect is a death sentence. With a sickening crunch, he grinds Cao Yong's face into the dirt, the fool's arrogant threats turning into screams of pure agony. The thugs freeze as our boy holds their young master hostage, warning them that one more step means their boss dies. Cao Yong, still trying to act tough, sputters that his family is backed by the mighty Lei Ting sect, but Zhang Yijian couldn't care less. The arrogant fool's threats turn to panicked squeals, telling him to let go or face the consequences. Fed up with all the nonsense, Zhang Yijian just smashes his face into the stone floor for a second time. Pushed to the brink, Cao Yong decides he's done playing nice and pulls out his last-ditch trump card. He crushes a glowing jade talisman in his hand, pouring all his hope into this one desperate move. A blinding light engulfs him as he screams at the top of his lungs for an elder to come and save him. In response, a colossal pillar of pure lightning energy descends from the heavens with a deafening roar. From the crackling energy, a ridiculously powerful-looking elder materializes, demanding to know why he was summoned. Cao Yong scrambles on the floor like a baby, pointing at our boy and begging Elder Xiao to save him from his killer. Cao Yong immediately points a trembling finger at our boy, identifying him as the one who attacked him. The summoned elder floats down with an air of absolute superiority, demanding Zhang Yijian state his name so he doesn't kill a nobody. Without a hint of fear, our boy calmly introduces himself as Zhang Yijian of the Tianyan sect. The name gives Elder Xiao pause, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he processes the information. Suddenly, his face contorts with rage as he realizes the Tianyan sect is responsible for killing his junior brother, Lei Busi. Zhang Yijian just smirks, not only confirming he killed Lei Busi but also casually mentioning he offed Elder Kumu too, asking if Xiao wants revenge. Hearing this, Cao Yong completely collapses, his mind reeling from the unbelievable confession. He can't fathom how this is possible, since Elder Kumu was one of the top 10 powerhouses in the entire Lei Ting sect. Enraged beyond belief, Elder Xiao unleashes a terrifying aura, declaring that anyone who kills his sect members must pay with their life. But our boy just stands there with his disciple, completely unfazed, and asks if Elder Xiao has come to die just like Kumu did. Pushed past his limit, Elder Xiao roars that our boy is seeking death and unleashes a punch crackling with raw power. Zhang Yijian, completely unfazed, meets the attack head-on with a calm, focused block of his own. Their fists collide in a cataclysmic explosion of purple energy that rips the very ground apart. Standing amidst the fallout, our boy just smirks, unimpressed, and asks if that's really all the old man's got. Elder Xiao is sent reeling, his body struggling to contain the backlash from the sheer difference in power. Furious at being so easily overpowered, he swears he'll see how long this tough act can last. As the elder dives down with another lightning strike, our boy finally reveals a new skill, the Infinite Hand. The divine technique slams Elder Xiao into the stone courtyard with devastating force, ending the fight in an instant. Completely broken, the elder can only stare in disbelief, wondering how this nobody could possibly know a divine-level technique. But Zhang Yijian just scoffs at his shock, thinking a mere divine technique is nothing special, as he prepares to finish the job. Our boy just smirks, boasting that he has plenty more divine techniques where that came from. Seeing the overwhelming power, Elder Xiao desperately tries to muster his lightning for a defense. He throws up a last-ditch thunder shield, hoping it can withstand the divine pressure. But the Infinite Hand crashes down, shattering his pathetic shield in an instant. Absolutely terrified, the elder tries to bargain, suggesting they just walk away and forget this happened. Zhang Yijian just laughs, telling the old fool it's far too late for regrets now. The attack connects, completely engulfing the elder in a cataclysmic explosion. Watching from afar, Cao Yong is completely dumbfounded, unable to process how their trump card was just obliterated. Zhang Yijian stands over the broken elder, coolly asking him how that little taste of revenge felt. He then grinds his foot into the old man's face, who can only spit out a weak threat about offending the Lei Ting sect. Tired of the old man's nonsense, our boy stomps down hard, crushing him underfoot. The entire Zhao family watches on, starstruck by the sheer power of their daughter's master. His disciples, Zhao Yirong and Jiang Yayun, are filled with pride, honored to follow such a dominant figure. With the elder dealt with, Zhang Yijian turns his ice-cold gaze to the terrified Cao Yong. The arrogant young master immediately drops his act, pathetically begging for his life. Zhang Yijian grabs him by the collar, asking if he ever considered sparing his disciple earlier. He offers two choices: death, or giving up the Cao family's property. Cao Yong instantly screams for the second option, but our boy cuts him off, coldly stating that he hadn't even finished laying out the terms yet. With a sickening crack, he snaps the punk's arm, reminding him exactly who's in charge here. As Cao Yong howls in agony, Zhang Yijian calmly agrees that the second option is fine, but there's more to it. He tells the punk that while death can be avoided, punishment is non-negotiable, driving his foot into the man's chest. Cao Yong is left foaming at the mouth on the ground, his body twitching from the brutal impact. His trash-tier thugs are completely useless, panicking that their young master has fainted. But our boy isn't done yet, yanking the unconscious punk up by his hair for another round of humiliation. With a smirk, he tells the thugs to get their master out of here before he actually dies on his property. The terrified goons scramble to grab their young master, not daring to delay for even a second. With the trash taken out, Zhao Yirong's father, Zhao Jin, approaches and thanks him profusely for his help. Zhang Yijian just brushes it off, saying it's his duty to protect his own disciple. Meanwhile, 3 hours later at the Lei Ting sect, a storm is brewing, mirroring the chaos to come. Inside, a horrifying discovery is made. The soul tablets of Lei Busi, Kumu, and Elder Xiao have all shattered. The Lei Ting sect master slams his fist down in a rage, furious that 3 of his elders have been wiped out. One of his advisors reports that their investigation is complete. It turns out all 3 were killed by the same person. He reveals the culprit's name, Zhang Yijian, the peak master of the Tianyan sect. Hearing that name sends the sect master into another fit of rage, lightning crackling around him as he growls about the Tianyan sect. The advisor quickly cautions him, reminding him that the Tianyan sect is a major power they can't attack head-on. Another strategist, Qing Xuanzi, chimes in with a plan for a more subtle approach. He reveals that in 1 month, a martial arts tournament will be held, and all the big shots from the Tianyan sect will be there. The advisor immediately grasps the plan. They're going to ambush Zhang Yijian during the tournament. The sectmaster agrees, vowing that once our boy steps foot in their territory, he's not leaving alive. The scene shifts to a quiet night, the calm before the inevitable storm. Suddenly, a fiery beast bursts through the city walls, clearly on the run from something. The creature, a blazing qilin, roars as it's cornered by a group of warriors. Their leader, a bald warrior, shouts that the beast won't escape and cause any more chaos. He lunges forward, determined to end the chase right here and now. But his staff strike is met with contempt as the beast doesn't even flinch. With a deafening roar, the qilin unleashes a shockwave of pure energy, sending the warrior flying. The beast seizes the opening and leaps over the rooftops, continuing its desperate escape. One of the other warriors clutches his chest, thinking he can't fail the city lord's order to capture it. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the chaos, our boy is being honored at the Zhao family residence. Master Zhao raises a cup, telling Zhang Yijian that words aren't enough to express his gratitude. Our boy humbly accepts the toast, telling the family head he's far too kind. The whole family seems to be enjoying the banquet, especially with his 2 beautiful disciples by their side. Zhao Yurong eagerly pours him another cup, insisting he drink up since her father prepared all this for him. But it seems our boy is a total lightweight, already blushing and admitting he can't handle his liquor. And just like that, he's down for the count, passed out cold on the table. Master Zhao, seeing his state, quickly tells his daughter to help the immortal Zhang to a guest room. Jiang Yayun jumps in to help too, and the 2 disciples get ready to haul their master away. They struggle to support his dead weight as they guide him down the hallway. With a final heave, they toss him onto the bed, with Jiang Yayun complaining about how heavy he is. The cup he was holding clatters to the floor, a clear sign that he's not waking up anytime soon. With their master out cold, Zhao Yurong whispers to Jiang Yayun that it's time for them to make a quiet exit. But just as they turn to leave, a hand shoots out and grabs Zhao Yurong's arm with surprising strength. Turns out our boy wasn't completely unconscious, as he yanks her back, pleading for her not to go. He pulls her down onto the bed, mumbling about wanting to keep the party going, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Pinned by her master, a flustered Zhao Yurong desperately calls out to her junior sister for help. Jiang Yayun rushes to assist, but in her haste, she trips on the cup that fell to the floor earlier. She loses her footing completely, crying out as she tumbles forward in a heap. And just like that, she lands right on top of them, creating an awkward pileup with their drunken master. Zhang Yijian, blissfully unaware, just pulls them both closer and mumbles that he still wants more wine. Jiang Yayun is mortified, realizing their master isn't being a creep, he's just hopelessly, completely passed out drunk. Suddenly, the door to their room is violently blasted open from the outside. A terrifying, fiery beast erupts into existence right beside the bed. The commotion snaps the girls out of their stupor, finding their master still completely out of it. A furious fire qilin fully materializes, its eyes glowing with malice. Both disciples are completely dumbfounded, wondering where this demonic monster came from. The beast wastes no time, spinning up a powerful attack aimed right at them. Realizing it's targeting their master, they both instinctively jump in front of him to act as a shield. With a roar, the fiery creature lunges forward, ready to incinerate all 3 of them. Jiang Yayun draws her sword in a flash, screaming a warning to her senior sister. Her blade clashes with the monster's flaming claw in a blinding explosion of power. Jiang Yayun grits her teeth, holding her ground against the fiery onslaught. Zhao Yurong realizes this is a 3rd-rank beast, and they absolutely must protect their master. She joins the fight, unleashing a flurry of punches that send the monster reeling back. Just then, a bald warrior appears out of nowhere, yelling for his men to chase the escaping beast. The fire qilin shrinks down and zips away, with the warriors giving chase. But a massive, unseen attack slices through the air, stopping the pursuers in their tracks. The bald warrior is left completely dumbfounded, wondering what just happened. Meanwhile, the 2 disciples are already on the move, hot on the monster's trail. They know an intruder has breached their residence and are prepared to fight to the death. And there it is, the fire qilin, waiting for them with pure malice in its eyes. But the fire qilin ignores them, rocketing past the 2 disciples with a furious roar. It engulfs the courtyard in a tidal wave of flame, heading straight for the main residence. The disciples' blood runs cold as they realize its true target. Their master is inside. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Yayun whips out a golden talisman, determined to protect him at all costs. She unleashes its power, sending a blinding beam of energy right at the charging beast. The talisman's energy slams into the fire qilin, stopping it dead in its tracks. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire sixth peak to its very foundation. The commotion is so intense it jolts Zhang Yijian awake from his drunken slumber. The bald warrior and his posse are left completely dumbfounded, recognizing the insane power of a divine talisman. They can't believe their eyes. To them, casually using a peerless treasure like that means these two women must be immortals. Jiang Yayun breathes a sigh of relief, thankful for the divine talisman her master gave her. Without it, they'd all be dead. The bald warrior is ecstatic, thinking he's just been saved by a couple of genuine immortals. He immediately bows, introducing himself as Songhe and praising their world-shaking power. The disciples try to deny being immortals, but he just scoffs, thinking they're being far too modest. He points up to the balcony, insisting that saving that mortal is all the proof he needs of their divinity. But they just look at him, confused, and clarify that the man he's calling a mortal is actually their master. The warrior's jaw hits the floor. The weak-looking guy he saw is the master of these two powerhouses? Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian stumbles out, still half asleep, and asks what all the commotion was about. Zhao Yurong quickly reports that a monster attacked, and she had to use the divine talisman he gave her to destroy it. The warrior's mind is completely shattered, realizing this unassuming man is the true master behind the immortals. Songhe is still reeling, his mind screaming that the power he just witnessed was absolutely terrifying. Our boy Zhang Yijian, still half asleep, cuts him off and bluntly asks who he is. The warrior quickly bows, explaining he's a subordinate of the city lord, sent to deal with the monster. Zhang Yijian has never heard of a city lord, but Songhe begs him to meet the man, who is desperate for help. He elaborates that a 5th-rank monster is wreaking havoc, a beast that would be no match for a true immortal. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen flashes in front of Zhang Yijian's eyes. The system alerts him that a new disciple candidate has been found the city lord and he must recruit him quickly. As our boy processes this golden opportunity, Songhe continues to plead, saying the people of the city need him. A sly grin forms on Zhang Yijian's face as he agrees to see the city lord, and the warrior is overjoyed. And so, they make their way towards the Grand City Lord's mansion in Tianlin City. Inside the mansion, the city lord's subordinates report a total loss, 100 men sent, and none returned. The city lord, Zhang Chao, refuses to back down, arguing that letting the monster roam free is a death sentence for her people. Her men are desperate, questioning the point of sending more soldiers to their doom against a beast they can't even scratch. She slams her fist down, revealing the monster killed her father, and she feels utterly powerless to protect her city or get revenge. Just as despair sets in, the grand doors swing open, revealing a new group has arrived. Songhe bursts in with a massive grin, proudly announcing to his city lord that he's brought the help she needs. Zhang Chao is stunned to see him, but her subordinates are less than impressed. They openly mock Songhe, asking if he seriously brought a bunch of kids to solve their monster problem. Songhe explodes in anger, warning them not to disrespect the immortal who has come to save them. But before the argument can escalate, Zhang Chao silences the entire room with a single command. The city lord, Zhang Chao, glares at Songhe and demands he explain himself immediately. Songhe excitedly explains he witnessed the immortal's disciples slay a monster and brought him here to deal with their 5th-rank beast. Her subordinates just burst out laughing, mocking Songhe for bringing a couple of kids to solve a city-ending crisis. Zhang Chao ignores them and asks our boy directly if he can really slay the beast, but he just smirks, saying he alone is more than enough. With a confident grin, he reveals his cultivation level is golden core. The subordinates practically choke on their laughter, calling him ignorant for even suggesting it. They sneer that they've already sent 5 golden core cultivators to their deaths against that very monster. Zhang Chao sighs in disappointment, telling him to just go home. A 5th-rank beast isn't something a golden core cultivator can handle. But our boy isn't fazed and instead proposes a wild bet. If he wins, she becomes his disciple. She's completely dumbfounded by his audacity, but he just confirms with a smirk that he's dead serious. Zhang Chao agrees to the bet, but on one condition. He has to prove he's not all talk. She calls forth one of her top men, Elder Fang, telling him to spar with our boy. If the elder loses, the bet is on. Elder Fang erupts with power, manifesting a massive, roaring bear aura that fills the entire courtyard. He glares with killing intent, promising to beat this arrogant kid so badly he'll be picking his teeth off the ground. With a roar, the elder lunges forward, channeling the full force of his fiery bear spirit into a single punch. Our boy doesn't even flinch, casually gathering a wisp of blue energy in his hand to meet the attack. The devastating punch is stopped dead in its tracks by a simple, almost lazy block from Zhang Yijian. He then casually smacks the elder aside, noting with a smirk that a mid-stage golden core is at least somewhat interesting. Humiliated, Elder Fang unleashes his ultimate technique, summoning multiple fiery clones and screaming for him to stay put. He rages that our boy is just a delusional fool forever dreaming of taking the city lord as a disciple. But our boy isn't even looking at the clones. His eyes are locked on the real Elder Fang. He moves in a flash, appearing right in front of the elder and placing a hand on his forehead before he can react. With a single, brutal slam, he smashes the elder into the ground, declaring all his flashy techniques to be utter nonsense. The other subordinates are left speechless, unable to process how one of their best fighters was just one-shotted. The city lord, Zhang Chao, is forced to reconsider, realizing this man's calm demeanor hides terrifying strength. Zhang Yijian turns to her and coolly asks if she's ready to take his bet now. She agrees he has skill, but warns that the 5th-tier beast can activate its own domain, a truly dangerous ability. He just scoffs at the warning, boasting that a mere 5th-tier beast is no big deal and he'll kill it in 3 days. With the deal struck, they seal their agreement with a pinky promise, a surprisingly informal gesture. Her subordinates immediately start whispering, convinced he's just stalling for 3 days out of fear and is already a dead man. Our boy tells the city lord he's off to prepare and will be back in 3 days, leaving her looking utterly unconvinced. He immediately gathers his disciples, Zhao Yirong and Jiang Yayun, and tells them it's time to go. Back at his peak, he starts rummaging through a mountain of scrolls, searching for a specific cultivation technique he remembers getting. His disciples watch, confused, wondering why their master is acting so serious all of a sudden. After a moment of frantic searching, he triumphantly pulls out a book titled Quick Cultivation Method. He explains his master plan. This technique will help them break through, which will boost his own power for the beast hunt. He hands the book over to Zhao Yirong, telling her to practice it well for some major benefits. Both girls look thrilled and gratefully thank their master for the incredible gift. They eagerly open the book, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the powerful technique within. But a second later, Zhao Yirong's face falls as she notices something is very, very wrong with the technique. Turns out, the technique requires a man and woman to cultivate together in water, and Zhao Yirong is absolutely mortified. She confronts her master, asking if he just handed them the infamous Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, a dual cultivation manual. Our boy starts sweating bullets, realizing he only read the title and effect, not the trash tier method itself. Jiang Yayun, completely oblivious, cheerfully suggests their master join them in practice, since he's free anyway. Both girls declare their unwavering trust in him, dragging the internally screaming Zhang Yijian away to start cultivating. And so, the 3 of them end up in a spring, ready to begin the most awkward training session of their lives. The disciples tell him they're ready to start, and with a grim acceptance, he agrees to begin the process. Zhang Yijian closes his eyes and begins to circulate his immense spiritual energy. Immediately, both Zhao Yirong and Jiang Yayun are hit by a wave of pure power, their faces flushing from the intensity. Zhao Yirong can barely handle it, crying out that his yang energy is overwhelmingly strong. Jiang Yayun feels it too, exclaiming that the potent energy is making her scalp tingle. In a flash, both disciples break through their limits, their cultivation soaring to the foundation establishment stage. The system dings in our boy's head. The disciple's success triggers a 1,000-fold return, rocketing his own power to peak golden core. The training concludes, and the exhausted girls cling to their master, amazed by the domineering power of his technique. Zhang Yijian plays it cool, telling them he's pleased with their progress while trying to process his own insane power-up. Meanwhile, in Tianlin City, the city lord Zhang Chao waits impatiently in her grand hall, surrounded by her men. Her subordinates mock Guatlu's situation, convinced that the young brat won't even show up, and if he does, he's just asking for death. But right on cue, our boy strolls in with his 2 disciples in tow, casually announcing he's a little late. The subordinates are dumbfounded that he actually came, smirking at his youthful recklessness. The city lord gives him one last chance to back out, but Zhang Yijian just tells her to cut the nonsense and take him to the monster. The city lord, Zhang Chao, smirks and agrees to lead him, clearly expecting him to fail. She leads the small party out of the city and down a path into the wilderness. Stopping at a safe distance, she tells our boy the Tier 5 monster is just ahead and that her group will be watching from the sidelines. Without a second thought, Zhang Yijian tells them he'll be back soon and dashes off alone. Her subordinates just laugh, convinced this arrogant kid is rushing to his death and won't last 10 seconds. Our boy arrives in a clearing, only to find 2 powerful-looking elemental wolves snarling at him. Hez a bit confused, wondering where the real Tier 5 monster is since these 2 don't quite fit the bill. Turns out, the real target is a horrifying horned demon, currently preoccupied with its gruesome meal. The demon senses a new presence, its glowing red eyes locking on with pure, unadulterated malice. But instead of fear, a confident grin spreads across Zhang Yijian's face. He's finally found his prey. Without hesitation, the horned demon lunges forward, aiming to tear our boy to shreds. But Zhang Yijian just smirks. The system promised him a new disciple for this kill, so he tells the beast to prepare for its doom. The demon gathers a terrifying amount of fiery energy into its fist, ready to pulverize him. Our boy meets the challenge head-on, winding up a punch of his own. Their fists collide in a massive explosion that rocks the entire forest. Before the dust even settles, Zhang Yijian is already right in the demon's face, much to its shock. He channels an immense, fiery power into his hand, preparing to end this quickly. Grabbing the monster by its throat, he casually asks if this is really all a Tier 5 beast has to offer. In a flash of brutal force, he lands a devastating blow that shatters the demon's defense. Watching from afar, the city lord's subordinates are completely dumbfounded, unable to believe he actually injured the monster. They can't believe their eyes, wondering how he landed a fatal blow when their entire force couldn't even get close. But the city lord, Zhang Chao, warns them not to celebrate yet, knowing this demonic beast is far from simple. And she's right. The monster lets out a furious roar, proving it's nowhere near finished. In a flash, the gaping wound on its arm completely regenerates as if it was never there. Our boy is just intrigued by its resilience, but then the demon unleashes its true trump card. It multiplies. One of the clones lunges forward, but Zhang Yijian remains completely unimpressed by the cheap trick. The original beast howls, its body surging with a terrifying demonic aura. As the clones swarm the battlefield, even the city lord is stunned, wondering what kind of power this is. The demon's rage hits its peak, its roar shaking the very air around them. Zhang Yijian just smirks, casually asking the raging monster if he's finally managed to make it angry. With a smirk, our boy finally decides to get serious, summoning a blazing divine sword. He leaps forward, telling the beast that he hasn't even used his full strength yet. The demon just roars in defiance, ready to meet the attack head-on. Their powers collide in a shower of sparks and blood, the sword cleaving into the demon's chest. Zhang Yijian is genuinely impressed, admitting it's the first creature to ever survive his blade. But he immediately declares that this is where the demon's luck runs out, unleashing a storm of fiery slashes. The demon, battered and bleeding, glares back with nothing but pure hatred in its eyes. It lets out a final, desperate roar, channeling all its remaining demonic energy. Just as the blade comes down for the finishing blow, the demon catches it with its bare hands. The fiery sword is stopped dead in its tracks, and for the first time, Zhang Yijian looks utterly shocked. Turns out, the demon had an ace up its sleeve, trapping them both inside its demonic monster domain. Our boy quickly realizes the situation, noting that inside this domain, the monster's strength has skyrocketed. Fueled by its new power, the demon throws a punch so fast it's just a blur. But Zhang Yijian is just on another level, dodging the empowered attack with a confident smirk. The demon isn't just a brute though, catching his arm and using his momentum to slam him into the ground. The blow sends our boy flying, carving a massive trench in the earth as he skids to a halt. Without giving him a moment to breathe, the monster unleashes a relentless barrage of energy blasts. Yet, Zhang Yijian just grins, intrigued by how the domain can accelerate the demon's attacks. The demon roars in fury, leaping through the air to finish him off once and for all. But our boy has seen enough, calmly raising his hand to show the beast what true power looks like. Our boy decides to reveal his own trump card, using a puppet paper to summon a colossal fire Keelan. The sheer presence of the flaming beast completely dwarfs the demon, who now looks like a total amateur. With a mighty roar, the Qilin lunges forward, engulfing the monster in a cataclysmic explosion of divine flame. And just like that, it's over. Zhang Yijian smirks as he thinks about how brutal that beatdown was. Watching from the sidelines, the city lord and her subordinates are completely and utterly dumbfounded. They can't believe he actually won, with some of her men screaming that he must be an immortal. Zhang Yijian calmly announces that the Tier 5 monster has been dealt with, so everyone can relax. The same men who doubted him are now on their knees, begging for forgiveness, but he just tells them to learn from their mistake. He then turns to the city lord, reminding her that he upheld his end of the bargain. Her own men, now total converts, start pressuring her to kneel and become his disciple, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Caving to the pressure, the city lord, Zhang Chao, formally kneels and pays her respects to her new master. And just like that, the system dings, congratulating our boy on successfully recruiting his third disciple. As a reward, he gets a special disciple recruitment gift package. Zhang Yijian grins, thinking it must be loaded with some seriously good items. But deciding he doesn't need it, he casually tosses the entire treasure bag over to his new disciple. She's completely stunned, asking what it is, and he just tells her it's a little welcome gift. As she opens it, a blinding golden light erupts, revealing the treasures within. Her subordinates are absolutely losing their minds, screaming that it's a divine-level technique and 2 divine-level magic weapons. Barely able to believe her eyes, she asks if these god-tier items are really for her, and he confirms it without a second thought. Overwhelmed by his insane generosity, Zhang Chao bows to the ground, declaring her eternal gratitude. Zhang Yijian brushes off her amazement, telling her those divine items are just minor toys and he's got way better stuff back at the 6th peak. She explains she has some business to wrap up in the city, so he just smiles and tells her to come find him when she's done. Zhang Chao is completely moved by his understanding, bowing deeply and thanking her new master for his incredible generosity. With his 3rd disciple secured, our boy waves goodbye and begins the journey back to the sect with his other 2 disciples. Meanwhile, the Tianyan sect's leadership is in a tense meeting. Turns out the Lei Ting sect is holding a tournament and specifically invited Zhang Yijian. One of the more hot-headed peak masters slams the table, insisting this is a blatant trap and they can't let anything happen to their sect's future hope. The sect leader calmly states that he's already summoned Zhang Yijian to discuss how they should handle this obvious provocation. Right on cue, our boy strolls in, announcing he already heard the news and thinks this so-called trap is a great opportunity for some training. The entire room is left utterly speechless, dumbfounded by his casual dismissal of what they see as a clear assassination attempt. He then reveals his true plan. He's heard a legendary sacred domain opens after the tournament, and he plans to take his disciples there to get stronger. The muscular peak master immediately objects, arguing that sending our boy into enemy territory is a death sentence. Zhang Yijian just scoffs, asking if they really think the Lei Ting sect won't retaliate if he just hides. He'll simply destroy them if they try anything. Even the old advisor elder agrees, stating that since a fight is inevitable, they might as well face it head-on. With the debate settled, Zhang Yijian slams his hand down, confirming he will attend the tournament on time. Meanwhile, at the Lei Ting sect, a massive, blood-red hunting formation is being activated, clearly a trap in the making. An advisor reports to the Lei Ting sect master that the formation is almost complete, with just one final step remaining. The advisor smirks and gives the order to bring in young Master Cao. Turns out, the final piece of their plan is Cao Yong, the arrogant trash who tried to force a marriage with Zhao Yirong, now looking completely broken. He pleads with the advisor for revenge, screaming that it was Zhang Yijian and an elder named Qing Xuanzi who crippled him. The advisor grabs Cao Yong's hand, telling him to stop whining because he has a plan, all while extracting a wisp of purple energy. He reveals that this is a trace of spiritual energy left behind by Zhang Yijian himself, the perfect key for their trap. With a flick of his wrist, he integrates the energy into the hunting formation, explaining it will now automatically lock onto our boy. The advisor cackles, envisioning how the formation will work once activated. An endless legion of Lei Ting soldiers will materialize to hunt Zhang Yijian down, forcing him into a deathmatch he can't escape. The day of the martial arts tournament finally arrives, and the Lei Ting sect is bustling with activity. The Lei Ting sect master puts on a friendly face, welcoming the warriors from the Ba Dao sect who have traveled from afar. A young man named Huang Hansen steps forward, announcing he's here to participate on his father's orders. More guests pour in, with masters like Han Shan and Zhu Yunfan arriving, all greeting the host, completely oblivious to the sinister plot unfolding. The Lei Ting sect master, Lei Potian, continues his charade, warmly thanking his guests for attending the tournament. Han Shan, trying to get on his good side, mentions hearing about his conflict with the Tianyan sect and offers to help out. But Lei Potian just scoffs, dismissing the entire Tianyan sect as nothing more than ants not even worth worrying about. Right on cue, an announcer declares the Tianyan sect's arrival, and Lei Potian smirks, thinking speak of the devil. The Tianyan sect leader, Lei Hai, marches in with his entourage and immediately calls out Lei Potian for his trash talk. Lei Potian is completely unfazed, sneering that since their old master is dead, there's no one left to defend their honor anyway. But then our boy, Zhang Yijian, steps forward with a grin, telling him the insults from his dead elders were far worse. With a dead serious glare, Zhang Yijian calmly admits that he was, in fact, the one who killed them. Lei Potian is absolutely dumbfounded, pointing a trembling finger and raging about how a mere mortal dares to boast like this. The other peak masters join in the mockery, sneering that the Tianyan sect is so pathetic they should just disband. Suddenly, a furious Lei Ting disciple begs his master to let him avenge the fallen Elder Shao. Not waiting for an answer, he lunges at our boy, unleashing his thunder-extinguishing world sword technique. He screams that this is also for his brother, Lei Busi, who Zhang Yijian's people also dealt with. But Zhang Yijian just smirks, effortlessly countering with a single, devastating golden palm strike. The disciple is sent flying across the courtyard like a human cannonball, engulfed in golden energy. He slams into a distant building, erupting in a massive, fiery explosion. The two peak masters who were just trash-talking are left utterly dumbfounded by the incredible technique. Lei Potian himself is completely rattled, wondering how a supposed ant could possess such terrifying power. Our boy smirks at the fuming Lei Potian, mockingly asking if he wants to send more of his disciples to get slaughtered. He then lets out a massive yawn, declaring he's tired and that the entire Lei Ting sect can just line up outside for their turn to die while he takes a nap. Absolutely livid, Lei Potian powers up, vowing to make him sleep forever. But Zhang Yijian just looks on, completely unfazed. Just as he's about to attack, his advisor grabs his arm, reminding him that their sect's reputation is on the line. He whispers a new plan. Attacking a junior in public is a bad look, so they should just deal with him quietly tonight. Putting on a fake smile, the advisor then leads Zhang Yijian away, telling him a room has been prepared for him to rest. As night falls over the residence, the stage is set for a deadly ambush. But inside, our boy is already fast asleep, not having a single care in the world. Peeking in, Lei Potian and his advisor are dumbfounded to see their target sleeping so soundly, deciding to just end it now. Crouched on the rooftop, Lei Potian decides to stop playing games and summons the Thunder Division generals to turn our boy to ash. With a surge of energy, the advisor activates the sect's deadly Thunderkill formation, which materializes in the sky above the residence. 3 divine warriors, the Thunder Generals, are summoned from the light, ready to enjoy the thrill of slaughter. They dive straight into the room, blades aimed at the still sleeping Zhang Yijian, who hasn't even stirred. But just before they strike, an insane burst of golden energy erupts from his body, forming an impenetrable barrier. The generals slam into the golden light and are violently thrown back, their attack completely nullified. Watching from the roof, the two schemers are dumbfounded, realizing he's protected by a divine-grade weapon, the Celestial Garment of Starlight. The advisor quickly connects the dots, suggesting they use their sect's heaven-sealing talisman to disable the divine weapon. A wicked grin spreads across Lei Potian's face. He agrees, already imagining claiming the divine weapon for his own sect. While a life-or-death battle rages outside, our boy Zhang Yijian is dead to the world, snoring his heart out. Suddenly, his door creaks open, and a mysterious figure slips into the room under the cover of night. Turns out, it's a woman sent by the enemy, holding the heaven-sealing talisman and ready to execute her mission. She tries to seduce the sleeping Peak Master, asking him to join her for a night of passion. Zhang Yijian groggily opens his eyes, but is so out of it he just assumes he's having a fantastic dream. The assassin gets impatient, realizing she needs to find a way to plant the talisman on him while he's distracted. He reaches out and touches her sleeve, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind as he realizes how real it feels. She leans in and asks if he thinks she's beautiful, and our boy is instantly captivated, completely falling for the act. Seeing her chance, she invites him to come closer, preparing to seal his divine weapon and leave him defenseless. Thinking her target is completely mesmerized, the assassin lunges forward to plant the talisman. But our boy was just playing along, and with a swift move, he slams her face first onto the bed. With a burst of flame in his hand, he coldly asks if she and her goons outside are trying to set a trap for him. Turns out, his own summoned Thunder Generals have already surrounded the building, completely foiling the enemy's ambush. In a desperate last-ditch effort, the assassin manages to slap the heaven-sealing talisman onto his back. Zhang Yijian scoffs that a beauty like her only brings disaster and blasts her away with a powerful palm strike. The talisman activates, erupting in a massive explosion of sealing energy that engulfs the entire room. Watching from a rooftop, the Lei Ting Sectmaster laughs, convinced the talisman has worked and that Zhang Yijian is now trashed here. But our boy bursts from the wreckage, completely unharmed and already on the move. He lands gracefully, instantly realizing he's trapped in a formation and must find its core to break free. The Lei Ting Sectmaster is stunned he's still standing, while his advisor panics that the formation should have killed a core formation expert. Unfazed, the master decides to unleash his trump card, a pack of 1,000-year-old sacred thunder beasts. He cackles, eager to watch the beasts tear our boy limb from limb as revenge for his fallen disciples. The lightning-fast beasts lunge forward in a coordinated assault, seemingly overwhelming him in a blur of claws and electricity. But it was just a feint. Zhang Yijian easily evades their pounce, landing gracefully as the beasts crash into the ground. He's done playing games, raising his hand to summon the massive, glowing palm of his infinite hand technique. Zhang Yijian scoffs, wondering how a bunch of mere beasts could dare to act so recklessly against him. He declares that even for 1,000-year-old sacred beasts, they've seriously overestimated their own power. The colossal golden hand descends from the heavens, ready to crush everything beneath it with overwhelming force. The Lei Ting Sect Master can only watch in absolute horror, screaming as his prized sacred beasts are about to be obliterated. But instead of crushing them, our boy reveals his true target, the formation itself, pulling out a divine compass to find its core. The compass glows brightly, its needle spinning as he commands it to locate the array's weak point. The Lei Ting sect master and his advisor are absolutely floored, recognizing the legendary 8-9 compass and wondering how he has so many divine treasures. With a satisfied smirk, Zhang Yijian announces he's found it as the compass locks onto the formation's hidden core. The sect master panics, realizing they've been exposed and yelling at his men to focus all their power on the core to fight back. The advisor quickly forms a hand seal, channeling a massive amount of energy to summon the formation's last line of defense. A colossal, horned warrior made of pure energy manifests before him. But Zhang Yijian just finds the sight mildly interesting. The giant guardian brings its massive axe down with overwhelming force, aiming to cleave our boy in two. Yet, with a cocky grin, Zhang Yijian stops the city-sized axe with a single finger, mockingly asking if this is all they've got. The guardian roars, trying to break through his defense, but it's completely useless against the golden aura protecting him. Turns out, the giant was just a puppet. The true core of the formation manifests as a horned warrior, roaring with power. The spirit howls, but it's clearly in agony, being forcibly materialized as a last-ditch defense. Our boy completely ignores the new foe, his eyes locked onto the real prize, the glowing, fiery orb that is the formation's heart. With a vicious grin, he declares he's finally found the source of all their problems. He wastes no time, rocketing forward to snuff out the formation core with his bare hands. The attack connects in a blinding flash, utterly obliterating the formation's spirit in a single, brutal strike. The feedback from the formation's destruction blasts the distant Lei Ting sect master and his advisor, sending them reeling. The sect master is in pure disbelief, coughing up blood, and wondering how this guy is not only alive but powerful enough to shatter their ultimate weapon. His terrified advisor confirms their worst fears, stammering that they've been deceived and Zhang Yijian is nothing like the rumors said. All shock drains from the sect master's face, replaced by cold fury, as he realizes this heaven-defying monster must be eliminated at all costs. The Lei Ting sect master, knowing he can't win a straight fight, cooks up a new scheme with his advisor. He plans to let our boy win the martial arts tournament, granting him entry into a small realm where they can kill him without leaving a trace. With their trash-tier plan set, the two cowards quickly retreat into the night before they're noticed. But Zhang Yijian is standing right there, coldly vowing to remember the debt the Lei Ting sect now owes him. The next day, the grand arena is prepared for the massive martial arts tournament. Contestants from other sects arrive, all hyped up and boasting about their plans to enter the small realm and find the Thunder God Temple. Zhang Yijian shows up with his disciples, stretching lazily as they ask if he didn't sleep well. He just smirks, telling them some small people were plotting against him, knowing full well who he's talking about. The Lei Ting sect master officially kicks off the tournament, announcing that the winners will qualify to enter the small realm. A friendly peak master explains to his disciple that this realm holds a thunder god palace and a lost divine weapon, making this tournament a high-stakes treasure hunt. One of the disciples listens intently, finally grasping the true, high-stakes nature of this tournament. And just like that, the Lei Ting sect master announces the first match: Tianyan sect's Zhao Yurong versus Badao sect's Huang Hansen. Zhao Yurong nervously tells her master she's scared, but our boy Zhang Yijian just gives her a confident smile, telling her to go for it. Her opponent, Huang Hansen, makes a grand entrance, leaping into the arena and screaming that he'll slaughter anyone who stands in his way. He immediately starts running his mouth, calling Zhao Yurong a beauty following a trash-tier loser, and what a complete waste. A couple of other disciples in the crowd start mocking her too, betting that if she wins, they'll eat dirt while standing on their heads. Fueled by his own arrogance, Huang Hansen charges forward, telling her she came to die and should prepare to taste his blade. But Zhao Yurong is on another level, easily dodging his attack and leaping into the air with incredible speed. She comes down with a glowing counterattack so fast he can only mutter that this isn't good. In a flash, she sends the loudmouth punk flying out of the ring, completely and utterly defeated. The disciples who were just running their mouths are completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a loser's disciple just won. The Lei Ting sect master grits his teeth and officially announces Zhao Yurong as the winner of the first match. She runs back to her master, beaming with pride and excitement over her victory. Our boy just smiles and pats her on the head, telling her he knew she could do it, just as his own match is called. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yijian leaps into the arena, ready to show everyone what real power looks like. But before he even lands, his opponent is already on his knees, screaming that he surrenders and admits defeat. The Lei Ting sect master declares Zhang Yijian the winner, but internally reveals this was all his plan to save face for now. Our boy just stretches, bored out of his mind, and complaining that there's absolutely no challenge here. With the two easiest matches out of the way, the sect master announces the next round of fights for the other disciples. Zhao Yirong asks if there's a specific mission, but her master explains he just brought them for some crucial combat experience. Several hours of intense fighting pass in the blink of an eye. When the dust settles, the arena is littered with defeated disciples, while the victors stand tall over the wreckage. The Lei Ting sect master steps forward, ready to announce the final results of this brutal selection. Unsurprisingly, the first names called are Zhang Yijian and his 2 powerhouse disciples, who breeze through the competition. Next up is the group led by Han Shan, who also proved their strength and secured their spots. The final group of winners is announced, a trio of tough-looking warriors ready for the next challenge. But then, the sect master pulls a classic scumbag move, declaring that he and his advisor get automatic entry as the hosts. Our boy can't believe the nerve, thinking to himself what a shameless and blatant abuse of power this is. Ignoring the silent judgment, Lei Potian raises a mysterious wooden tablet and declares the small world is now open. With a surge of power, a swirling portal materializes, and he gives all the qualifiers just 15 minutes to jump in. The portal roars to life, and the qualified teams stand on the precipice, ready to dive into the unknown. Without a moment's hesitation, some arrogant fools make a break for it, already claiming the divine weapon inside as their own. Our boy Zhang Yijian isn't far behind, giving his disciples the signal that it's time to head in. They step through the portal into a new dimension, their eyes immediately drawn to a colossal structure known as the Thunder God Temple. Lei Potian explains to the assembled groups that the temple has 8 floors, but the first 3 have already been picked clean, meaning the real prize is deeper inside. A couple of schemers from the Black Star sect are already rubbing their hands together, dreaming of how a divine weapon will elevate their trash-tier sect to greatness. But as their leader takes his first confident step forward, he freezes, realizing something is terribly wrong. The ground suddenly erupts beneath them as the entire courtyard floor collapses into a massive pitfall trap. Zhang Yijian reacts in a flash, grabbing both of his disciples to keep them from being separated in the chaos. Everyone plummets into the darkness, with the other cultivators screaming in terror, realizing the entire entrance was a deadly trap. As they plummet, our boy holds his disciples close, telling them to brace themselves for impact. The trio hurtles through the darkness, falling faster and faster into the unknown depths of the temple. But Zhang Yijian isn't about to let gravity decide his fate. He channels his energy and unleashes a massive blast to break their fall. His disciples scream as the raw power of the explosion buffers them from the landing. The ground erupts in a massive shockwave, clearing a safe zone for them to touch down. He asks if they're all right, and they confirm they're fine, just a little shaken from the rough landing. Suddenly, a colossal armored boot stomps down right beside them, making the ground tremble. The girls look up, startled by the sound, wondering what kind of monster they've stumbled upon now. Turns out, it's not a monster, but a whole army of armored soldiers, whose commander smirks at the arrival of new guests. The disciples are completely dumbfounded that people are living down here, and Zhang Yayun immediately gets a terrible feeling about this place. But it's all part of the plan, as Zhang Yijian smirks and tells his disciples their real training starts now. He then shoves them forward, simply telling them to do their best while they look back in total confusion. The armored commander scoffs at the sight, calling their master a coward for pushing women forward to block a blade. Zhang Yayun immediately whips her sword out, furiously telling the commander not to talk about her master like that. The commander just throws his head back and laughs, finding it absolutely hilarious that a trash-tier coward could be called a master. Fueled by rage, both disciples charge up their energy and leap forward, screaming at him to shut his mouth. Unimpressed, the commander just powers up his own blade, roaring for these 2 rookies to get lost. A single, overwhelming blast of energy from his sword sends both girls flying backward through the air. They land hard, completely stunned by his raw strength and wondering just who the hell this guy is. Turns out, our boy is just chilling in the background, munching on watermelon and cheering them on like it's a damn sports match. The commander smirks, calling their master a coward before ordering his soldiers to kill everyone in the temple. With a unified roar, his armored goons raise their glowing swords and charge forward to execute the order. The disciples realize this is their master's test, steeling their resolve to show him the results of their training. Zhao Yirong is the first to act, unleashing a massive golden hand technique to meet the oncoming wave. Her powerful blast connects, effortlessly sending a few of the armored soldiers flying back. Zhang Yayun follows up immediately, diving into the chaos like a whirlwind of pink energy, and slicing through the ranks. She holds her own for a moment but gets overwhelmed by the numbers and is knocked back by a stray blow. Their commander is actually taken aback, admitting to himself that these 2 women have some serious strength. His soldiers regroup, realizing they can't win with a direct assault, and decide to use a battle formation. They power up in unison, their bodies glowing as they prepare a coordinated formation attack. The soldiers surround the two disciples, trapping them inside a massive, glowing, yin-yang formation. With a unified battle cry, the armored grunts charge forward, their killing intent palpable. Jiang Yayun refuses to back down, unleashing a furious pink sword slash to carve a path through them, but her attack is useless. As one of the soldiers easily blocks it with a shimmering magical shield, both disciples are dumbfounded. Zhao Yirong realizes this isn't just an attack formation, but a defensive one too. The soldiers mock them, claiming that no one has ever survived this trap as they leap in for the kill. Jiang Yayun is immediately overwhelmed, struggling to parry a powerful, coordinated strike from above. Seeing their dire situation, Zhao Yirong creates a barrier, warning her junior sister they'll be worn down if they don't break out now. Their commander just smirks from the sidelines, confident that no one who enters the Thunder God Temple will leave alive. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian watches from afar, sighing to himself that his disciples are still lacking in skill. He decides his girls have struggled enough and summons a whole arsenal of divine-grade gear to even the odds. Even a monstrous temple guardian is left dumbfounded, sensing the overwhelming aura of so many divine weapons at once. Our boy casually tosses the top-tier equipment over to his disciples, telling them to catch. They eagerly grab their new toys, thanking their master for the game-changing power-up. But the armored soldiers are unimpressed, charging forward and telling them their pointless struggle is over. With her new sword, Jiang Yayun unleashes a colossal wave of pink energy, ready to turn the tables. Her devastating attack slams head-on into the soldiers' defensive magical formation. But this time, their once impenetrable shield cracks and shatters under the sheer force. The soldiers are sent flying, completely shocked by her sudden and overwhelming boost in power. Not to be outdone, Zhao Yirong summons a massive thunder beast, roaring for everyone to get out of her way. The thunder beast roars to life, pouncing on the unsuspecting soldiers with crackling energy. In an instant, the entire squad of elite armored soldiers is left scattered and defeated on the ground. Their commander is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process how his men were wiped out so easily. Realizing he completely underestimated them, he powers up, his aura flaring with immense pressure. He takes a single, heavy step forward, deciding it's time to handle this trash himself. Leaping into the air, the commander vows that he'll personally be the one to take their heads. He unleashes a devastating sword strike, screaming for them to go down and be buried with his men. Seeing the overwhelming wave of energy, the disciples know they have to act fast to survive. Jiang Yayun and Zhao Yirong combine their powers, erecting a massive energy shield just in time. But the commander's attack is on another level, shattering their desperate defense into a million pieces. The disciples scream, pouring every last ounce of their energy into surviving the blow. Jiang Yayun takes the lead, but Zhao Yirong knows it's hopeless and yells for her to retreat. She's in awe of the commander's weapon, realizing it's far more powerful than even the divine artifacts their master gave them. As predicted, Jiang Yayun's sword shatters into pieces against the immense power. The resulting explosion sends both girls flying, their defenses utterly crushed. The commander smirks, declaring them no match for his might. But just then, our boy Zhang Yijian appears, catching his disciples and telling them he's proud of their courage. The commander is completely dumbfounded, questioning how they could possibly still be alive. Zhang Yijian steps forward, his aura flaring as he calmly states that harming his disciples is a crime punishable by death. Enraged by the threat, the commander calls him a coward for hiding behind women and dares him to try. The commander roars, charging forward with his divine sword, absolutely certain our boy is looking to die. But Zhang Yijian just sidesteps the attack and delivers a lightning-fast kick, shattering the ground. He smirks, wondering if this trash-tier fool really thought he could compete with him in speed. The commander is stunned, realizing he couldn't even track his opponent's movements. Our boy prepares his own blade, crackling with an energy that puts the commander's weapon to shame. His disciples watch in horror, convinced their master is about to be overwhelmed by that divine sword. In the very next instant, Zhang Yijian sends the commander flying with a brutal kick to the face. Zhao Yirong and Jiang Yayun are left completely speechless, their jaws on the floor. He appears right in front of the dazed commander, mockingly asking if that was the best speed he had. Grabbing his head, he calmly explains that in his world, this is what they call an unexplained combo. With a final, crushing blow, he smashes the commander into the ground like a rag doll. The commander is absolutely livid, screaming that our boy is just treating this life-or-death battle like a game. Desperate, he tries to stall for time, proposing a 10-year pact while secretly planning to just run away. But Zhang Yijian stomps him down, coldly stating that he has absolutely no intention of waiting that long. He raises his blade, a wicked grin on his face, declaring that today is the day this all ends. The commander watches in pure terror as the golden light of the sword descends upon him. Cornered, and with no way out, he decides to go for broke, screaming that if he's going down, he's taking everyone with him. Seeing the fool about to self-destruct, Zhang Yijian instantly moves to shield his disciples. A massive explosion of spiritual energy erupts, engulfing the entire area in a blinding light. When the dust settles, our boy stands completely unscathed, having effortlessly protected both his disciples from the blast. Amidst the rubble, a single glowing item remains from the commander's fiery end. Zhao Yurong is the first to spot it, asking her master what that mysterious thing could be. Without a word, our boy moves in to investigate the unexpected loot drop. He picks up the glowing orb, sensing that there's something hidden deep inside. Deciding there's only one way to find out, he crushes the sphere in his hand. The orb shatters, revealing a rolled-up scroll that was sealed within. His disciples realize it's a map, and excitedly wonder if it leads to the commander's personal treasure. Both girls immediately latch onto their master, begging him to take them on a treasure hunt. But Zhang Yijian, ever the pragmatist, suggests that going home to cultivate would be a better use of their time. They won't take no for an answer, insisting it's just outdoor training and practically dragging him off on an adventure. Fine, he relents, figuring they might as well follow the map and see if there are any unexpected rewards. But our boy has no idea that a couple of shady characters are already watching his every move from the cliffs above. The brawny, purple-bearded leader scoffs at the idea of a casual walk, clearly knowing more than he's letting on. His mustached subordinate immediately catches on, breathlessly asking if the map leads to the legendary divine sword. The follower warns that our boy is strong, but the leader just smirks, declaring that the appetizers are over. Meanwhile, Zhang Yijian leads his disciples through a cavern, sheepishly admitting he's a bit directionally challenged. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, dumbfounded by the sight of a massive, hidden waterfall. They push through the cascade into a grotto where the spiritual energy is so dense it's practically liquid. With an aura this potent, Zhang Yijian can't help but grin. This treasure hunt is looking very promising indeed. The girls are absolutely buzzing, immediately suggesting they ditch the treasure and just cultivate in this paradise. But the sheer sight of his disciples in the water sends our boy into a full-blown nosebleed. Zhao Yurong cheekily invites him to join them, with Zhang Yayun adding that the spiritual energy is perfect for dual cultivation. Zhang Yijian's mind immediately goes to the gutter, imagining a very different kind of cultivation session. Snapping out of it, he decides to let them cultivate while he reaps the benefits. He can already feel the spiritual energy surging, and just as he thinks it, his system chimes in, confirming that a massive cultivation feedback reward is pending. But just as he's about to cash in, a massive blade slices through the air, aimed right for his head. He barely flinches, effortlessly blocking the strike with a golden shield and muttering about pirates from his old world. Looking at the pathetic blade that was just deflected, he scoffs, wondering what kind of trash-tier ambush this is. The two attackers are dumbfounded, completely confused by his strange insults and curses. Zhang Yijian just stares them down, unimpressed, as the rival leader realizes their surprise attack has utterly failed. Our boy just smirks, revealing he's known about them ever since they broke the formation that night. The purple-bearded leader is stunned, demanding to know why he waited until now to expose them. Zhang Yijian lets out a dramatic sigh, as if he's utterly bored by this whole encounter. He explains with a cold glare that he was just waiting to see if they had any more pathetic tricks up their sleeves. The follower panics, realizing they're just playthings, but his leader roars that, in the face of absolute power, tricks are useless. Zhang Yijian just scoffs, sarcastically inviting them to show him this absolute power they're so proud of. Enraged, the leader decides to go all out, telling his partner to grab the map while he finishes this weakling. The two charge forward in a pincer attack, but our boy effortlessly leaps over the leader's initial strike. Before the mustached follower can even react, Zhang Yijian appears right in his path, blocking him with a flash of energy. He grabs the man's wrist, a golden orb glowing in his palm, and asks if he was trying to take the map. Without a moment's hesitation, our boy smashes the mustached follower into the ground with a fiery palm strike. Seeing his partner get absolutely bodied, the purple-bearded leader roars, unleashing his ultimate technique, the 9 luminaries' divine thunder. Colossal bolts of lightning crash down from the heavens, completely engulfing the area around Zhang Yijian. But our boy just stands there, casually catching a bolt with his bare hand, and asking if that's seriously all he's got. The leader is completely dumbfounded, unable to process how someone could just nullify his divine tier attack. With a cold smirk, Zhang Yijian tells the guy that if he's so fond of this thunder, he can have it back. He fires the concentrated lightning right back at its owner. The impact sends the leader flying, slamming him hard into the ground in a shower of sparks. Beaten but not broken, he pulls out a talisman, snarling that he still has a few secret techniques left. He activates the Thunder Talisman, convinced this power-up will let him break through and finally win this fight. But our boy just smirks, completely unfazed by the enemy's desperate power-up. The Lei Ting sect master channels all his power, roaring for his cultivation to break through to the next level. Turns out, that was the worst possible timing, as Zhang Yijian's system announces a 10,000-fold cultivation return from a disciple. A colossal pillar of golden energy erupts around our boy, a breakthrough that completely dwarfs his opponents. The sect master is left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Zhang Yijian is also breaking through at the exact same moment. His advisor has seen enough. Realizing this kid is a monster, he wisely decides to get the hell out of there. But the sect master refuses to accept defeat, channeling every last bit of his lightning into his sword for one final strike. Zhang Yijian just scoffs at his pathetic defiance, raising a hand to unleash his own technique. He summons a truly gigantic hand of pure golden energy, which looms over the sect master like a mountain. The massive hand slams down with unstoppable force, crushing the sect master and his final attack in an instant. Plummeting from the sky, the Lei Ting sect master finally accepts the grim reality that he is completely lost. Before he can even hit the ground, his advisor swoops in, grabs his unconscious ass, and makes a run for it. Our boy watches them flee with a flicker of surprise, wondering if they really just bailed that easily. He decides to let them go, figuring they've been punished enough, but vows to kill them if they ever dare to return. Turning his attention, he finds his disciples, who excitedly report that they both broke through their cultivation bottlenecks. A proud smile spreads across his face. This whole trip was definitely worth the trouble after all. With business concluded, he tells the girls to dry themselves off so they can get a move on. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the temple, a new group of cultivators has arrived with a clear purpose. Their leader announces that they've reached the 6th level and orders his men to search for any trace of a divine sword. With a "yes, sir," the team immediately splits up, beginning their meticulous search of the ancient courtyard. But as they search, their leader suddenly freezes, sensing an ominous presence. His subordinates are confused, asking what's wrong, but he just yells that something is here. Before anyone can react, one of his men is snatched up by some kind of invisible web. The other subordinate is dumbfounded, completely unable to process what just happened. In the next instant, he too is caught and yanked away into the sky. The commander is left alone, screaming for whatever is hiding to show itself. He braces for a fight, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and terror. Looking up, he's greeted by the horrifying sight of a massive spider demon with a woman's face. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the courtyard as the creature descends upon him. At that very moment, our boy and his disciples are calmly walking out of the temple, completely unaware of the chaos. Suddenly, our boy stops in his tracks, recognizing the distant screams as Zhuge Yunfan's voice. His disciples are terrified, asking if they should really proceed, but he tells them to stay close, they're going in. They follow the sound to a deserted courtyard, but there's no sign of anyone. Zhang Yijian immediately senses it. The atmosphere here is completely off, thick with a sinister aura. In the next instant, a monstrous shadow with glowing red eyes looms over the building, startling his disciples. Without a moment's hesitation, our boy whips out his sword, a purple energy swirling around it. A strange web-like projectile suddenly shoots out of nowhere, aimed directly at Zhao Yirong. He moves in a flash, pulling Zhao Yirong to safety while his glowing sword deflects the attack. Another web flies out, this time for Jiang Yayun, but he's already there to shield her from harm. With both disciples behind him, he warns them to be on guard. There's a strange beast here, and it's hostile. Jiang Yayun suddenly screams for her master to look up at the horrifying sight above them. Turns out, it's Zhuge Yunfan and his crew, all wrapped up like cocoons and hanging from a massive web. While one of them desperately begs for help, the other has lost all hope, convinced they're all about to die. The beast finally reveals herself, a grotesque spider woman who mockingly congratulates Zhang Yijian for being the first to ever escape her trap. Our boy just scoffs at the ugly creature, completely unfazed, as she asks if he's really trying to block her path. The spider woman then proposes a little game. If he wins, she'll let everyone pass, and he cautiously asks for the rules. The challenge is to rescue the captives within 15 minutes, but as she speaks, a horde of mummy-like monsters bursts from the ground. Without a shred of hesitation, Zhang Yijian accepts the deal and launches himself toward the trapped disciples. He immediately unleashes a storm of glowing shards, pinning the summoned beasts right where they stand. Before they can even react, he closes the distance and delivers a bone-shattering kick to the nearest monster. One of the trapped disciples, Zhuge Yunfan, screams for our boy to stay back, warning him the beast is a 6th-rank monster. But Zhang Yijian's attack is already a flash of blinding light, engulfing one of the mummy beasts. The glowing shards swarm the creature, wrapping around it with incredible speed. In an instant, the monster is completely sealed within a glowing cocoon. His disciples, Jiang Yayun and Zhang Chao, watch in horror and cry out, thinking their master just got himself killed. The Spider-Woman lets out a wicked laugh, sneering that he died just like that, no different from trash. But her laughter is cut short, as the cocoon of light suddenly erupts in a massive explosion. She's left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. Because from the smoke emerges Zhang Yijian, completely unharmed, and already moving to free the captives. With a few clean slashes of his sword, the webs are severed, and the rival disciples fall to the ground, finally free. His disciples, Jiang Yayun and Zhang Chao, are ecstatic, realizing their master is completely unharmed. The Spider-Woman, however, is absolutely losing her mind, screaming about how it's impossible he broke free. But our boy isn't done yet, unleashing a devastating sword technique on her summoned mummy beasts. The trash-tier minions are instantly vaporized in a massive explosion. She's taken aback for a moment, but a wicked smile starts to spread across her face. Turns out, she finds this whole thing incredibly amusing, saying it's the most fun she's had in a century. Zhang Yijian, now flanked by his disciples, calmly tells her he won their little game and it's time to pass. To everyone's surprise, she agrees that a bet is a bet and simply tells them to come on in. The freed contestants are still on the ground, completely dumbfounded, and asking if they can really leave now. Zhang Yijian just turns back and yells at them to stop standing around and get a move on. The freed contestants quickly make their exit, not wanting to stick around for another second. But the spider demon woman isn't happy at all, complaining that she hasn't had enough fun yet. Inside the temple, the leader of the other group thanks our boy for saving them, but Zhang Yijian coldly brushes it off. His subordinates are fuming at the arrogance, suggesting they take him out, but their leader tells them to be patient and wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yijian and his disciples hit a dead end, but he's certain the map showed a path forward. Trusting his instincts, our boy approaches the wall and places his hand on the cold stone. Just as he suspected, his touch reveals a hidden mechanism. A keyhole appears right before their eyes. He smirks, realizing they've found the lock, but now they have a new problem. There's no key in sight. Without missing a beat, he orders his disciples to spread out and search the entire hall. The rival group sees this and decides they'd better start looking too, not about to let Zhang Yijian get ahead. While the rival group searches, a small, sinister-looking spider crawls unnoticed up a nearby pillar. The creature stealthily makes its way onto the neck of the red-haired commander, who's completely oblivious. With a faint purple glow, the spider sinks its fangs into the commander's flesh. He flinches from the sharp pain, brushing it off as a mosquito bite, but his subordinate can tell something's not right. Meanwhile, Zhang Yijian's disciples report back, confirming their side of the hall is also a dead end. The rival team comes up empty-handed too, leaving their leader dumbfounded about where the key could possibly be. Our boy connects the dots, realizing every level has a guardian, and the key must be with the human-faced spider outside. With a new plan in mind, he tells his disciples to stay put while he goes to confront the beast alone. He reassures them with a smirk, promising to make it quick as he strides confidently towards the exit. But before he can even take a step, the floor is suddenly swarming with a horde of squeaking, purple glowing spiders. The tiny spiders crawl up everyone's legs, their purple glow a sinister warning. The rival cultivators completely lose their cool, screaming as the swarm covers them. Even their leader is dumbfounded, watching his men get devoured by the creepy crawlies. Zhang Yijian's disciples are no better, trapped in a sea of skittering legs and fangs. But our boy has already bypassed the fodder, calmly asking the spider demon for the key. The guardian grins, amused that he actually came back to face her. She agrees to hand over the key, but only if he can survive 2 of her little games. With a twisted smile, she boasts that for 100 years, her game of death has remained undefeated. Leaning in close, she tells him the first game is simple. See if he can save his disciple. Before he can even process the threat, the spider demon lunges, and he realizes he's already a step behind. While Zhang Yijian is occupied, Jiang Yayun is already in the thick of it, slicing through the disgusting swarm. Zhao Yirong unleashes a massive burst of lightning, frying dozens of the creepy crawlies in one go. The other cultivators, however, are completely out of their league, screaming for help as they're swarmed. Even their commander realizes they've walked right into a death trap. Zhang Chao tries to keep a brave face, telling her senior sister that these little spiders are nothing to worry about. But just as she says that, a nearby stone wall begins to crack and explode outwards. From the dust emerges a new kind of nightmare, a hulking, humanoid spider beast. This thing is on a whole different level from the trash-tier bugs they were just fighting. And of course, it didn't come alone. An entire squad of these elite monsters roars into existence. Both disciples are left completely dumbfounded, realizing the real game has just begun. The new spider warriors roar, their dark energy practically suffocating the room. Jiang Yayun, ever the brave one, charges forward with her glowing sword, refusing to be intimidated. But her courage means nothing. The monster effortlessly boots her into the air like a rag doll. Zhang Chao tries to back her up, blasting another one of the beasts with a palm strike. It's completely useless as the creature tanks the hit and slams a fist right into her gut. Both disciples are sent tumbling across the floor, utterly defeated by the sheer power gap. Meanwhile, the red-haired commander is cornered, screaming for the monsters to stay away from him. The spider warriors get right in his face, their fangs dripping, and he braces for the end. But in a bizarre twist, the monsters suddenly leap right over his head, completely ignoring him. Turns out, he was never the target. The entire squad lands perfectly, surrounding the two disciples. The spider warriors were just the opening act. Now, a horde of shadowy demons descends upon the helpless disciples. But just as they're about to be torn apart, our boy Zhang Yijian arrives, absolutely radiating with fury. He doesn't even hesitate, blasting straight through the demonic ranks like they're made of paper. Watching from the sidelines, the red-haired commander is completely dumbfounded, realizing he's in the presence of a true monster. The shadow demons roar, trying to swarm him, but they have no idea who they're messing with. Zhang Yijian's rage boils over. He can't believe these trash-tier beasts dared to even touch his students. He gathers his power and unleashes a massive wave of golden energy, promising to destroy every last one of them. The demons are instantly engulfed in the inferno, their roars turning to screams as they're vaporized. In a flash, the entire battlefield is cleansed, leaving only our boy standing amidst the dissipating energy. He calmly turns to his disciples to make sure they're okay, and all they can do is swoon over how unbelievably cool their master is. Just as they catch their breath, a sinister purple energy coalesces above them, signaling the arrival of a far greater threat. The spider demon woman emerges from the vortex, cackling that the real game is just getting started. Zhang Yijian immediately shoves his disciples behind him, ready to face whatever this new monster throws at them. With a disgusting flick of her tongue, the demon reveals a golden key, the prize for her next twisted trial. She lays out the rules. It's a simple key, snatching battle, but if he loses, everyone in the room dies. Zhang Chao anxiously warns him that it's probably a trap, but our boy just smirks, saying tricks are useless against absolute power. The spider demon finds his confidence hilarious, mocking him for letting 2 easy wins go to his head. She looms over him, calling him a mere toy and questioning how he dares to even challenge her. To prove her point, she reveals a massive web littered with the bodies of past challengers, boasting that he'll soon join them. Done with the pleasantries, she unleashes a storm of energy spikes, screaming that none of them will be leaving here alive. But for our boy, this rain of trash-tier energy spikes is nothing more than a light show. He moves with impossible speed, effortlessly weaving through the deadly barrage without a single scratch. It's a masterclass in evasion, making the demon's ultimate attack look like a complete joke. The demon is dumbfounded that he dodged, but Zhang Yijian just scoffs that such clumsy tricks are useless against him. Thinking fast, she spits out a massive, sticky web, hoping to trap him mid-air. For a moment, it looks like her strategy worked, as our boy gets caught in the glowing snare. Hess completely wrapped up, and the demon thinks she's finally got him right where she wants him. She cackles, screaming that he's going to pay dearly for his arrogance and is about to die. But she celebrated way too early, as he effortlessly shatters the web and begins to channel his true power. He unleashes his signature technique, the limitless hand, smashing the demon with a colossal fist of golden energy. The demon screams as she's completely crushed between the 2 massive golden hands. She's sent flying, utterly baffled as to how a mere human could defeat her so easily. Her body slams into the ground, the force of the impact sending out a wave of fire. Zhang Yijian dives in to deliver the final blow, ready to end this once and for all. But just as he's about to strike, he feels a sudden killing intent right behind him. Out of nowhere, a muscular warrior appears and grabs him, completely stopping his attack cold. His disciples can only scream his name, watching in horror as their master is betrayed. The spider demon laughs, asking if he really thought this fight would be that simple. Turns out, this warrior was her backup plan all along, a hidden pawn to take him down. The traitorous warrior heaves our boy into a pit of blazing energy, thinking the job is done. But the spider demon is left absolutely dumbfounded, realizing he's protected by a divine-level defensive armor. Zhang Yijian just blasts out of the inferno without a single scratch on him. She can't process it, screaming that it's impossible for anyone to survive her ultimate trump card. With her final shriek, she dissolves, leaving behind a shimmering golden key as the floor's reward. His disciples, Jiang Yayun and Zhang Chao, immediately rush to his side, frantically asking if he's okay. Our boy just smirks, dangling the key and telling them that trash-tier ambushes like that could never hurt him. He then announces that it's time to move on, promising to take them to the 7th layer. Wasting no time, He walks over to a hidden wall and inserts the key into a lock. The wall slides open, revealing a swirling purple portal to the next, even deadlier, stage of the trial. Our boy tells his disciples to head on in, gesturing towards the swirling purple vortex. But before they can move, another group of cultivators appears, completely shocked to find the portal just sitting open. The newcomers grin, thinking they've hit the jackpot and can just piggyback off someone else's hard work. Wasting no time, the 3 freeloaders sprint right past our crew and dive headfirst into the portal. They all emerge into the 7th layer of the Thunder Temple, a surprisingly serene and lush forest. Zhang Yijian takes it all in, remarking to his disciples that this place is a completely different world. Suddenly, his system dings with a notification. A new disciple candidate named Meng Qi is nearby, catching him completely off guard. His thoughts are immediately interrupted by the sound of a strange chant echoing through the trees. He and Zhang Chao whip their heads around, utterly confused by the bizarre scene unfolding before them. It's a creepy procession of cultists carrying some kind of idol, chanting about summoning gods and offering sacrifices. The system confirms his suspicion, showing him an image of a terrified little girl named Meng Qi, his new disciple target. Zhang Yijian's eyes widen as he realizes the cult's intended sacrifice is the very girl he's supposed to recruit. Without a second thought, our boy steps forward, demanding to know what god requires the life of a child. The cult leader is having none of it, warning Zhang Yijian to mind his own business or face the consequences. Meanwhile, the 3 freeloaders who snuck in are also exploring the forest, noting the strange aura and the overwhelming presence of a powerful sword. They immediately get on high alert, realizing they've stumbled upon something big. Turns out, the source of the energy is a massive, ancient Buddha statue clutching a divine, flaming sword. Elsewhere, another group led by an old master spots the statue, and the elder goes absolutely wild with joy, screaming that he's finally found it. Convinced the divine sword is his for the taking, the elder makes a mad dash towards the statue. But just as he gets close, the stone statue's eyes slowly begin to open, and it is not looking friendly. The greedy elder's celebration is cut short as the giant Buddha statue grabs him like a rag doll. Back with our boy, the cult leader raises his strange staff, clearly not impressed by the interruption. He gives Zhang Yijian a 3-second countdown, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Without waiting, the leader unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy, screaming for him to die. But Zhang Yijian is too fast, effortlessly scooping up his disciples and leaping clear of the blast. He lands gracefully and declares that the little girl is destined to be with him, demanding they release her. The girl, Meng Qi, is terrified, pleading with him to run because these men are envoys of the gods. Zhang Yijian is dumbfounded, wondering what on earth she means by messenger. The cult leader just smirks, revealing he knows our boy is from the outside world and has killed plenty like him. The other cultists chime in, yelling at him to get lost and stop delaying their sacred sacrifice. Our boy has had enough, repeating his demand one last time. Let the girl go. The cult leader just laughs, calling him an arrogant ant for daring to challenge them. That's the last straw. Zhang Yijian blitzes forward, his patience completely gone. He slams a fiery fist right into the leader's gut, sending the so-called messenger flying. Meng Qi watches in absolute terror, thinking they're all doomed for striking a divine envoy. The leader is utterly enraged that an outsider dared to touch him and screams for his men to kill him. Zhang Yijian scoffs, calling them worthless rabble as he summons his massive golden infinite hand. The giant palm of energy comes crashing down, flattening the charging cultists like insects. The leader is completely dumbfounded, realizing this kid actually has some serious power. Deciding his trash tier minions are useless, he summons his own powerful staff, ready to step in himself. The leader unleashes his ultimate attack, a swarm of screaming purple souls that erupt from his staff. Our boy just scoffs, calling him an ungrateful wretch for trying to kill the very person who saved the girl. He doesn't even bother dodging, deciding to just give this clown a quick and decisive end. The leader's mind shatters. He can't believe his spirit, refined for 10 long years, was just broken by raw physical power. Before he can even process the shock, Zhang Yijian's fist slams into his chest with a sickening crunch. He collapses to the ground, his last thoughts being that this level of power is simply impossible. Meng Qi watches in horror, her little mind unable to comprehend that her big brother just killed a divine messenger. With the threat neutralized, Zhang Yijian casually turns to the girl and asks how she plans on repaying him. She looks down, explaining that she's just an orphan who begs for a living and has nothing to her name. But our boy just smiles, telling her to become his disciple so he can take care of her, leaving the girl completely dumbfounded. The little girl can hardly believe it, asking if he's serious, and our boy just gives her a reassuring smile and a pat on the head. Overjoyed, she leaps into his arms, and just like that, the system dings, confirming he's successfully recruited another disciple. But her joy turns to panic as she urges her new master to flee, warning him that the villagers will surely report him to their deity. She admits she's never actually seen this so-called deity, but she knows it's always been there, granting the villagers immense power. Suddenly, we're back with his other disciples, who report that the map's destination is on the 8th level, but they need to find a guardian to proceed. Hearing this, their new little sister confidently chimes in, announcing that she knows exactly where the guardian is. She leads them through the woods, following a flock of birds to a hidden location. They arrive to find a group of cultists groveling before a stone monument, begging a sword god for mercy because their offering was stolen. And right on cue, the so-called sword god appears from the sky, absolutely livid that these useless fools failed to protect his offering. He unleashes a terrifying aura, screaming at them for their incompetence before preparing to strike them down. The sword god doesn't hesitate for a second, smacking his pathetic followers aside for their incompetence. He then turns to the monument, demanding to know where his real enforcers, the sword slaves, are hiding. As if on command, a new trio of cultivators emerges from the forest, kneeling and ready to serve. The sword god, seething with rage, orders them to hunt down the thief who stole his offering and kill them on sight. With his new lackeys on the job, the deity leaves the original trash-tier worshippers knocked out cold on the ground. Meanwhile, our boy and his disciples are closing in, with Meng-Chi explaining she found the guardian's location when she got lost. She confidently points the way, sure that they're just about to find what they're looking for. But as they get closer, the other disciples suddenly stop, pointing at something completely unexpected. Before them stands a colossal Buddha statue, radiating a strange energy in the desolate woods. Zhang Yijian is just as surprised, but he senses something else, a powerful sword intent coming directly from the statue. The giant Buddha statue suddenly cracks, its stone shell crumbling away. Turns out, it wasn't a statue at all, but a prison for a monstrous guardian beast. Meng-Chi points, shouting that this is the guardian she was trying to find. Our boy and his disciples are completely dumbfounded. This is not what they were expecting. Zhang Chao tells the others to search the body, remembering the guardian holds the key to the 8th level. But Zhang Yijian is already suspicious, wondering why the guardian is dead and who could have possibly beaten them here. Just as he predicted, his disciples report back that the key is nowhere on the beast's corpse. Suddenly, our boy's instincts flare as a blur of motion cuts through the air. He feels a lethal killing intent aimed right at his neck. Zhang Yijian dodges just in time as one of the sword god's new lackeys launches a surprise attack. Our boy is completely blindsided when he recognizes one of the attackers as Han Shan, a guy who had previously offered to help. Before he can even process the betrayal, 2 more disciples drop from the sky, their blades glowing with a sinister purple energy. Zhang Yijian effortlessly leaps over their pincer attack, the ground erupting where their swords collide. As he lands, he notices their eyes are completely vacant and realizes they're nothing more than puppets being controlled. Deciding not to kill these poor souls, he summons his golden infinite hand to non-lethally smack them out of commission. Just then, the real mastermind, the so-called sword god, emerges from the woods, smirking that he's found the one who stole his offerings. The sword god wastes no time, launching a massive blue sword wave straight at our boy. But Zhang Yijian isn't even phased, casually raising a single finger to effortlessly deflect the attack. The sword god is left completely dumbfounded, his arrogant expression twisting into pure disbelief. With a cold look, Zhang Yijian informs the trash-tier god that his little game is over, and today, he's going to die. The sword god gets blasted back by a pillar of golden energy, screaming as his attack is completely nullified. He lands, shocked, but manages to read our boy's power, identifying him as an early-stage tribulation cultivator. The god scoffs, convinced that his status as a divine artifact's embodiment means he can crush this mortal like an ant. But before he can act, a blinding flash of light erupts from Zhang Yijian's direction. The sword god shields his eyes, completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming brilliance. The source of the light? Our boy, casually sitting on a literal mountain of divine artifacts he just dumped out. The self-proclaimed god's mind shatters, his ego crumbling as he realizes how utterly worthless he is in comparison. With the trash-tier god mentally broken, Zhang Yijian ignores him and pulls out a talisman, announcing he's found it. His disciples appear, and he explains to a curious Zhang Chao that it's an artifact for locking onto a specific aura. He then pulls out a compass, declaring that with the guardian dead, this will lead them straight to the key. Suddenly, a squad of worshippers storms through the forest, shouting that they've finally found their sword god. Their leader points an accusing finger, screaming that this is the guy who stole all their precious offerings. Our boy is just confused, watching his compass point directly at this unfolding drama. The sword god, meanwhile, tries to regain his composure, telling himself that his noble status is absolute. A greedy thought crosses his mind, hell, just take all of that mortal's divine artifacts as compensation. But then Zhang Yijian's compass locks on, and he realizes with a shock that the key is on the sword god himself. Meng Qi desperately warns him that he's facing a god, but our boy just scoffs, calling him a simple sword spirit. The god is utterly floored. His true identity is exposed, and he knows he must kill them all to keep his secret. He unleashes his full aura, confident that his raw pressure will be enough to intimidate these fools into submission. Zhang Yijian, completely unfazed, casually asks his disciples if any of them want a sword spirit, offering to gift him to them. Zhang Chao's eyes turn to hearts as she immediately calls dibs, saying the sword spirit is super cool and she wants him. The so-called sword god is left fuming in the background, completely ignored and treated like a common prize. His loyal worshippers are absolutely livid, screaming that these heathens have offended a god and will surely face divine punishment. Our boy just casually tells the spirit that his disciple has taken a liking to him, so he should just surrender obediently. Enraged beyond words, the sword god unleashes his power, forming a massive energy sword to strike them down for their insolence. But Zhang Yijian isn't even fazed, raising a single hand as a massive golden palm materializes above him, giving one last chance to give up. The two colossal attacks collide, and our boy coldly states that if he doesn't take this chance, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The sword god's attack is instantly shattered, and he's sent flying backwards with a pathetic scream. He's caught in an invisible grip, struggling and contorting as if being crushed by an entire mountain. The spirit is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this mortal, who just broke into the tribulation stage, could possibly resist his divine aura. Without a word, our boy unleashes his limitless hand, a flurry of fiery strikes that slams into the so-called god. He mocks the spirit, saying he thought he was stronger, but it turns out he was just putting on a show. With a smug grin, Zhang Yijian decides that this little scuffle is pretty much settled. The sword god can only scream as he's pummeled by an endless barrage of golden energy fists. His worshippers are left speechless, their minds unable to process that their god is getting absolutely thrashed. The spirit crashes to the ground, utterly broken, and wondering how this could possibly be happening. Zhang Yijian casually strolls up to the defeated god, towering over him like he's nothing but trash. He then gives the spirit a simple choice: submit and live, or resist and die. The sword god is terrified, realizing he's never faced an opponent this monstrous in his entire existence. Swallowing his divine pride, he immediately begs for his life, offering to sign a contract and become a weapon for the disciple. Zhang Yijian looks down at the pathetic god and simply demands he hand over the key. Terrified, the sword god immediately complies, materializing the glowing blue artifact without hesitation. Our boy pats him on the head like a dog, sarcastically praising him for being wise enough to know when he's beaten. He then calls over Zhao Yirong, announcing that this divine spirit is now her personal weapon. She eagerly begins the binding contract, forcing her spiritual energy into the defeated sword god. The spirit screams as his essence is forged back into his true form, a magnificent flaming sword. Zhao Yirong is ecstatic, marveling at the sheer power radiating from her new divine weapon. With the new toy secured, Zhang Yijian uses the key, declaring that the final layer is all that's left. He leads his disciples through the swirling portal, ready for whatever challenge awaits them. But what they find on the other side is just carnage, a field of defeated warriors, leaving them utterly confused. Before they can even process the scene, a squad of border soldiers barrels through on horseback, yelling for everyone to move. Our boy reacts in a flash, grabbing both Jiang Yayun and Zhang Chao, and pulling them out of the path of the stampede. The horses neigh and rear in the chaos, their riders struggling to maintain control amidst the urgency. One of the soldiers glares down at the group, angrily asking if they have a death wish for blocking their path. Just as things get tense, a general rides up and orders his subordinate to stop harassing the civilians. The soldier immediately snaps to attention, offering a quick apology to his commander. The general then turns to Zhang Yijian with a more reasonable tone, asking if he was startled by the commotion. He warns them this is a dangerous battlefield and they should leave. But his advice is cut short by an urgent report. A panicked scout screams that the first line of defense has fallen and a horde of monstrous invaders is pouring in. The general's expression hardens as he draws his sword, roaring at his men to prepare to face the enemy. Without a second thought, the general roars for his soldiers to follow him and charge straight into the enemy ranks. Our boy Zhang Yijian is left dumbfounded, realizing the so-called 8th level is a full-blown battlefield. His disciples rush over with a map, as Jiang Yayun points out that the red dots on it seem to be moving. Intrigued, Zhang Yijian takes the map from her for a closer look. He confirms her observation. The red dots are definitely moving, and they're getting closer to their position. A chilling thought hits him as he connects the dots. Could these markers represent the invading horde? Meanwhile, the general is already deep in the fray, his blade glowing as he cuts down the first monster. He's a one-man army, a whirlwind of steel and fury against the tide of invaders. The general screams that they must hold the line, as the main military camp is just behind them. But his impressive display only attracts the wrong kind of attention, as an elite squad of invaders smirks, their leader claiming the general's head. Just as predicted, the elite invader squad makes its move, tearing through the soldiers with terrifying speed. The general is caught completely off guard, dumbfounded by the sheer power of this new foe. The beast-like warrior grins, lunging forward while boasting that he's about to taste the general's blood. He lands a devastating blow, and even though the general blocks, the force sends him reeling backwards. Seeing their leader in peril, the loyal soldiers scream for his protection and charge in without a second thought. They surround the monster with their spears, but he just smirks, effortlessly deflecting their attacks with a burst of dark energy. With a single powerful shockwave, the invader sends the entire squad of soldiers flying like ragdolls. The general watches in horror, realizing the invaders have evolved and that this fight is utterly hopeless. Left with no choice, he swallows his pride and screams for his men to retreat before they're all wiped out. But just as all hope seems lost, a figure drops from the sky. Our boy Zhang Yijian has finally arrived. The general is completely dumbfounded, asking why our boy is here, and realizing he must be the mysterious red dot he saw earlier. He frantically shoves Zhang Yijian back, screaming for him to leave because he can no longer offer any protection. But the invader is having none of it, roaring that since he's here, no one gets to leave alive as he unleashes a vicious energy slash. The general's blood runs cold. He knows there's no way he can dodge or block an attack that fast. In a flash, Zhang Yijian simply raises his hand and effortlessly shatters the deadly purple energy into a million pieces. The beast man is left completely speechless, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to figure out what just happened. Even the general can't believe his eyes, wondering how this kid just nonchalantly blocked the invader's lightning-fast attack. Our boy calmly explains that the general can't die just yet, not until he figures out what this whole red dot business is about. The invader, finally snapping out of his shock, puffs out his chest and tells Zhang Yijian to get lost if he values his life. Zhang Yijian just smirks back, pointing out how the monster just told him to die and now wants him to leave, asking if he's getting scared. Enraged, the beastman roars that our boy is looking for death and lunges forward with his claws out. But before his attack can even land, Zhang Yijian casually catches his wrist, stopping him dead in his tracks. With a flick of his arm, he slams the invader face first into the dirt with bone-shattering force. The beastman can only lie there, his mind reeling in pure disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Zhang Yijian doesn't give him a second to recover, driving a powerful knee straight into his jaw. The impact is so immense it cracks the very ground beneath them, sending shockwaves outwards. Our boy stands over his opponent's broken form, not even breaking a sweat after that one-sided beatdown. The general is completely dumbfounded, his jaw on the floor as he tries to process what just happened. His soldiers are just as shocked, realizing this mysterious stranger is leagues stronger than their own commander. Seeing their leader get absolutely demolished in seconds, the rest of the invading horde panics and starts to flee for their lives. The general bows deeply, apologizing for his earlier foolishness and admitting he never recognized our boy's true strength. Overjoyed by his humble nature, the general insists on hosting a grand feast that very night to properly thank him. Zhang Yijian agrees without hesitation, and the two men shake on it, a new alliance forged in battle. As the full moon rises, the border camp transforms from a battlefield into a place of celebration. The general raises his cup, leading a toast to their savior as Zhang Yijian and his disciples enjoy the feast. It doesn't take long for the alcohol to flow, and Meng Qi can only watch as her senior sisters are already getting wasted. Seeing the writing on the wall, she decides to be the responsible one and slips off to prepare their beds. An hour later, the sounds of revelry have faded, leaving the camp in a peaceful quiet. Turns out even our boy has his limits, as he's found completely passed out cold on his bed. Poor Meng Qi is left to deal with the aftermath, grumbling as she struggles to drag her two drunk senior sisters home. With her master and senior sisters finally tucked in, Meng Qi sighs in relief, her job finally done. Exhausted from playing babysitter, she decides it's time for her to get some well-deserved rest too. Meanwhile, our boy and his disciples are lost in a blissful, drunken dream, completely unaware of the world. But as morning comes, Zhang Chao starts to stir, feeling uncomfortably hot and disoriented. Suddenly, a scream rips through the morning quiet, echoing from their tent. Zhang Yijian is jolted awake, his heart pounding as he tries to figure out what's going on. His two disciples are also awake, clutching their robes in a panic, asking if anything happened while they were drunk. Our boy is dumbfounded, his memory a complete and utter blank slate. Just then, a sleepy Meng-Chi enters, explaining that they all drank way too much and she had to carry them in. He desperately asks for confirmation that nothing happened, and Meng-Chi reassures the panicked trio they just slept like logs. The whole group breathes a collective sigh of relief, glad their drunken night didn't lead to any disasters. Later, our boy checks his system map, which shows a glowing red dot marking the key to the next level. He's suddenly on high alert, realizing the red dot has moved from its previous position. Just then, the friendly border general arrives with his men, announcing he's brought them a hearty breakfast. Forgetting all their worries, Jiang Yayun and Zhang Chao's eyes light up at the sight of a perfectly roasted chicken. The general smiles, telling them to eat slowly as there's plenty more where that came from. But Zhang Yijian is too preoccupied, wondering why the general himself is the red dot on his map, and asks his system for answers. The system reveals the truth. The general is the guardian of the 8th level, and his entire existence is dedicated to fighting a foreign race. He asks the system how to get the key, and the answer is grim. He must annihilate the foreign race to fulfill the general's lifelong wish. The general notices our boy isn't eating, but Zhang Yijian, now burdened with this new mission, says he's not hungry and asks to hear the general's story instead. The general begins his tale, explaining he's just a simple warrior at heart. He recounts how he followed his father onto the battlefield from a young age, a life forged in conflict. The story turns grim as he reveals his family and friends all perished in the endless war. Now, his entire existence is fueled by an irreconcilable hatred for this foreign race. Our boy steps up, confidently telling the general he can help him achieve his lifelong wish. But the general just scoffs, admitting that while Zhang Yijian is strong, annihilating an entire race is an impossible fantasy. Dismissing the offer, he tells them to rest up while he returns to his military duties. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yijian tells his disciples he's heading out to the lands of the other races. Before they can even protest, our boy is a blur, rocketing off into the wilderness. As he travels, he wonders to himself what makes these enemies so notoriously difficult to eradicate. Suddenly, our boy freezes mid-step, sensing a strange and sinister aura nearby. Peeking into a hidden cave, he's dumbfounded by the sight of countless glowing blue eggs. He realizes this isn't just a cave, it's a massive, pulsating hatchery for the enemy race. Inside, a powerful-looking king sits on a throne as his newly hatched minions hail him. The king rallies his fresh army, declaring their one true purpose is to conquer all of humanity. Hiding in the trees, Zhang Yijian finally understands this. Mother Nest is the source of their endless numbers, but his killing intent leaks out for a split second, and the Horde King immediately senses his presence. Without a word, the king launches himself forward, firing a massive energy blast right at our boy's hiding spot. The attack slams into the forest with devastating force, vaporizing everything in its path. As the smoke clears, the tree Zhang Yijian was hiding behind is completely obliterated. The Horde King stands dumbfounded, wondering if he was just seeing things since his attack hit nothing. Turns out, our boy was just too fast, having already dodged the blast and bolted through the forest. He makes a beeline for the human encampment, where soldiers are busy training for the next big fight. The border general rallies his troops, warning them that the enemy has been active and they need to be ready. Just then, Zhang Yijian zips into the camp, announcing he has critical information for the general. He declares with absolute certainty that he's discovered the one true weak point of the enemy race. The general is all ears as Zhang Yijian reveals the existence of a mother nest that spawns their endless army. But some other commanders immediately shut him down, calling it nonsense they've never seen in all their years of exploring. Zhang Yijian pleads with the general to trust him, promising total annihilation of the enemy if they just cooperate. His plan is simple and insane. He'll storm the nest alone while the army cuts off any and all escape routes. The commanders are split. One calls Zhang Yijian's plan total nonsense, but the other admits the risk might be worth the reward. The general mulls it over, knowing that entering the northern stronghold is basically a suicide mission. But against all odds, he decides to trust our boy. Asking what the plan is, Zhang Yijian tells him to bring 300 soldiers to guard the pass. That very night, a small, elite force led by Zhang Yijian and his disciples zips through the sky under the full moon. They soon arrive at their destination, a desolate, ominous-looking cave entrance nestled deep in the mountains. Zhang Yijian orders the general to station his men here, creating a perimeter to ensure nothing gets out alive. But it turns out the skeptical commanders followed them, mocking the idea that such a powerful race would ever need to escape. Our boy finally snaps, telling the loudmouth commander he's had enough of his constant whining. Before things escalate, the general steps in, grabbing his subordinate and telling him to just trust the plan now that they're here. Zhang Yijian then turns to his disciples, ordering them to assist the general in intercepting any enemy forces. With his disciples posted, our boy announces he's going in alone to face the horde. The skeptical commanders just scoff, thinking he's a suicidal fool, but they're curious to see what he's got. Zhang Yijian wastes no time, rocketing deep into the enemy's lair. He quickly realizes the mother nest is massive and will require a special approach to destroy. Suddenly, a swarm of monstrous beasts bursts out, screaming that the human can't get near their nest. But our boy just smirks, declaring their souls are the perfect fuel for the grand formation he's about to unleash. Watching from the entrance, the commanders urge the general to retreat, convinced Zhang Yijian is already dead meat. A colossal explosion erupts from the cave, shaking the entire mountain. The two commanders are left completely dumbfounded, shielding their eyes and asking what in the world just happened. The smoke clears to reveal Zhang Yijian, floating calmly above a crater filled with the vaporized remains of the horde. Yet, our boy is actually disappointed, muttering that his attack was too weak since some of them are still standing. The few survivors, thinking they have a chance, let out a war cry and charge straight at him. With a ferocious yell, Zhang Yijian decides to stop holding back and unleashes a flurry of golden energy. The trash tier monsters are instantly shredded, their bodies tossed around like ragdolls by the sheer force. He realizes there are still more deeper inside, and decides he has to deal with them all at once. Gathering immense power, he unleashes one of his signature moves, the Infinite Hand. The attack slams into the ground, sending a devastating shockwave of pure energy deep into the cave. The remaining horde members are caught completely off guard as the very earth beneath them shatters. They're sent flying into the air, screaming for help as their bodies are torn apart by the overwhelming power. Watching from afar, the general and his commanders are utterly dumbfounded, realizing they were so blind to have mocked a true immortal. Deep within the nest, the Horde King is in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere human could possess such devastating power. His remaining guards are in full-blown panic, crying that if the mother nest is destroyed, their entire race is finished. But the king smacks them aside, scoffing at their cowardice and boasting that no human could possibly contend with him. His guards, ever the sycophants, immediately start hailing their great king, convinced that his personal intervention guarantees their victory. Puffed up with arrogance, the Horde King cloaks himself in a sinister purple aura and declares he'll handle this intruder himself. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian is already pressing forward, his only thought being to destroy the nest and complete the mission. He unleashes another 60 golden palm strikes, a relentless barrage of energy meant to obliterate everything in his path. The Horde King charges headfirst into the onslaught and desperately throws up a purple energy shield to block the attack. A massive explosion erupts as the golden hands slam into the king's desperate defense. Zhang Yijian pauses midair, a flicker of surprise on his face as he realizes his attack didn't just punch straight through. Emerging from the smoke, the Horde King roars that the human brat shouldn't get cocky and charges forward with his massive axe. He channels all his rage into a single, devastating swing meant to cleave our boy in two, but Zhang Yijian dodges the attack with almost insulting ease, slipping right past the blade. He casually asks if this monster is really the king of the so-called other races. Enraged by the disrespect, the king screams for him to die and unleashes a furious spinning attack. Our boy simply leaps over the whirlwind of destruction, completely unfazed. He lands gracefully, calmly noting the overwhelming power behind the king's attacks. The king brings his axe down for a final overhead smash, but Zhang Yijian just sighs, bored of this little game. With a single hand, he effortlessly stops the massive, energy-infused axe blade dead in its tracks. The Horde King is left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what he's seeing. With a surge of golden energy, Zhang Yijian decides to end this farce. He unleashes a shockwave, coldly asking the king if he's ready to die with his entire race. The Horde King is sent flying, completely overwhelmed by a power he can't even comprehend. His personal guards can only stare in disbelief, realizing their invincible king was just one-shotted. The general and our boy's disciples erupt in cheers, their faith in him completely validated. Meanwhile, the commanders who doubted him are sweating bullets, terrified he'll hold a grudge. But Zhang Yijian isn't done. He summons countless flaming hands, preparing to wipe the slate clean. The sky darkens as a meteor shower of pure destruction rains down upon the battlefield. The entire invading horde is caught in the blast, their invasion turning into a mass extinction event. Seizing the moment, the general rallies his troops, ordering them to charge and leave no alien alive. The human soldiers roar in unison, charging forward to mop up the dazed and broken survivors. They clash with the remaining invaders, a brutal melee to ensure not a single one escapes. The general himself leads the charge, cutting down the stragglers with righteous fury. Half an hour passes, and the sounds of battle finally fade into the quiet of the night. Standing over a field of alien corpses, the general proudly declares a complete and total victory for humanity. Zhang Yijian then appears, casually asking the general if he was satisfied with the results. Overwhelmed, the general and his men drop to their knees, thanking our boy for his godlike support. The two skeptical commanders follow suit, begging for forgiveness, but Zhang Yijian just scoffs, saying he never took the antics of clowns to heart. He then turns back to the general, asking if this victory has fulfilled his long-standing wish. The general, practically glowing with emotion, confirms that his life's greatest desire was to annihilate this alien race, a dream he owes entirely to Zhang Yijian. With his wish fulfilled, the general dissolves into light, leaving behind a single, glowing artifact. The skeptical commanders are left dumbfounded, screaming about what just happened to their leader. Zhang Yijian catches the prize, and his system reveals it's the general's order, an item that can summon an entire army. Our boy smirks, realizing this little side quest was more than worth the trouble for such an OP item. Suddenly, the sky cracks open, as swirling purple energy begins to form a massive vortex. The portal stabilizes, and Zhang Yijian stands before it with his disciples, ready to head home. His disciples ask where the gate leads, but he just tells them not to worry. The trial is over. With a confident grin, he leads his followers, telling them it's time to return to the sect. Back in the outside world, a group of cultivators watches as the very same void gate materializes before them. A few arrogant disciples from the Lei Ting sect boast that they'll surely be the first ones to emerge victorious. Other sects are busy bickering, each claiming their own group will be the one to emerge with the divine sword. But just as they argue, the portal flares to life and our boy Zhang Yijian steps out with his disciples, leaving everyone speechless. His newest follower, Meng Qi, looks around in wide-eyed wonder, taking in the sights of the outside world. The Lei Ting contestants are completely dumbfounded, demanding to know what happened to their own sect members. From the sidelines, a smug-looking master strokes his mustache, gloating that the talent he picked was indeed the first one out. The Lei Ting disciples rush forward, getting in Zhang Yijian's face and accusing him of trapping their sect master inside the trial grounds. Our boy doesn't even flinch, coldly telling them their masters simply weren't strong enough and all died. They refuse to believe it, screaming that it's impossible for their powerful leader to have failed when a weakling like him survived. Convinced he must have cheated, the furious disciples draw their swords, ready to dish out some misplaced justice. Their leader gives the order, kill Zhang Yijian and avenge the sect master. The Lei Ting disciples charge in, but our boy Zhang Yijian is faster, unleashing a single, devastating sword strike. A massive fiery explosion erupts from his attack, shocking all the onlookers. The surviving disciples are dumbfounded, realizing he must have actually found the legendary divine sword inside the trial. Zhang Yijian just scoffs, telling them their masters died because they were weak, and he dares them to try their luck. Faced with his overwhelming power, the once arrogant disciples are now frozen in absolute terror. He dismisses the trash-tier challengers without even breaking a sweat, leaving them groveling on the floor. The smug master from before congratulates him, and Zhang Yijian politely says he's tired and ready to head home with his crew. As they leave, he decides they should make a detour to Tianliu City to check on his third disciple, Zhang Chao. Turns out, that's a great idea, because at that very moment, Zhang Chao is desperately fleeing for her life from a pack of hunters. Their leader screams at his men to not let her escape, promising a promotion for whoever kills the city lord. The lead hunter corners her, gloating that there's nowhere left for the city lord to run. Her last loyal men tell her it's hopeless. They're completely surrounded and trapped, but Zhang Chao grits her teeth, snarling that she will never allow Fengai City to annex her home. The pursuers just laugh, telling her to stop struggling since their city lord has reached the tribulation crossing stage. Done with the chatter, the leader screams for his men to kill her, and they charge in with their swords drawn. But just as their blades are about to connect, she whips out a shimmering golden dagger. The artifact unleashes a blinding wave of energy, instantly cutting down all of her attackers. Zhang Chao is left completely stunned, shocked by the overwhelming power she just wielded. Looking at the floating dagger, she realizes this must be the incredible gift her master gave her. She can't believe it. Her master actually gave her a genuine divine-grade weapon. But just as she celebrates, the city lord of Fengai City appears, declaring he's finally found her. He charges forward, screaming that once he captures her, he'll rule over both cities. Suddenly, the golden dagger zips through the air on its own, cutting down even more of his men. Zhang Chao is completely dumbfounded, wondering why the divine weapon is moving by itself. The Fengai City Lord is also caught off guard, staring at the tiny blade rocketing towards him. Before he can even react, the dagger pierces straight through his chest. The sheer force of the impact sends him flying backwards, crashing into the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Chao and her men run for their lives, thinking the weapon has gone berserk and is killing indiscriminately. The dagger finally stops, leaving Zhang Chao to stare down at the gasping Fengai City Lord. Her subordinate checks his pulse and confirms the worst. The man is dead, causing Zhang Chao to panic that this was a huge mistake. The man suggests they take the body back, hoping their own elders have some miracle technique to revive him. Seeing no other choice, Zhang Chao pulls out a spatial ring, deciding to risk it all on this one desperate move. With a brilliant flash, she sucks the city lord's body into the ring for transport. Meanwhile, back at her own city hall, the elders are in a full-blown panic over a challenge letter from that very same city lord. Just as they're about to lose their minds, Zhang Chao calmly walks in and announces her return. An elder asks how the negotiations went, and she explains that she was ambushed and chased out before even getting to talk. The elders are absolutely furious, concluding that Fengai City is dead set on starting a war. But then Zhang Chao casually mentions she accidentally killed someone, presenting the body from the ring and asking if they can save him. The elders gather around the corpse, completely dumbfounded by the sight of the Fengai City Lord's body. One of them checks for a pulse and confirms the grim reality. The man is long gone, beyond any hope of saving. Deciding to get answers, an elder prepares a divination spell to locate the Fengai City Lord and see when the battle began. But the spell doesn't show a battle, it shows the city lord getting absolutely obliterated by a single, brutal punch. Zhang Chao and the elder watch the vision, and she suddenly realizes that the attacker looks incredibly familiar. Staring down at the body, the pieces click into place, and she knows exactly who was responsible for this mess. The elders are losing their minds, demanding to know how she managed to kill a tribulation-crossing realm cultivator. But she just says she didn't. She explains that it wasn't her doing. A divine weapon she received took the initiative and stabbed him to death on its own. The elders connect the dots, realizing this god-tier weapon must have been a gift from her master, who they now see as a true deity. As if on cue, a voice calls out to her, and she turns to see her master Zhang Yijian arriving with all her fellow disciples in tow. The Tianlu elders are completely dumbfounded, stammering out the name Zhang Immortal as they realize who has just arrived. Zhang Chao respectfully greets her master, who tells her there's no need for formalities. He's here to take her back to the sect, but she hesitates, explaining that she has one unresolved issue weighing heavily on her heart before she can leave. Our boy asks what's wrong, and she reveals that the neighboring Fengai city still wants to annex them and has sent a challenge. Even with their lord dead, she knows they won't give up, and Zhang Yijian calmly agrees to wait for her to handle it. Meanwhile, over in Fengai City, the mood is anything but calm. The elders are in an uproar, furious that their lord's life token shattered while he was out trying to kill Zhang Chao. One of them can't believe it, arguing there's no way a trash-tier golden core cultivator could possibly defeat their lord. They all agree that their lord must be avenged, and one suggests a terrifying plan: wake up the old lord to deal with her. The lead elder slams his fist on the table, his mind made up. They will summon their ancient powerhouse to crush Tianlu City. The elders kneel before a massive coffin, begging their old lord to awaken and avenge his murdered son. A dark, oppressive aura begins to leak from the coffin as it starts to tremble violently. Suddenly, a single blood-red eye snaps open on the coffin's surface, ordering them all to march on Tianlu City at midnight. The elders are ecstatic. Their ultimate trump card has answered the call, and revenge is finally within their grasp. Meanwhile, back in Tianlu City, the night is peaceful under a full moon. Our boy Zhang Yijian is just chilling, enjoying some watermelon and remarking on how beautiful the moon is tonight. His disciple, Zhang Chao, approaches, offering him a freshly cooked midnight snack to enjoy. He stands up, touched by her thoughtfulness and ready to dig in. They share a pleasant moment as he takes a piece of chicken, completely unaware of the storm about to break. But just as they relax, the entire wall behind them explodes inward, shattering the peace in an instant. Zhang Yijian and his disciple Zhang Chao are instantly on alert, wondering who dared to attack them. A crew of elders from Fengai City storms in, their leader immediately demanding to know where Zhang Chao is. The commotion brings Tianlu City's own elders running, asking their city lord what on earth is going on. But Zhang Chao is completely unfazed, nonchalantly telling her men not to worry. It's just some trash from Fengai City looking for trouble. The lead Fengai elder points right at her, issuing a challenge for a fight to the death on behalf of his city. She just scoffs at him, telling the fool he's not even remotely qualified to challenge her. He just grins smugly, admitting that while he might be trash tier, he knows someone who is more than qualified. With a flourish, the elder drops to his knees in reverence, formally welcoming their old lord to the stage. A wave of sinister energy erupts as a dark, ominous coffin materializes, crackling with a terrifying purple aura. Both our boy and his disciple are left completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of monstrous being they're dealing with now. A voice roars from the coffin, demanding Zhang Yijian accept a challenge for killing his son. With a final threat to wipe out his entire family, the coffin violently shatters into pieces. From the wreckage emerges a monstrous, muscular old man with wild white hair, radiating an aura of death. Zhang Chao's elders immediately panic, warning her that this new foe is a terrifyingly dangerous corpse cultivator. Despite the clear power gap, her loyal elders bravely charge forward to protect their city lord. The old lord just scoffs at their attempt, calling them a bunch of ants as he unleashes a wave of ghostly energy. His soul-crushing attack instantly overwhelms the elders, who can only scream as they're torn apart. Seeing her men slaughtered, Zhang Chao steps forward, demanding he stop and declaring she accepts his challenge. A surviving elder grabs her, desperately warning that the monster is at the tribulation crossing stage and she's no match for him. But our boy Zhang Yijian finally makes his move, calmly telling the elder that his disciple is no coward. He touches her forehead, telling her to fight without worry, because he's right there behind her. Zhang Chao is dumbfounded as she feels an immense power surge through her, a divine-level technique. The old Lord Fengai scoffs, calling Zhang Yijian an embarrassment for taking a master so much younger than him. But our boy just kicks back in his chair, retorting that the old geezer probably couldn't even defeat his disciple. The ancient corpse cultivator is absolutely livid at being talked down to by some young punk. Screaming that he'll show them true power, he summons a massive, skeletal soul beast from his own aura. The ghostly monstrosity roars, lunging forward to obliterate everything in its path. Using the power her master gave her, Zhang Chao unleashes a brilliant blast of golden energy to meet the attack head-on. But the soul beast's power is on another level, roaring as it smashes right through her technique. She's sent flying backwards, screaming as the sheer force of the tribulation crossing stage cultivator overwhelms her completely. But while his disciple is getting ragdolled, our boy Zhang Yijian is just chilling with a slice of watermelon, telling her to get serious. Fired up by her master's nonchalant command, Zhang Chao roars back with a "Yes, master," and surges forward with newfound power. Vowing not to embarrass him, she unleashes an even more brilliant blast of golden light straight at the enemy. Her attack slams into the ghostly monstrosity, creating a massive explosion of spiritual energy. This time, her power is on another level, completely obliterating the ancient cultivator's soul beast. She's not done yet, manifesting a massive golden formation in the sky and calling the old man a thief. The divine formation hurtles towards old Lord Fengai, who can only look on, completely dumbfounded by this insane power-up. He roars that it's just a small trick, unleashing a swirling vortex of blood-red energy to defend himself. But his desperate counterattack is utterly useless against the sacred power of the golden seal. The formation shatters his defense, and the old corpse cultivator screams as he's blasted back by the overwhelming force. The ancient cultivator is slammed into the ground, utterly broken by the divine attack. His elders are dumbfounded, unable to process how their old lord lost to a golden core stage kid. Zhang Chao just smirks, taunting the old man for being too weak and asking if he needs a top-up. He staggers to his feet, finally realizing she must be using a divine-level technique to be this strong. Spitting blood, he defiantly declares that she can't just kill a tribulation-crossing expert on a whim. Suddenly, a massive, fiery demon materializes behind him, letting out a world-shaking roar. Even Zhang Chao is taken aback, feeling a strange and oppressive aura from this unexpected summon. The demonic beast looms over her, its fiery eyes promising nothing but destruction. Thinking fast, she whips out a golden talisman and commands it to subdue the rampaging creature. The talisman shoots forward like a beam of light, striking the fiery demon square in the chest. To her absolute shock, the talisman has no effect, and she wonders what kind of monster this is. The fiery demon lets out a deafening roar and lunges forward, ready to incinerate her on the spot. But before it can connect, a black streak of energy slams into the area, knocking Zhang Chao aside. The impact creates a massive explosion, completely obliterating the demonic summon in an instant. Thinking their ancestor landed the hit, the Fengai elders erupt in cheers, convinced they've won. Their celebration is cut short when blood suddenly starts raining from the sky, splattering all over their ancestor. In a flash, our boy Zhang Yijian appears, having just punched a hole straight through the old corpse cultivator's chest. He casually remarks that the so-called blood slave was strong but still a bit lacking for a real fight. The ancient ancestor can only gasp in disbelief before his body gives out, collapsing to the ground. His followers are left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how their ultimate trump card was just one-shotted. His disciple, Zhang Chao, is completely awestruck, realizing her master's power is simply monstrous. She knows for a fact that if he hadn't stepped in, that fiery palm strike would-be wiped her off the map. Our boy turns to her, admitting he underestimated the old corpse's hidden tricks and asks if she's hurt. The remaining Fengai elders are in a full-blown panic, screaming that the battle is lost and they need to flee immediately. But their escape route is cut off as the massive city gates slam shut with a deafening thud. Zhang Yijian smirks, asking the trapped elders why they haven't come to greet their new city lord yet. Cornered and terrified, the elders know it's over. They can either surrender now or face certain death. One of them doesn't even hesitate, dropping to his knees to accept defeat and pledge his undying loyalty. The rest of the cowards quickly follow his lead, all kneeling and swearing their allegiance to their new rulers. Zhang Chao sincerely thanks her master for resolving everything, but he just tells his silly disciple not to be so formal. With the city secured, our boy invites his new disciple to come train on the mountain, but she's worried about leaving her people behind. He reassures her he's already found a loyal man named Song. He'd take her place, and even provides a paper puppet for added defense. Holding the token of authority, Zhang Chao makes her decision, her expression hardening with resolve. She publicly announces her departure to cultivate, officially handing over all city affairs to a kneeling and grateful Song He. With all her worries settled, she happily informs her master she's ready to leave, and he tells her they'll set out in the morning. Meanwhile, back at the rival Lei Ting sect, things are far from peaceful. The furious sect master demands to know what happened, as the gravely injured red-haired cultivator gasps out a lie that Zhang Yijian killed the sect master and nearly finished him off too. The Lei Ting advisor suddenly starts coughing violently, spitting up a mouthful of blood. He clutches his chest, struggling to breathe, clearly suffering from a severe internal injury. The other sect members rush to his side in a panic, their faces filled with shock and concern. An elder checks the advisor's pulse only to confirm the grim reality. The man has kicked the bucket. The other sect leaders are in an uproar, convinced that Zhang Yijian not only killed their masters but wiped out their elders too. One fiery elder screams for blood, proposing their three sects unite to crush the Tianyan sect once and for all. But a more level-headed master shuts him down, stating the obvious. Zhang Yijian is an absolute monster they can't beat, even together. Just then, another elder steps forward, claiming he has a plan for revenge, but it's a path so dangerous it's almost unthinkable. He reminds them of the ancient celestial demon clan, a violent race that once slaughtered 100,000 of their people. Turns out, their 5 sects had joined forces long ago to seal the clan's leader away inside a heavily guarded tower. The elder's insane plan is finally revealed. They will unleash this ancient evil and sick it on Zhang Yijian. The others are dumbfounded, calling him crazy for even suggesting it, knowing they'd become sinners of the world if they did. But he grabs one by the collar, snarling that this is their only shot at revenge, and they have no right to object. The scheming elder lays out his diabolical plan. They'll make false promises to the demon clan to get them to fight Zhang Yijian. Once both sides are battered and broken, their sects will swoop in and wipe out both the demons and our boy in one fell swoop. The other elders, their fear now replaced by greed, are completely sold on this perfect idea. With the decision made, the elder rallies the troops, and they immediately head for the legendary Demon Suppression Tower. Under the pale moonlight, they arrive at the ancient pagoda that has held the demon clan captive for ages. The lead elder presents the golden seal, the one and only key to the tower, and unleashes its power to break the seal. A furious, fiery aura erupts from the tower as the celestial demon leader awakens, roaring about how dare these lowly humans disturb him. One of the elders tries to open negotiations, but the demon just scoffs, questioning if they're even worthy to speak to his clan. Done with the pleasantries, the Demon King roars for them all to prepare for their impending doom. As a wave of demonic fire crashes down, one of the elders desperately throws up a barrier, realizing they've made a terrible, terrible mistake. The elder cuts through the demonic rage, asking if the celestial demon clan doesn't want to be freed after 100 years of suppression. This catches the demon leader off guard, who demands to know what this pathetic human is getting at. The elder lays out his trash tier plan. If the demon helps him kill someone, he'll release 100 of his clan members. The demon leader is dumbfounded, questioning if this guy is serious, but the elder swears his word is as good as gold. With the deal on the table, the demon asks for the target's name, and the elder reveals his true motive: kill the peak lord of the 6th peak, Zhang Yijian. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the plot against him, our boy tells his disciples he's been neglecting their training and it's time for them to enter seclusion. He gestures to the training hall, explaining they'll cultivate inside for a full month to sharpen their skills. Zhang Yijian can barely contain his excitement, thinking about the massive cultivation feedback he'll get from 4 disciples training at once. His disciples, ever loyal, bow in unison and accept their master's command without question. With his students safely tucked away to power up, Zhang Yijian heads out, ready to handle his own business. Just as he's about to relax, a sect disciple rushes over, telling our boy the sect leader has summoned him for an urgent matter. Zhang Yijian asks what's so important, and the disciple reveals it has something to do with the Demon Suppression Tower. He arrives at the main hall to find the sect leader and a couple of other peak masters already gathered, looking grim. The sect leader tells him he's arrived at the perfect time, but his tone suggests it's for something terrible. He gestures to a pile of rubble on the table, explaining that the demon suppression tablet has shattered, which is a catastrophic omen. Our boy is completely lost, thinking to himself that he's never even heard of this tower before. The sect leader warns him that this isn't some minor issue. If the tower has a problem, it will unleash a sea of blood upon the world. Before anyone can react, the doors burst open, and a panicked messenger stumbles in, screaming for the sect leader's help. The poor guy collapses face first onto the floor, barely conscious and clearly in a bad way. The peak masters are dumbfounded, and the sect leader recognizes the man's robes, wondering what a disciple from the Black Star sect is doing here. With his last breath, the messenger screams that something terrible has happened. Turns out, the Lei Ting sect made a deal with the sealed Heavenly Demon Clan. The plan was simple: release one war general to assassinate our boy, Zhang Yijian. But the demon general was cut from a different cloth, immediately double-crossing and slaughtering his allies. Instead of following orders, he broke the seal on the demon suppression tower, unleashing his entire clan. The sect leader is horrified. He knows these demons are ruthless killers, some even at the tribulation crossing stage. The messenger begs him to save the world, claiming the Tianyan sect is their only hope. He then collapses, his life force completely spent right at Zhang Yijian's feet. Our boy looks down, a cold realization hitting him. This whole catastrophe was started because someone wanted him dead. The sect leader wastes no time, declaring that all peak lords will mobilize to face the demon horde, with Zhang Yijian leading the main force. Zhang Yijian accepts the mission with a dramatic sigh, lamenting that he must once again dive into trouble to save the people. Meanwhile, the demons are already on a rampage, with one of their generals effortlessly crushing a cultivator's skull. His subordinate cheers him on, remarking that killing these trash-tier humans is as easy as squashing ants. The demon general agrees, sneering that not a single human has been able to put up a decent fight. Just then, another peak lord and his disciples arrive on the scene, flying in to investigate the disturbance. The mustached peak lord lands and is utterly dumbfounded, questioning if everyone in the area has already been wiped out. The demons spot the newcomers, with the general noting that they found a survivor. The mustached peak lord stares in horror, immediately recognizing the monsters as the legendary Heavenly Demon Clan. Suddenly, another peak lord named Qian arrives, his face frozen in shock as he takes in the field of bodies. He can only let out a guttural scream, completely overwhelmed by the bloody massacre before him. Before he can even process the scene, Peak Lord Qian is sent flying like a ragdoll. He hits the ground hard, completely taken out of the fight and writhing in agony. Suddenly, our boy Zhang Yijian appears, and the defeated Peak Lord desperately tells him to run for his life. But the demon general and his crew step forward, scoffing at the idea that anyone gets to run away from them. Zhang Yijian calmly ignores the warning, looking the demon dead in the eye and asking if he's the one responsible. The demon general just smirks, telling him not to soil his pants, because that would ruin all the fun. His subordinates laugh, mocking our boy for not even having a spiritual root, and telling him to beg for a clean death. Zhang Yijian has heard enough, coldly stating they're too noisy, as he unleashes a terrifying golden aura. In an instant, the golden energy lashes out, completely overwhelming the jeering demon subordinates. The demon general is left utterly dumbfounded, as his entire squad is vaporized in a blinding flash of light. The demon general demands to know what's going on, completely baffled as to why his men just dropped dead. Refusing to believe his eyes, he screams that it must be a trick, and summons a massive, flaming sword. He unleashes a furious, fiery slash, unable to comprehend how a mere human could possess such terrifying power. But our boy Zhang Yijian simply glides through the inferno, completely untouched by the flames. He lands gracefully, mocking the so-called Heavenly Demon Clan for losing their minds at the first sign of trouble. Absolutely enraged by the insult, the demon general roars that he's asking for death and swings his blade again. In a flash, Zhang Yijian is right behind him, grabbing the demon in an unbreakable hold and coldly telling him to die. A massive explosion of fire erupts from his hands, engulfing the demon general in his own element. When the smoke clears, there's nothing left but a scorched courtyard and floating embers. But suddenly, the demon's voice echoes out, gloating that not even bones will be left as he holds a ghostly version of our boy. Turns out, the whole thing was just an act, as our boy appears with a smug grin and asks how his performance was. The demon general is completely dumbfounded, stammering how he could possibly still be alive. Before he can even process it, Zhang Yijian blasts him with a torrent of golden energy, sending him flying. The general crashes to the ground, dead, as his subordinates stare in utter disbelief at their fallen boss. Even the captured Peak Lord, who thought he was done for, can't believe his eyes, wondering how a human killed the general. Zhang Yijian just scoffs at the remaining trash-tier demons, telling them to hurry up and come get killed. Pushed over the edge by his sheer arrogance, The subordinates roar in fury and charge forward to avenge their leader. But our boy simply raises his hand, summoning a colossal palm of golden light to meet their pathetic attack. The giant hand slams down, crushing the demons and wiping them from existence in a single, brutal move. Seeing this overwhelming power, the Peak Lord frantically yells for him to wait and leave at least one of them alive. Zhang Yijian casually asks the Peak Lord why he didn't mention wanting a prisoner before he wiped them all out. The Peak Lord catches his breath, admitting that while the demons deserve death, he was hoping for some intel. He explains that with a live general, they could learn the locations and plans of the other demon leaders. Our boy just scoffs, saying that's a simple fix, and to the Peak Lord's confusion, he approaches the dead general. He places a hand on the demon's forehead, channeling a crackling golden energy to read its lingering memories. With a focused glare, Zhang Yijian begins sifting through the dead general's recent thoughts, noting how detailed they are. He sees the general's last moments of consciousness, ordering his troops to slaughter every last human. The memory then reveals their grand strategy: scatter across the land, hide in human cities to recover, and then unite to destroy humanity. He even sees another general, a spiky monstrosity, deciding to lay low in a place called Fengai City. The name clicks for Zhang Yijian, who realizes with a grimace that the demons are heading straight for his disciples' territory. The mustached Peak Lord is dumbfounded, asking if our boy found a clue, and Zhang Yijian confirms the demons are hiding in human cities like Fengai. Without a second's hesitation, he tells the Peak Lord to stay put and recover. He's heading to Fengai City alone. Our boy just waves off the warning, boasting that a few trash-tier demon generals are nothing to worry about as he heads out. Meanwhile, in Fengai City, the night is calm, with no one aware of the lurking danger. A few locals are just minding their business, chatting about going to see a new courtesan at the local pleasure house. But their casual night is cut short when they sense a terrifying presence looming over them from the rooftops. Turns out, a pack of demons from the Celestial Demon Clan is already on the prowl, salivating over the scent of human souls. The demons lunge from the shadows, intent on capturing every last citizen for a midnight snack. Deep inside the city's main hall, their leader meditates, absorbing the local energy to recover his strength. This is Tianhu, another one of the Celestial Demon Clan's generals, and he's the reason our boy is on his way. Just as he's settling in, one of his subordinates scrambles in with some bad news. Another demon general has been killed in battle. Tianhu is disgusted, scoffing that the fallen general was trash tier anyway for losing to mere humans. Just then, the hunting party returns, proudly announcing their successful mission. One of the demons steps forward, presenting a dark orb pulsing with the human souls they just captured for their lord. Without a word, Tianhu rips the souls from the orb, pulling them towards his waiting maw. He greedily devours the essence of the captured citizens in a single gulp. Licking his lips, he remarks how delicious they are, and that it's been too long since he's had such a fine meal. He then orders his men to bring him 100 more souls, claiming it's all he needs to achieve a breakthrough. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian finally arrives at what he believes is the city lord's mansion, ready to snoop around for clues. But as the guards move to block his path, he's left dumbfounded, realizing these two reek of the Celestial Demon Clan's aura. The demon-possessed guards just laugh, calling our boy a trash-tier mortal with no cultivation who dares to claim such a title. Zhang Yijian's patience wears thin, and he warns them to watch their mouths before they regret it. But they're cut from a different cloth, just sneering that they're going to do more than scold him, they're going to chop him to death. Suddenly, an elder emerges from the mansion, demanding to know what all the racket is about. The guards immediately tattle, pointing at Zhang Yijian and claiming he's trying to break in, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light. The moment the elder lays eyes on Zhang Yijian, his face drains of color. He can feel the immense pressure and realizes he's standing before an immortal. He drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness, but one of the guards is too far gone, snarling that he'll kill Zhang Yijian regardless. The elder frantically tries to explain that this is the new city lord's master, but the possessed guard just screams that no one is allowed inside. With a final, chilling roar, both guards charge forward, their minds completely controlled by their demonic masters. Zhang Yijian effortlessly dodges, but a horrifying realization dawns on him: these two have been turned, and the whole mansion is likely infested. Our boy doesn't even flinch, launching a brutal kick that sends the two possessed guards flying. They crash to the ground, the demonic energy sputtering out of them as they're knocked unconscious. Elder Liu is still on the ground, absolutely petrified, and begging the immortal to please calm down. Zhang Yijian tells him to get up and cuts right to the chase, demanding to know if anything unusual has been happening in the city. The elder is dumbfounded, thinking that this whole situation is about as unusual as it gets. But then he remembers something important: there have been multiple reports of people going missing near a place called the Fulai Inn. Zhang Yijian immediately puts the pieces together, This confirms the celestial demon clan has already infiltrated the city. Without wasting another second, he announces he's going to check out the inn himself. He arrives at the Fulai Inn and is immediately greeted by a suspiciously cheerful innkeeper. Playing along, Zhang Yijian takes a seat and orders their best dishes, ready to uncover the demonic rot hiding in this place. The innkeeper's subordinate scurries off, leaving our boy to survey the seemingly. Meanwhile, another customer, a wandering cultivator named Ouyang Wen, finally gets his food delivered by the smiling innkeeper. The cultivator complains about the trash-tier service, grumbling that he almost fell asleep waiting for his meal. But Zhang Yijian isn't focused on the food. His senses are screaming that this entire inn is a trap. He notices the waiter walks with a strange, unnatural gait, a dead giveaway that something is wrong. Looking around, he spots other patrons who are clearly not here to eat, their blades resting on the table. The more he observes, the more certain he is that this isn't just a shady inn, it's a den of killers. Across the room, the thugs whisper amongst themselves, with one noting that their target has no cultivation, making him an easy mark. The leader gives the signal, telling his men to get ready to close the net on their unsuspecting victim. But just as the trap is about to spring, the other customer, Ouyang Wen, suddenly approaches Zhang Yijian's table. Ouyang Wen stumbles forward, his vision blurring as he asks why our boy has so many shadows. Before Zhang Yijian can even react, the man collapses face first onto the table, out cold. Suddenly, the entire inn erupts in chaos, as all the thugs drop to the floor, knocked out by their own poison. The only two left standing are the innkeeper and the waiter, who takes a puff from a pipe, clearly the antidote. The innkeeper just grins, sneering that they're not here to harvest organs, they're here to take lives. Seeing his chance, Zhang Yijian plays along, slumping over the table as if he's also succumbed to the poison. Sometime later, under the pale light of the moon, the scene changes. They've taken our boy to a heavily fortified compound, thinking their plan worked perfectly. Zhang Yijian wakes up to find himself tied tightly to a post, feigning helplessness. He looks around, only to discover the room is filled with other victims, all tied up and unconscious just like him. Our boy's suspicions are confirmed. This is definitely a lair for the Heavenly Demon Clan. The other captive, Ouyang Wen, wakes up and immediately recognizes the horrifying soul-reaping demon array. Suddenly, a massive glowing formation lights up the floor, signaling the start of the grim ritual. The waiter reveals his demonic form, sneering that their deaths will be a worthy contribution to his clan. With a puff, he blows out a strange red candle, damning the insignificant human ants to their fate. All around the room, the other candles extinguish in unison, and the soul reaping begins. Terrified screams fill the air as ghostly souls are ripped from the bodies of the other captives. Ouyang Wen is dumbfounded, wondering how the supposedly suppressed demon clan is running this operation. But he's not about to die like this, secretly channeling his power into a hidden talisman. With a furious roar, he unleashes a massive blade of energy, shattering his bonds to fight back. His energy blast shatters the formation's golden seal, breaking him free in a flash of light. The demons are dumbfounded, not expecting a real cultivator among their trash-tier captives. Ouyang Wen yells for the others to run, vowing to buy them as much time as he can. The demon leader just scoffs and orders his minions to take the wannabe hero down. Bracing himself, Ouyang Wen prepares to fight to the bitter end, channeling his spiritual energy. With a flick of his fan, he unleashes a barrage of sharp, crystalline projectiles. His surprise attack actually works, sending a few of the charging demons flying back. But it's not enough. He's immediately surrounded, and the demons mock his pathetic attempt at heroism. They tell him he's overestimating himself as they rush in, their blades glowing with sinister purple energy. The demonic power slams into him, wrapping around his body and neutralizing him in an instant. But his defiance is short-lived, as a demon brutally smashes a crystal shard right into his gut. Before he can even register the pain, another demon sends him flying with a savage kick. He crashes to the ground, utterly defeated and unable to move a muscle. The other captured victims lose all hope, crying out that they're all dead if even a cultivator is no match for these monsters. Barely conscious, Ouyang Wen can only wonder in disbelief why the legendary Heavenly Demon Clan is even here. Just as despair sets in, a figure steps in front of him, calmly telling him not to be afraid. It's our boy Zhang Yijian, who tells the fallen cultivator to stay back and let him handle the rest. The demons just laugh, mocking yet another pathetic human trying to play the hero, and tell him to just die already. Unfazed, Zhang Yijian simply cracks his knuckles as a golden aura begins to flare around him. He looks at the demonic mob with pure disdain and tells them all to attack at once and stop wasting his time. The demon lackeys laugh at his bravado, thinking this human is all talk as they charge in with their blades drawn. Ouyang Wen panics, trying to pull our boy back and screaming that he's just a mortal playing hero and needs to run. But it's too late. The demons lunge forward, vowing that not a single one of their captives will escape this inn alive. Zhang Yijian just shoves the other cultivator aside with ease, moving with a speed that leaves the man dumbfounded. He effortlessly catches the lead demon's blade with his bare hand, coldly reminding the trash-tier mob that he is their opponent. With a flash of golden power, he casually flings the demon back and tells the others to stay out of his way. The entire group is thrown into disarray, crashing into each other as our boy moves like a phantom between them. He then unleashes a massive shockwave of golden energy, sending the entire demonic squad flying in an instant. Ouyang Wen and the other prisoners can only stare in disbelief, realizing this mortal is actually a hidden master. As the dust settles, Zhang Yijian stands completely unfazed, while a terrified demon stammers, demanding to know who he is. Instead of answering, our boy lunges at the next demon, telling him it's his turn to die. With a single, glowing palm strike, he smashes the demon's face into oblivion. The demon's body is sent flying like a cannonball, crashing straight through the inn's wall. Ouyang Wen and the others are stunned, realizing this man slaughters demons like ants despite having no cultivation aura. Enraged by the loss of his men, another demon steps up, ready to avenge his fallen comrades. He unleashes a furious storm of daggers, screaming that he's going to end Zhang Yijian right here. But our boy just casually raises a hand, and a golden barrier stops the pathetic attack cold. He scoffs at the petty skill and effortlessly redirects the entire volley back at its owner. The demon can only scream as his own daggers impale him, pinning him to the spot. The horned demon who started this mess can only grit his teeth, finally understanding they picked a fight with a monster. Realizing he's completely outmatched, the horned demon decides a tactical retreat is the only option and bolts for the door. He puts every ounce of his strength into escaping, convinced he can outrun the monster inside. But Zhang Yijian isn't having any of it, and casually flicks a tiny spark of energy after him. The projectile turns out to be a small, glowing insect that zips through the air with incredible speed. The demon bursts outside, laughing like a madman, absolutely certain he's just pulled off the escape of a lifetime. Our boy just smirks, finding it hilarious that this trash-tier demon thinks he can escape his grasp. Before the demon can even process his freedom, the tiny glowing bug lands silently on his back. Meanwhile, Ouyang Wen and the other survivors fall to their knees, thanking Zhang Yijian profusely for saving their lives. He just waves it off, telling them it was no big deal, and that they should get going now that the coast is clear. Not needing to be told twice, the rescued men scramble out of the inn, desperate to leave this nightmare behind. As everyone else flees, Ouyang Wen stays behind, begging to follow the immortal who saved him. But our boy isn't looking for followers, bluntly telling the man he has no interest in strangers tagging along. Ouyang Wen is completely dumbfounded, realizing he's just been coldly rejected by his hero. Zhang Yijian ignores him, revealing his true plan. He's planted a tracking bug on the demon to find their base. He closes his eyes, focusing his senses to pinpoint exactly where the fleeing demon has run off to. Meanwhile, that same demon waiter bursts through a set of doors, screaming that something terrible has happened. He stumbles into a private chamber only to find his boss, Lord Tianhu, being entertained. A demon concubine tries to soothe the massive blue wolf demon, but the mood is already ruined. Enraged by the interruption, Tianhu roars at his subordinate, demanding to know why he's causing such a panic. The terrified waiter reports that their entire soul-refining operation at the inn has been single-handedly destroyed by a human. Tianhu roars in pure fury, demanding to know who dared to destroy his operation. The terrified waiter can only stammer that he has no idea who the intruder was. Absolutely livid, Tianhu grabs his concubine, calling her useless for failing to handle such a small matter. With a horrifying scream, a spectral entity emerges from his hand and plunges into the woman. He completely drains her life force, leaving nothing but a withered husk on the floor. The demon waiter collapses, begging for his own life, realizing he's next on the chopping block. But Tianhu shows no mercy, lunging forward with that same soul-draining power. He declares that trash deserves to die as he consumes the waiter's very essence. Standing over the bodies, he muses that as long as he eliminates the city's cultivators, his plan will succeed. With that, he summons his other subordinates, and two more powerful demons step forward, awaiting orders. Tianhu orders his minions to set up a fake recruitment drive, using a huge sum of money to lure in the city's cultivators like moths to a flame. He smirks, absolutely certain that the greedy humans won't be able to resist the bait. One of his subordinates, now in a human disguise, cackles at the thought of their master draining the souls of all the fools who show up. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian uses a tracking talisman and finally confirms his suspicions the demon clan is hiding right here in the city. The cultivator he just rescued, Ouyang Wen, is now on his knees, begging to become Zhang Yijian's loyal follower. But our boy has no time for this. coldly telling the man to stop wasting his time before heading off to deal with the real threat. Elsewhere, the demon's plan is already working perfectly, as a crowd of cultivators gathers around a recruitment notice, buzzing about the insane salary. Zhang Yijian follows the demonic aura and arrives at the recruitment spot, immediately sensing that this is the enemy's new nest. Two of the demons, disguised as friendly recruiters, cheerfully welcome the growing crowd, asking if anyone is interested in joining. And just as planned, the cultivators are practically drooling, shouting that they're all in for such a lucrative offer. The lead recruiter announces that only the strong will be accepted after a test, and the greedy cultivators eagerly agree. Behind the scenes, the demons gloat about how easy humans are to deceive, planning to lure them in and slaughter them all. The recruiter returns to the crowd, announcing with a grand gesture that there's no limit on spots and they should all follow him. But just then, our boy Zhang Yijian cheerfully raises his hand, announcing he wants to join the recruitment too. The other cultivators are dumbfounded, mocking him for not even looking like a cultivator and just trying to get in on the action. Zhang Yijian just smiles, pointing out that if there's no limit, then it's only fair that he gets to join as well. The demon recruiter grins menacingly, thinking this fool is just eager to rush to his own death, and decides to grant his wish. With the trap set, the recruiter leads the entire group of unsuspecting cultivators toward their supposed new job. As they head inside, the scene transitions, giving a false sense of peace before the inevitable bloodbath. The demon recruiter tells the group to wait right there while he prepares the so-called testing phase. He can barely contain his evil grin, thinking to himself that these cultivators' souls will be a delicious meal for Lord Tianhu. Elsewhere, the recruiter reports to his master, confirming all the nearby cultivators have been gathered, and the soul-capturing formation is set. Tianhu sits down like a king, smugly telling his subordinates to begin the show he's been waiting for. Back in the courtyard, the cultivators, including our boy, are getting restless, wondering what's taking so long. A few of them start to connect the dots, realizing no one would offer such a high price for recruitment and that they've been tricked. But their realization comes too late, as a sudden flash of energy impales one of the cultivators, who lets out a final scream. While the others are frozen in shock, Zhang Yijian calmly watches the body drop, completely unfazed by the sudden murder. The rest of the cultivators erupt in panic, shouting in confusion as they finally understand they walked right into a slaughterhouse. The lead recruiter steps forward, announcing that the test is about to begin, with a simple rule for those who fail. With a sadistic grin, he reveals the penalty for failure is simply death. The cultivators are dumbfounded, realizing they've been played for fools as they draw their swords in defiance. One brave soul decides he's had enough and rallies the others, charging headfirst into the fray. Our boy Zhang Yijian, however, leans back against a tree, deciding to keep his true power under wraps and just watch the chaos unfold. The recruiter scoffs at their pathetic attempt and unleashes a wave of demonic energy that tears through the charging cultivators. Zhang Yijian looks on, utterly unimpressed by how weak these so-called cultivators are. Unable to take even a single hit, the few survivors are left trembling, finally understanding this isn't a recruitment drive, but a planned massacre. The recruiter mocks their slow realization before he and his goons charge forward, their hands glowing with power to finish the job. One of the recruiters grabs a cultivator from behind, his hand glowing as he rips the poor guy's life force right out. Watching from a nearby rooftop, a blue-haired demon general smirks, remarking to his lackey that this is getting interesting. The courtyard becomes a bloodbath, as the remaining cultivators are mercilessly cut down, their cries for help ignored. But it's worse than a simple slaughter. A massive purple magic circle activates, literally sucking the souls from the dead. Our boy immediately recognizes the sinister art. This is soul capture, and he's not about to let it slide. Has seen enough. Their brazen display of dark arts right in front of him means it's time to step in. With a flick of his wrist, he launches a golden beam of pure energy straight towards the soul-devouring formation. The bald recruiter is busy screaming at his men to kill everyone when he senses an incoming threat. Before he can even react, Zhang Yijian's attack slams directly into his chest, taking him completely by surprise. The golden beam tears through the other recruiters, sending them flying like rag dolls. His surviving lackeys are left completely dumbfounded, having no clue what just hit them. The bald one gets to his feet, furiously demanding to know which one of his own men attacked him. On the rooftop, the blue-haired general loses his cool, screaming that his subordinates are a bunch of useless trash. He grabs the stout recruiter by the collar, roaring that he doesn't want to hear any pathetic excuses. Giving him one last chance, he entrusts the shadow guard to the terrified man, promising a grim fate for another failure. Meanwhile, our boy and the other captives wait, wondering why the demon general hasn't shown himself yet. Suddenly, a furious voice bellows that they've all made him lose face as the entire wall explodes inwards. And there he is, the demon general Tianhu in his true form, flanked by his goons and promising a bloody end for everyone. The other captives are horrified, recognizing their attackers as the legendary Celestial Demon Clan that was sealed away ages ago. But our boy Zhang Yijian is completely unfazed, simply forming a hand seal as golden energy gathers around him. The demons don't hesitate for a second, charging forward to slaughter every last human in the courtyard. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Yijian unleashes a massive wave of golden light right at the charging horde. The attack rips through the demon grunts effortlessly, obliterating them before they even know what hit them. One of the other captives is left speechless, wondering who on earth could unleash such a devastating technique. Zhang Yijian just smirks, taunting the hidden general and daring him to keep hiding while his men get slaughtered. Up on the roof, the general finally snaps, screaming that his men are useless fools and demanding they bring him his sword. His remaining subordinates immediately kneel, presenting their enraged lord with his massive, brutal-looking weapon. The demon general, now in his human disguise, roars that hell slaughter every last one of them, or he's no demon. He slams his massive blade down, sending his own terrified subordinates scrambling for cover. Seeing the chaos, the other captives make a desperate break for the exit, wanting nothing more than to escape this hellhole. But the general isn't letting them go that easily, leaping into the air to block their path. He unleashes a massive wave of blue demonic energy, intending to wipe them all out in a single strike. The general lands with a ferocious snarl, certain his attack found its mark. Our boy Zhang Yijian, however, stands unfazed, remarking that the big boss has finally come out to play. Turns out, he'd saved the captives, who now cower behind him, utterly terrified of the approaching demon. The general just grins sadistically, telling them no one leaves his party without leaving a little something behind. The demon general reveals his sick game. The more his victims fear, the more soul essence he can harvest. He tells our boy not to be in a hurry, promising to slowly and painfully play him to death. Zhang Yijian isn't fazed in the slightest, simply smirking as he correctly identifies him as a warrior of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The general is stunned, demanding to know who he is, but our boy just says the last general he killed, Kunpeng, would know him. Hearing that name sends the demon into a state of shock, utterly unable to process that this human killed the legendary Kunpeng. The rescued captives are just as floored, realizing that Kunpeng was one of the 10 great generals of the entire demon clan. Zhang Yijian glances back, putting the pieces together and realizing one of the captives must have been the one who tried to fight back earlier. He turns his attention back to the demon, challenging him to a fight to see if he's as useless as Kunpeng was. That insult is the final straw, and the enraged general lunges forward, screaming that our boy is courting death. The demon general roars that he'll make our boy a sacrifice for his banner, planting his feet for a massive swing. He unleashes a devastating wave of blue energy, screaming for Zhang Yijian to die. The attack smashes into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and debris. The rescued captives are absolutely floored by the power, certain that the kid just got turned into paste. But as the dust settles, Zhang Yijian stands there without a scratch, annoyed that his clothes almost got dirty. The demon and the captives can only stare, dumbfounded that he's still alive after a direct hit like that. He can't process it, realizing this guy somehow managed to evade his full-strength strike completely. Our boy just keeps twisting the knife, asking if the demon is weak because he didn't eat enough breakfast. That's the last straw. The demon general loses it and screams that he's dead meat, launching another furious attack. But it's utterly useless, as Zhang Yijian effortlessly sidesteps the blow like it's nothing. With a smirk, our boy effortlessly catches the demon's blade with his bare hand, asking if that's really all he's got. He then shatters the weapon with a simple flick, the pieces flying away like cheap glass. The rescued captives are absolutely speechless, wondering if what they're seeing is even possible. Before the demon can even react, Zhang Yijian closes the gap, telling him he's not even qualified to be his opponent. He follows up with a brutal uppercut, sending the so-called general flying into the air with a pained scream. Not giving him a second to breathe, our boy leaps after him, ready to continue the beatdown. He smashes the demon back down towards the ground with a devastating blow. Then he follows up with a vicious kick that sends the demon tumbling across the courtyard. The demon can't even mount a defense as he gets pummeled from every angle. Zhang Yijian raises his fists, ready to make sure this demon never forgets the day he messed with a human. He channels his power into one final, fiery punch that slams the demon straight into the ground. The impact creates a massive explosion, shaking the entire courtyard and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. When the smoke clears, the blue-haired demon is left twitching in a crater, completely broken. The other captives can only stare in disbelief, absolutely terrified by the raw power they just witnessed. Our boy casually strolls over to the downed demon, who's barely clinging to consciousness. He plants his foot on the demon's chest, surprised he's still breathing and noting he'll have to strike again. Suddenly, All the demon's bravado vanishes as he starts pathetically begging for his life. Zhang Yijian just scoffs, finding it hilarious that a so-called war general is groveling at his feet. Desperate, the demon offers to become his servant and help him fight against the demon clan if he's spared. This actually gives our boy pause. He admits that having a pawn to infiltrate the enemy might be useful. Deciding a pawn is more useful than a corpse, Zhang Yijian agrees to spare him for now. The demon scrambles to his feet, coughing and profusely thanking his new master for his mercy. But our boy isn't taking any chances. He taps the demon's forehead, implanting a golden seal. The demon cries out as the energy courses through him, binding his very soul to his new master. Zhang Yijian coldly explains it's a master-servant contract and a single thought of betrayal will make him explode. He then gets straight to business, demanding to know the demon clan's plans and whereabouts. After getting some intel, he gives the demon a mission. Return to the clan and spread a rumor that he defeated Zhang Yijian. The demon is dumbfounded, but our boy explains it's a 4D chess move to mislead the enemy and boost his own rank. Meanwhile, the other freed captives can only stare in awe, convinced they've just been saved by a legendary immortal. The next day, Zhang Yijian walks through the city streets, with his new fan club of rescued warriors following close behind. The rumor mill is already churning, with patrons discussing how Zhang Yijian supposedly almost died fighting the demons. Our boy just sits back and listens with a smirk, pleased that his disinformation campaign is spreading so quickly. But his moment of peace is shattered when an urgent voice suddenly calls out to him. He pulls out a communication talisman. It's Sect Master Lei Hai, and he sounds panicked. The message is dire. A full-blown celestial demon army has just appeared outside Tianlu City, leaving our boy utterly shocked. And it's no bluff, a massive horde of horned demons is already charging across the plains. The front line gathers crackling purple energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. With a unified roar, they launch their demonic energy blasts straight at the city's main gate. The impact is catastrophic, sending the city guards flying as the fortified wall explodes into dust. Up on the battlements, the city elders can only watch in horror, realizing they stand no chance against such a ferocious assault. Just as things look hopeless, the Tyrant Blade Sect Master arrives, confidently declaring that his sect will hold the line. Suddenly, our boy Zhang Yijian lands behind them, calmly asking the sect master if he's late to the party. The Tyrant Blade Sect's members are completely dumbfounded, wondering who this newcomer could possibly be. Zhang Yijian introduces himself as the 6th Peak Master, standing beside a junior who looks ready for a fight. But before they can strategize, some trash-tier cultivators start mocking him, calling him useless for his past loss. The junior disciple's patience snaps in an instant, his hand clenching in pure rage at the disrespect. He grabs the loudmouth by the collar, asking what kind of stray dog is barking so much nonsense. The Tyrant Blade Sect Master roars at them to cut it out, reminding them that internal conflict is pointless with demons at the gate. He rallies his own disciples, who roar in agreement, ready to defend their territory to the death. With a final war cry, the bearded master charges forward, leading his men straight into the demonic horde. The Tyrant Blade disciples charge forward with everything they've got, screaming for blood, but it's a complete slaughter. The sect master can only watch as his men are swatted aside like flies. The demonic horde barrels through them, their glowing purple blades cleaving through the human ranks effortlessly. Turns out, this is just a scouting party sent by a Lord Black Dragon to test humanity's strength, and their commander is loving the chaos. Seeing the frontal assault is too easy, the demons switch tactics, with an archer commander ordering a volley. The Tyrant Blade Sect Master's eyes widen as he senses hundreds of arrows blotting out the sky. Thinking fast, he summons a massive gale, creating a swirling vortex of pure wind energy right in front of him. The entire volley of arrows is sucked into the tornado, their momentum completely nullified. With a furious shout, he clenches his fist and sends the gale and all the arrows trapped within it flying right back. The demons are left completely dumbfounded, watching in horror as their own attack rains down on them. But just as the Sectmaster unleashes his counterattack, a new figure leaps into the fray, yelling for the humans to get out of his way. The Tyrant Blade Sect Master quickly throws up a powerful windshield, bracing for the impact of the mysterious staff. But the attack is on another level entirely, shattering his defense like glass and sending him flying. His disciples rush to his side, horrified to see their powerful leader taken down in a single blow. From the city walls, the other elders are dumbfounded, realizing this new enemy's pressure is far beyond any ordinary demon. Our boy Zhang Yijian, however, recognizes the attacker immediately as Tian Hu, one of the demon clan's top war generals. The other cultivators turn on the junior from the Tianyan sect, finally understanding how he was defeated by such a monster. The junior despairs that the city is lost, but Zhang Yijian steps forward, coolly promising he can repel the enemy. The mocking cultivators just laugh, with one of them boasting that he'd eat his own crap if Zhang Yijian actually succeeds. Seeing an opportunity, Zhang Yijian smirks and proposes a bet. If he wins, they hand over all their spirit pills. To sweeten the deal, our boy offers up his own divine robe artifact if he somehow loses. The greedy cultivators can't believe their luck and instantly agree, already celebrating their win. Zhang Yijian just tells them not to get too excited before leaping off the wall to face the demon head-on. Down on the battlefield, the demon general Tianhu lets out a furious roar, ready to crush this new challenger. This is the same monster who was just effortlessly thrashing other cultivators without breaking a sweat. But Zhang Yijian lands, and casually asks Tianhu why he isn't properly welcoming his master. The demon general is completely stunned, addressing Zhang Yijian as master, and demanding to know what he's doing here. Turns out, Tianhu was just a pawn sent to test the city's defenses. And now Zhang Yijian gives him a new order: lure the main demon army here in 10 days. Just then, a couple of Tianhu's clueless demon subordinates charge in, yelling that they're here to help their lord. But Tianhu immediately shoves his own men back, ordering them to stand down and showing everyone who he really works for. The demon subordinates are left completely dumbfounded, wondering what in the world is going on with their general. Up on the wall, the human commanders are just as lost, unable to believe he made the demons retreat with words alone. Tianhu plays his part perfectly, loudly proclaiming that the city is too well defended, and they must fall back for the main army. One of the commanders is still sweating bullets, his mind refusing to accept that the terrifying demons actually turned tail and ran. He rushes over to Zhang Yijian demanding answers, but our boy just smirks and says the demon knew he was outmatched and got scared. Before the commander can even process that trash-tier excuse, Zhang Yijian effortlessly leaps back onto the city wall. The other cultivators who bet against him are absolutely gobsmacked, questioning if they're hallucinating this impossible victory. Zhang Yijian lands right in front of them with his hand out, coolly reminding them that he won, and it's time to pay up. The mocking cultivators are speechless, knowing they've been utterly played but having no choice but to honor the bet. A bet is a bet, and they reluctantly accept their defeat as the spirit pills fly right into our boy's waiting hands. One of the cultivators wails in despair, crying that he'd spent 3 years accumulating those very pills. But to our boy, they're trash tier. He casually tosses the priceless pills away, saying they're of no use to him. He bestows the pills upon his disciples, who are overjoyed at the unexpected boost to their cultivation. The Tyrant Blade Sect Master storms over, demanding to know why the demons fled, refusing to believe the flimsy excuse. He and his elder are completely dumbfounded, unable to accept that a demon general would simply get scared and retreat. Zhang Yijian's expression hardens as he warns them not to get cocky. This was just a probe, and the real army arrives in 10 days. The others panic, but our boy calmly explains the strategic nightmare of trying to defend multiple cities at once. Suddenly, the system chimes in, detecting that his disciple Meng Qi has leveled up, triggering the cultivation feedback. A 1,000-fold return surges through his body as the system announces his breakthrough to the middle stage of tribulation transcendence. But with great power comes a great big problem. The system warns that a thunder tribulation is about to strike him down. The Tyrant Blade Sect Master and his elder are completely losing it, wondering why a deadly thunder tribulation is suddenly forming above them. The elder turns to our boy, asking if he just broke through, and Zhang Yijian just casually admits he accidentally leveled up. They're left speechless, realizing this isn't just any storm, it's a legendary heaven-level tribulation, the kind no one survives. The sect master screams at his disciples to run for their lives, knowing anyone caught in the blast radius is toast. The elder, genuinely concerned, offers to find someone to set up a defensive formation, but Zhang Yijian just waves him off, saying he can handle it. Without a second thought, our boy leaps straight into the sky, flying into the heart of the raging electrical storm. From a safe distance, the onlookers can only stare in disbelief, convinced he's a dead man for challenging a tribulation that's pure legend. The heavens roar as golden lightning fills the sky, a terrifying display of raw, destructive power. But Zhang Yijian, completely unimpressed, just flips off the heavens, calling the apocalyptic storm a bunch of squeaking nonsense. In response, a massive bolt of divine lightning descends, ready to obliterate the disrespectful cultivator. The golden lightning bolt smashes directly into Zhang Yijian, with enough force to crack the sky. It roars like a divine dragon, completely engulfing our boy in its destructive energy. But when the light clears, he's just floating there, completely unfazed by the apocalyptic blast. The resulting shockwave is so immense, it sends the nearby Tyrant Blade Sect members flying like ragdolls. Their sect master is blown away, his face a mask of pure shock at the collateral power. He watches the storm in terror, realizing a single touch of that lightning would have killed him instantly. Convinced Zhang Yijian has been vaporized, he mutters that there won't even be ashes left to bury. While a junior from his own sect prays for his survival, Zhang Yijian scoffs, thinking this tribulation is trashed here. With a roar of his own, he commands the heavens to break their pathetic storm against his body. The onlookers are left utterly dumbfounded, unable to process how anyone could survive, let alone mock, a divine tribulation. As the lightning fades, a sinister, shadowy face materializes in the clouds, surprised that our boy actually made it through. The entity grins, musing that the human world is finally starting to get interesting. With the tribulation over, Zhang Yijian lands back on the ground without a single scratch. The Tyrant Blade sect master scrambles over, declaring that Master Zhang has brought immense honor to the Tianyin sect. He and his disciples bow deeply, apologizing for misjudging an immortal. But Zhang Yijian tells them to cut the crap. The demon clan is the real priority. The humbled sect master immediately asks what his plan is to deal with them. Zhang Yijian smirks, telling him he has a plan, but they need to wait for the right moment, which gets the sect master leaning in with full attention. He then lays out the mission. The sect master is to return to his territory and lure the main demon forces to this location in 10 days. The scene shifts to the demon general Tianhu, as Zhang Yijian explains the goal is to set up a massive trap and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. It seems Tianhu has just returned to his base, as two other demon generals, one avian and one bear-like, greet him and ask for a report on his reconnaissance. Tianhu reports that while humans are weak, their sheer numbers mean the demons must assemble their entire clan to attack Tianlu City. The other generals are skeptical, questioning if one city is really worth mobilizing everyone, a process that could take days. A wolf-like general clarifies that the region has 8 cities under the thumb of 2 powerful human sects. The bear general dismisses the other cities' forces as trash tier, spreading a map on the table. He explains Tianlu City is a strategic crossroads, but hints there's another, even more critical reason they must capture it. Back in his room, our boy Zhang Yijian is interrupted by a demonic communication talisman, delivering urgent information. He calmly catches the wooden message slip that flies toward him. With a simple touch, he activates the slip to read the intel. A wicked smirk forms on his face. He knows the lure was a complete success. Now that the demons have taken the bait, he declares it's time to give them a proper welcome. Our boy gathers his disciples and allies in the dead of night, and they're all wondering what the big emergency is. He reveals the grim news. The demon clan is set to attack Tianlu City in 10 days, so it's time to prepare a nasty surprise. The others are completely stunned, demanding he clarify what kind of trap he's planning to spring on them. The Tyrant Blade sect master, however, is all in, immediately pledging his sect's loyalty to Zhang Yijian's command. But Meng Qi voices a serious concern, reminding him that they're not exactly experts at setting up complex magic arrays. Zhang Yijian just laughs it off, summoning 10 divine-level magic arrays and telling them to just copy the designs. All 4 of his disciples are left speechless, barely believing their master can just whip out god-tier artifacts like it's nothing. He knows they can't unleash the full power of the arrays, but he's certain that even a fraction of it will be enough to decimate the demons. He then gives Zhang Chao her orders. After practicing with the formations, she is to return and defend Fengai City. Finally, he tells little Meng Qi that the front line is too dangerous for her, so she'll have to stay behind at the sect. Meanwhile, a massive demon army marches through the forest, their commander rallying them with promises of glory once they capture Tianlu City. The 9 demon generals agree on a strategy. They'll split into 3 groups to attack the city's east, west, and south gates simultaneously. Still, a couple of the generals can't shake the feeling that something's off, wondering why their leader is so fixated on this one city. As one of the demon squads advances, their wolf-like general suddenly halts, sensing that something is terribly wrong. In an instant, the ground erupts in a massive explosion, completely incinerating the vanguard of the demon army. The bear general roars in fury, realizing they've been led straight into a carefully prepared ambush. Another winged general screams for his troops to stop, confirming that the entire path ahead is a death trap. Up on the city walls, the allied sect masters are dumbfounded, admitting that Zhang Yijian's trap is working perfectly against the demon clan. Our boy just smirks, coolly informing his allies that this explosive welcome is just the appetizer for the main course. Furious at being played, the bear general powers up, vowing to personally smash through whatever formation they've set up. Heedless of the danger, the bear general barrels forward, trying to smash through the formation with brute force alone. But his charge is immediately met with another volley of explosions that light up the entire forest. The demon grunts are completely shaken, realizing they've walked into a terrifying, endless minefield. The general, however, isn't fazed, shouting that this is just the outer layer, and ordering his forces to split up and assault the city gates directly. Watching from the walls, Our boy calmly tells the allied masters that the main event is about to begin, and they need to execute the plan. Wasting no time, the two masters leap into action, rallying their own sects for the impending clash. They know full well that despite Zhang Yijian's god-tier formation, the three city gates remain the most critical weak points. One of the masters gives a fiery speech, telling his disciples that if they hold their gates, the demon clan's annihilation is certain. And right on cue, the battle erupts at the west gate, as the first wave of demons smashes into the city's defenders. At another gate, Jiang Yayun and Zhang Chao stand ready, briefly questioning if they're enough, but then stealing their resolve as the master's disciples. They can't afford to lose. Zhang Chao unleashes a powerful defensive array, vowing not to bring shame upon her master's name. But the demons have their own plan, as a winged commander leads a volley of arrows from the sky. Meanwhile, at the south gate, our boy Zhang Yijian stands as the sole defender against a massive explosion. A hulking toad-like demon general spots him, sneering that he'll personally handle this lone ant. The general immediately launches a massive sphere of green demonic energy, aiming to obliterate him. Zhang Yijian, however, just stands there with his arms crossed, looking completely unimpressed. The blast connects, sending a body flying through the air in a fiery explosion. The toad general scoffs, thinking the so-called defender couldn't even withstand a single attack. But it was all a feint. The real Zhang Yijian appears elsewhere, knowing his trick will draw the generals together. With the enemy commanders baited, he smirks, realizing the path is now clear to circle around to their rear. With his plan in motion, our boy moves like a phantom, aiming to capture all the generals in one go. Meanwhile, at the east gate, another allied sectmaster rallies his troops, screaming that this is a battle they cannot afford to lose. The Tyrant Blade sectmaster joins the fray, unleashing a torrent of wind and lightning from his very being. His powerful technique rips through the demon horde, electrocuting waves of them in a brilliant flash. But over at the west gate, the allied disciples are getting cocky, thinking the so-called demon clan is nothing but trash-tier fodder. That arrogance is immediately met by a massive spiked mace, swinging right for one of their heads. A hulking Ursine demon general crushes the disciple's skull, sneering that an ant like him could never dream of winning. The other disciples are dumbfounded, their confidence shattering as they realize they're facing a true monster. Before they can even react, another general, the Horned Demon Commander, appears in a burst of flame, taunting them for being distracted. He unleashes a devastating firestorm, ready to incinerate the terrified and broken soldiers. The allied disciples are instantly engulfed in flames, their screams echoing as they're burned to a crisp. But just then, two powerful-looking masters arrive, with one declaring the appetizer is over and it's time for the main course. The Horned Demon Commander and a new Blue Demon General spot the newcomers, identifying them as the leaders and moving in for the kill. The confident sectmaster smirks, gathering a storm of wind and lightning in his hands for his Windrunner technique. He unleashes a massive defensive barrier, telling his partner to find an opening while he holds the two generals at bay. The demon general's attacks slam into the shimmering wall of energy, a brutal contest of raw power. Seeing his chance, the worried elder summons his own power, calling on the wind to create a massive gale. A raging green tornado erupts from the ground, catching both demon generals completely off guard and sweeping them into the air. The Horned Demon Commander just scoffs at these petty tricks, charging his blade with explosive fire energy. He unleashes a massive fireball, intending to blast right through their windstorm and incinerate them both. The two masters are dumbfounded, realizing the demon general's power is on another level, and their attacks are useless. Refusing to lose face, the confident sectmaster declares this is just the beginning and leaps forward to fight. The Blue Demon General just scoffs, thinking the old man is senile for daring to attack him head-on. In a desperate gamble, the sectmaster unleashes a torrent of crackling lightning, but his power is nothing, and his scent flying by a single, brutal strike from the demon's weapon. The general is almost disappointed, wondering if the old man fell so easily because he was planning some kind of trick. Seeing his partner fall, the worried elder roars, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Thunder Sea. Before he can even finish his cast, the Horned Demon Commander is right behind him, telling him to worry about himself. In an instant, it's over. Both proud sect masters are left broken on the ground. With the human leadership crushed, the demon generals give the order, and their winged forces descend to finish the job. The remaining human disciples are getting absolutely shredded by the winged demons swarming from the sky. Despite the slaughter, they rally, realizing Zhang Yijian was right. Their only hope is to hold this one point until he arrives. Watching from a cliff, the Ursine Demon General just scoffs, convinced that humanity's defeat is already a done deal. But just then, our boy Zhang Yijian sprints towards the east gate, thinking how convenient it is that they're all gathered for him to wipe out. The Toad Demon General is completely dumbfounded, wondering how that human is possibly still alive after their last encounter. He and the other generals can sense something is different about this human's aura, but they brush it off. Sure he'll be a corpse soon enough. The Toad general sneers, convinced his opponent was just lucky last time, and vows he won't make the same mistake again. With a roar, he unleashes a volley of potent green energy blasts, aiming to obliterate our hero for good. But Zhang Yijian just smirks, revealing he faked his defeat to trick him, and questioning how the demon could have possibly fallen for it. In an instant, his golden hands manifest and clench into powerful fists, ready to meet the demon's attack head-on. The Toad demon general is completely floored, screaming that this turn of events is absolutely impossible. His avian colleague warns him that this kid is far from ordinary and they can't afford to underestimate him. Taking command, the avian general rallies his clansmen, promising a fortune in gold to whoever takes our boy's head. The demon horde roars in response, charging forward with bloodlust in their eyes. But Zhang Yijian just scoffs at their swarm tactics, revealing a glowing artifact as he declares he's not afraid. He raises the item to the sky, calling forth his own warriors to join the fray. With a deafening boom, the sky fills with crackling lightning. From the storm emerges a legion of heavily armored thunder soldiers, ready for battle. The demon generals can only stare in utter disbelief, wondering what kind of monsters just appeared. Without hesitation, the thunder soldiers charge, crashing into the demon horde with overwhelming force. The summoned warriors cut through the demon ranks like a hot knife through butter, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies. Our boy smirks, realizing his summoned troops are even more effective than he thought. His plan is to just let them tire the enemy out. Seeing his army getting shredded, the avian general loses his cool, deciding he has to personally eliminate this threat. He dives from the sky like a meteor, screaming for the death of the human race as he unleashes a fiery punch. But Zhang Yijian is on another level, casually weaving out of the way of the general's flaming sword strike. The general lands, completely dumbfounded, wondering how in the world a human could block his full-power attack with bare hands. Zhang Yijian just scoffs, asking if that weak sauce hit was supposed to be a massage. The blatant disrespect sends the avian general into a blind rage, his entire body flaring with demonic energy. Screaming that our boy is seeking death, he unleashes his ultimate attack, a massive phoenix made of pure flame. The fiery beast barrels towards Zhang Yijian, who just stands there, unimpressed and ready for whatever comes next. The avian general's ultimate attack erupts, certain that our boy's little show is finally over. His flaming phoenix technique barrels down like a meteor, ready to incinerate everything in its path. But Zhang Yijian doesn't even flinch, simply raising a hand and muttering that he's about to disappoint the demon. With a flash of golden light, he declares that the general is the one who's truly doomed. The clash is over before it begins. The avian general is completely annihilated in a single, overwhelming blast. His fellow generals, a toad and a lobster, can only stare in disbelief, realizing their fastest warrior was just one-shotted. Our boy just smirks at them, telling the remaining trash-tier generals to save him some time and come at him all at once. This absolute disrespect sends the two generals into a full-blown panic, screaming at the monster before them. Meanwhile, at the West City Gate, his disciples Zhang Chao and Zhang Yayun are getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of demons. And just when things couldn't get worse, a new threat arrives. Another war general, an archer named Li Ying, readies his next volley. From his perch, the archer Li Ying unleashes a volley, arrogantly thinking his prey is completely oblivious. But Zhang Chao is already on it, moving instantly to shield Zhang Yayun from the surprise attack. The enchanted arrows shatter harmlessly against her swirling sword energy. The demon archer is dumbfounded, wondering if that was the power of a divine sword. With her own divine blade now in hand, Zhang Chao immediately pinpoints the enemy's hiding spot. Zhang Yayun is amazed by her senior sister's skill, but Zhang Chao is just glad they have a divine weapon to counter the archers. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashes a massive wave of sword chi straight back at the demon's location. Li Ying can't believe it. Not only did she spot him, but she's launching a counterattack this powerful. The blast sends him flying, and he crashes to the ground, utterly humiliated. Turns out, he wasn't alone, as he yells for his two comrades, an ox and a wolf general, to stop watching the show and get in the fight. Zhang Yayun feels a terrifying aura, and warns her senior sister that these must be demon war generals. The demon grunts cheer as the ox general, Jin Yu, and the wolf general, Qie Long, finally make their move. But Zhang Chao isn't fazed, leaping into the air and declaring that no one gets past her wall of sword chi. The ox general gathers his power, sneering that the little brat who wounded his comrade has some skill. He asks if she's here for revenge, but Zhang Chao just scoffs at the ridiculous idea. She effortlessly dodges his attack, taunting that while a fight might be fun, he'll probably die in one hit. But while she's distracted, The wolf general appears right behind Jiang Yayun, mocking her for worrying about others. She whirls around to block his claws, and he introduces himself as the one who's come to take her head. The wolf general's speed is insane, blasting her back as she realizes these war generals are true monsters. Still, she grits her teeth, her thunder powers flaring to life as she catches his claws, refusing to go down without a fight. She unleashes a flurry of kicks, but the wolf general's claws are like steel shields, blocking every strike. She lands a solid hit that sends him staggering, but a chill runs down her spine. She knows this is bad. Whirling around, she spots another enemy lining up a shot and furiously channels her lightning, daring him to try. A massive thunder spear rockets towards the demon archer commander, who was about to turn her into a pincushion. But the wolf general just smirks, shattering her spear while the archer mocks her pathetic attack. With her big move deflected, the wolf general is on her in an instant, his claws ready to rip her apart. The archer just laughs from afar, boasting that a good hunter doesn't care about ambushes, only the kill. Jiang Yayun is sweating bullets, realizing she has to take down this wolf first or she's a sitting duck. With no other choice, she decides to bet it all, gathering every last ounce of power for a technique she hasn't even mastered. Before he can react, she grabs his face, unleashing a point-blank blast as he realizes he's out of time to counter. She unleashes her thunder-gathering hand technique, engulfing the wolf general in a maelstrom of raw lightning. But the attack wasn't enough. She's completely out of energy, and the archer commander mocks his useless comrade from the sky. With Jiang Yayun now defenseless, the archer swoops down, promising to torment her now that she's out of strength. Suddenly, Zhang Chao arrives on the scene, spotting her junior sister in grave danger from the charging Ox General. The Ox General roars for her to get out of his way, swinging his massive weapon to crush her, but she's too fast, leaping right over him and declaring that their fight isn't over just yet. The demon archer commander sees her coming and immediately panics, realizing the one with the divine sword is now targeting him. Zhang Chao soars through the air, her blade glowing with immense power as she closes in on the terrified archer. She unleashes a devastating sword wave, bypassing the brute force of the Ox General to take out the real threat. A colossal vortex of golden energy erupts from below, sweeping up all three demon generals in a storm of utter destruction. The demon archer gets caught in the blast, screaming that the Ox General is a beast for not caring that he was nearby. When the dust settles, the Ox General is the only one left standing, facing down the two exhausted disciples. Jiang Yayun is completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of monstrous sonic wave attack her senior sister just unleashed. Zhang Chao asks if she has any strength left, and Jiang Yayun admits she's only got one more move in her. With a look of grim determination, Jiang Yayun places her hand on the divine sword, ready to pour her last ounce of power into it. Zhang Chao explains the plan. She's going all out with the divine sword and needs her junior sister's help to stay on her feet. The Ox General just scoffs, seeing them prepare for what he assumes is a desperate, final move. He roars with laughter, accepting their challenge and powering up his own golden aura to meet them head-on. Together, the two sisters unleash a colossal wave of pure, crackling energy from the divine blade. The Ox General's golden onslaught crashes against their brilliant blue sword wave in a battle that will decide it all. The two immense energies collide, but it's clear the sisters' divine power is on another level. Their crackling blue wave completely devours the Ox General's golden aura. He lets out one last defiant roar, challenging them to the very end as he's consumed by the blast. The mighty general collapses, unable to believe he was actually defeated by these two girls. Jiang Yayun is ecstatic that they finally won, but Zhang Chao feels a chill down her spine, warning her to be careful. A split second later, a beam of light pierces straight through Zhang Chao's chest, and her sister can only scream her name in horror. A new enemy emerges from the shadows, the demon archer commander, who smugly says that patience is the mark of an excellent hunter. Jiang Yayun struggles to support her senior sister, cursing this bird-faced freak and demanding to know how he avoided her sonic attack. He just laughs, explaining his wings offered perfect protection, and now they're nothing but exhausted prey for his top-tier attacks. Holding her dying sister, Jiang Yayun prepares for the worst, apologizing to their master in her heart for failing him in this life. Just as all hope is lost, a pillar of golden light descends, and our boy Zhang Yijin appears right before his disciples. The demon archer commander just scoffs, thinking he's found another victim, and fires a full-power shot to kill them all at once. But the arrow explodes harmlessly, as Zhang Yijian is already by their side, apologizing for being late and feeding a divine pill to the injured Zhang Chao. The archer is completely dumbfounded. His ultimate attack was blocked like it was nothing, and he wonders if this guy is some kind of monster. Before he can process it, Zhang Yijian unleashes a terrifying aura that manifests as a colossal flaming phoenix. The fiery beast morphs into two gigantic hands that clap down on the bird freak, crushing him into oblivion with a single, brutal strike. With the trash taken care of, he tells his disciples they fought well, and Zhang Chao confirms the pill has already mostly healed her. He tells them to rest up, assuring them the west gate is secure and he's going to handle the rest of this mess personally. Meanwhile, over at the east gate, an Ursine demon general watches his subordinates struggle against two surprisingly resilient human masters. Suddenly, Zhang Yijian appears in the sky like a vengeful god, roaring that for harming his disciples, the entire heavenly demon clan will pay with their lives. Our boy blitzes the Ursine demon general, who can't believe a human could possess such immense, overwhelming power. The two allied sect masters see him arrive, relieved that Zhang Yijian succeeded on his end of the bargain. Turns out, this was all part of a plan hatched a day ago, where he explained the city's 3 gates were too far apart to defend at once. He had asked them all to just buy him some time at the other 2 gates, promising to clean up the mess once he arrived. The wolf demon general is actually relieved to see him, thinking he can finally stop pretending, and might have accidentally killed the 2 old masters. The Ursine general, completely oblivious, demands to know who this newcomer is, boasting that his army has the entire city surrounded. Zhang Yijian just scoffs at the idea of an army, and summons a colossal flaming hand, ready to show him what real power looks like. He then reveals that at the south gate, all the other demon generals have already been taken down and lie defeated. And over at the west gate, his disciples have already wiped out every single demon disciple and general stationed there. The Ursine general is left completely dumbfounded, roaring that it's all nonsense and absolutely impossible. Cornered, the Ursine general yells for his 2 remaining commanders to help him set up their clan's ultimate technique. The 3 generals immediately unleash the heavenly demon formation, a massive purple array designed to crush their enemies. In a flash, the allied sect masters find themselves completely trapped by the sinister purple energy. Even their disciples are caught in the web, crying out as the formation drains their life force. The Ursine general laughs, boasting that while he can't beat him directly, this formation will wear him down until he perishes. His horned demon ally chimes in, absolutely certain that the humans now have 0 chance of winning. But Zhang Yijian is completely unfazed, finding their trump card merely interesting and deciding to test its strength. Our boy gathers his power, preparing to unleash the golden palm of the heavens. A colossal hand of pure golden energy forms in the sky, dwarfing the demon generals and stunning them into silence. With a single, overwhelming blast, the golden hand shatters their precious formation like glass. The formation's destruction unleashes a fiery backlash, but our boy just tanks it without breaking a sweat. He dusts himself off, casually remarking that the formation's defensive power was actually pretty decent. Meanwhile, the allied sect masters are still trapped, with one lamenting that it's all over and they're doomed. The Ursine general scoffs, gloating that trying to break his heavenly demon formation was a fool's errand. But Zhang Yijian just smirks, asking if the general really thought that trash tier formation was invincible. He then turns to the demon general Tianhu, revealing his hidden ace and saying it's time for him to do his part. Tianhu acknowledges his true master and leaps towards the core of the demonic array. With a surge of power, the very foundation of the heavenly demon formation begins to crack and shatter from within. The Ursine general is absolutely dumbfounded, screaming Tianhu's name in utter disbelief at the betrayal. In an instant, the allied masters are freed from their bonds, shocked that they can suddenly move again. Wasting no time, the freed sect masters immediately turn their pent-up fury on the surrounding demons. 2 of them combine their power, unleashing a devastating blast that vaporizes the demonic trash. The Ursine general roars at Tianhu for the betrayal, but the wolf demon just states he'll do anything for his true master. Absolutely livid, the bear general charges forward, screaming that he's going to kill them both. But Zhang Yijian instantly appears before him, taunting him for not having learned his lesson, leaving the general stunned at his speed. Our boy follows up with a lightning-fast kick right to the jaw, sending the hulking demon stumbling back. Just then, the ox demon general joins the fray, warning Zhang Yijian not to get too arrogant as he powers up an attack. Unfazed, Zhang Yijian calmly manifests a brilliant golden sword of pure energy to meet the challenge. He unleashes a massive blade of light, leaving the ox general dumbfounded at the sheer power of the attack. Before the slash can land, the enraged Ursine general recovers, leaping in with 2 massive maces, ready to crush our boy. But our boy simply scoffs and meets the Ursine general's charge with a devastating whirlwind slash of his own. The golden energy wave slams into the general before he can even land a blow, sending him flying. He's completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere human could possess such terrifying power. The demon general crashes into the ground with the force of a meteor, causing a massive explosion. Picking himself up, he realizes this guy is extraordinary and that continuing this fight is a trash tier plan. He decides to burn his own demonic power to fuel a desperate escape, vowing to reach his destination no matter what. But Zhang Yijian appears in the sky above, coolly informing him that escaping won't be that easy. The general barrels through a nearby city as our boy launches a volley of sword strikes from the air. The attacks narrowly miss, carving deep gouges into the rooftops as the demon frantically dodges. With his purple aura flaring, the Ursine general continues his desperate sprint through the city streets. The battered Ursine general finally stumbles into a forest, believing he's found his destination. He reaches for a massive tree, thinking its legendary celestial power is his only shot at healing his wounds. But before he can even touch it, a golden blade of energy slices his arm clean off. He screams in agony as Zhang Yijian appears, mocking him for thinking he could escape. The general curses his luck for being so close. But our boy is more curious about his obsession with Tianlu City. Zhang Yijian presses a blade to his throat, demanding to know why he's so fixated on that one place. But the demon general is cut from a different cloth, spitting that he'll never get a single word out of him. Unfazed, our boy just smashes a fist into his face, sending him reeling back in pain. Seeing the general is still tight-lipped, Zhang Yijian draws his sword, ready to test just how long that resolve will last. He's got plenty of time and even more ways to make this trash-tier demon sing like a canary. The Ursine general can't handle the heat for a second longer, letting out a pathetic scream. With a blade to his throat, his tough guy facade crumbles, and he immediately agrees to talk. Zhang Yijian just scoffs, telling him he could have saved himself a lot of pain by not being so stubborn. The general begins his story. 100 years ago, their war wasn't for territory, but for an ancient fairy tree. Turns out, their true mission is to find an immortal suppressed in Tianlu town, and use their power to ascend to the immortal world. Our boy is dumbfounded, asking if the fairyland is even real, and the general confirms it's the final destination for all ascenders. This new revelation has Zhang Yijian's mind racing, wondering if immortals and the fairyland truly exist. He suddenly remembers the shadowy figures from his tribulation, questioning if they were the real deal. Snapping back to reality, he demands to know the immortal's location, but the general tries to bargain for his life. Zhang Yijian isn't playing games. He simply says forget it and executes the demon on the spot. With the general's intel fresh in his mind, our boy realizes Tianlu City is hiding some serious secrets that need investigating. Meanwhile, the allied sect masters stumble upon the remaining demons, who have all thrown down their weapons and are surrendering. The masters are immediately suspicious. The demon clan was never this easy to subdue, and they smell a trap. Taking no chances, the bearded elder decides there's only one way to deal with them: leave none alive. He unleashes a massive energy blast, completely vaporizing the surrendering demons in a flash of green light. Just as the dust settles, Zhang Yijian makes a grand entrance, flying back from his pursuit of the fleeing generals. The masters rush over to ask if he caught the stragglers, and he coolly confirms they've all been taken care of. With the last of the demons seemingly wiped out, the cultivators erupt in celebration, thinking the war is finally over. Our boy seizes the opportunity, using a divine-level communication stone to announce the victory and invite everyone to a celebratory feast. But a day later, he gathers his disciples, telling them that while they fought well, the demon clan has only been superficially eliminated. He turns to Zhang Chao, figuring that as the city lord, she must know the secrets of Tianlu City, specifically the legend of the immortal. But Zhang Chao is completely dumbfounded. She's never heard of any such legend in her own city. This throws our boy for a loop, making him wonder if the information he got from the demon general was a total lie. After a moment, she suggests that since the city is ancient, its secrets might be hidden in the local archives tower. Without a second thought, Zhang Yijian announces he's going to check it out, and instantly blasts off in a streak of golden light. His disciples are left in the dust, with Zhang Chao muttering about how her master is always in such a hurry. He arrives at the massive, multi-tiered Tianliu Region Archives Tower, a place brimming with forgotten history. Inside, he finds himself surrounded by endless shelves packed with ancient scrolls and records. He scans the shelves, wondering if the secret to this so-called immortal is really hidden in one of these dusty tomes. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, and he turns to find an old man who introduces himself as the guardian of the archives. Our boy gets straight to the point, telling the guardian he's here to find records on the so-called immortal of Tianlu City. The old man sighs, explaining that he's too late. The only records are ancient and have been damaged beyond repair. He then leads Zhang Yijian over to a dusty shelf, pointing out the crumbling bamboo scrolls. Zhang Yijian picks one up, confirming the guardian's story. The thing is practically falling apart in his hands. But with a smirk, he tells the dumbfounded guardian that, luckily, he knows a way to restore it. He summons a glowing paintbrush from thin air, and the guardian's jaw hits the floor as he recognizes it as a divine-level artifact. With a few graceful strokes, our boy paints over the scroll, and golden light magically begins to mend the ancient text. In a matter of seconds, the tattered scroll is completely restored, glowing as if it were brand new. The guardian is left utterly speechless, stammering about how what he just saw should be completely impossible. Ignoring the old man's shock, Zhang Yijian unrolls the scroll, ready to finally uncover the city's hidden secrets. The moment our boy opens the scroll, a blinding light erupts, pulling his consciousness into the ancient record. He finds himself suddenly standing in a dark, unfamiliar forest, completely disoriented by the sudden shift. Before he can get his bearings, he spots two ghostly figures pointing frantically, wondering if this is the world from the scroll. Looking up, he sees what they're gawking at: a massive, fiery meteor tearing through the night sky. He tries to grab one of the phantoms to ask what's going on, desperate for answers, but his hand passes straight through the man's shoulder, like he's nothing more than air. It clicks for him, then he's just a spectator in this memory, unable to influence events that have long since passed. The meteor crashes with a deafening boom, and the two phantoms cry out in terror, saying it landed near the river. One of them, filled with a mix of fear and curiosity, insists they have to go see what's in the crater. Our boy follows their gaze and sees it too, a strange, glowing sphere pulsating with energy at the impact site. From the crater, a strange red substance begins to bubble and leak, poisoning the nearby river. A pack of unsuspecting wolves, thirsty from the night's events, come to drink from the contaminated water. In an instant, their bodies twist and contort, mutating them into demonic beasts with glowing red eyes. The two phantom villagers are now running for their lives, screaming that monsters have appeared. But it's no use. One of them is pounced on and torn to shreds by the newly born demon wolf. Our boy watches the carnage, but the scene suddenly shifts to an old man with a bow, who seems to be hunting the beasts. The old man cackles with glee, shouting that he successfully shot the immortal who fell from the sky. Turns out, his plan is to dig out her golden elixir, believing it'll grant him ultimate power and let him ascend to the heavens. With greed burning in his eyes, he rushes towards the glowing sphere, convinced immortality is within his grasp. But the moment he reaches for it, a blinding blue energy erupts, engulfing him as he screams in agony from the intense heat. The greedy old man's body is ripped apart and reformed by the raw power, his screams echoing as he mutates. In his place, a ghostly blue tree sprouts from the ground, a grim monument with a skull tangled in its roots. Our boy watches in horror as the archer's tormented spirit becomes one with the cursed tree, trapped for eternity. Zhang Yijian is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene that just unfolded. The entire vision begins to distort and shatter around him as he tries to process what that tree even was. With a final flash of light, the memory collapses, violently yanking him back to the real world. He stands in the archives, realizing the book didn't just tell him a story, it showed him everything as if he were there. The archives guardian rushes over, startled by the energy pulse and asking what on earth just happened. Zhang Yijian waves him off, saying it's nothing and he just needs a moment to process the insane vision. Leaving the tower, his mind is racing, connecting the dots between this fallen immortal and the origin of the demons. Our boy finally returns to the 6th peak, announcing his return to his surprised disciples. The rest of the crew rushes out to greet him, eagerly asking what he discovered during his investigation. He sits them down, explaining that the situation is way more complicated than they thought. Tianlu City is hiding some dark secrets. Taking a sip of tea, he reveals his biggest finding. A mysterious and extremely dangerous person is lying dormant beneath the city. Zhang Chao immediately asks if he's talking about an immortal, but he admits he doesn't have all the answers and tells them to be cautious. Meng Qi adds that since the city is centuries old, it's not surprising that some insane secrets are buried there. With a plan forming, he orders Zhang Chao to gather some men and follow him to what he's calling the Immortal Tree. Zhang Chao, ever loyal, immediately agrees to carry out her master's cryptic command without hesitation. An hour later, a team of subordinates is hard at work, digging around the base of the massive tree from his vision. His disciples watch on, confused, asking why they're digging, and he simply says he needs to see what's buried underneath. He's convinced that what he saw in the archives was real. There should be traces of an immortal right here. His other disciples, Jiang Yayun and Meng Qi, are completely dumbfounded by this sudden revelation, but one of Zhang Chao's men reports back that they've dug 3 feet down and found absolutely nothing. Zhang Chao relays the bad news, pointing out that there's no sign of what he mentioned, but he tells her not to jump to conclusions. He admits to his disciples that this whole situation is bizarre and won't be easy to figure out. Leaning against the tree, he wonders why he can't feel any of the immortal energy the celestial demons spoke of. Frustrated, he breaks off a branch, questioning if there's some other trick at play that he's missing. With no leads, he tells Zhang Chao they're done for the day, and it's time to head back to the estate. But as night falls, it becomes clear that the secret wasn't meant to be found in the daylight. Deep beneath the water's surface, something begins to stir, revealing the true location of the hidden power. A lone fish swims peacefully, completely unaware of the ancient presence lurking below. Suddenly, a vortex of spiritual energy erupts, sucking the poor creature right in. Turns out, the source is an old man who devours the fish whole, finding its life force absolutely refreshing. He cackles with glee, celebrating his escape after being trapped for hundreds of miserable years. His plan is simple and sinister. Find cultivators with extraordinary talent, refine them, and use their power to restore his own. The next day, the bald warrior song he is just trying to do his kitchen chores, fetching water by the river. He thinks to himself that he can't be late, as the city lord is waiting for her meal. But before he can even lift his bucket, a hand made of pure water shoots out and grabs him. He's dragged into the river with a splash, completely dumbfounded by the sudden attack. Nearby, subordinates see him go under and start panicking, shouting for someone to save him. Just as everyone thinks Song He is done for, he bursts out of the water completely unharmed. Leaping back onto the shore, he looks as if nothing even happened. He casually tells the panicked subordinates that he just slipped by accident, and they all breathe a sigh of relief. But inside, the ancient fisherman controlling his body scoffs. This vessel is trash, tear, but he senses stronger cultivators in the mansion. Back at the city lord's residence, the possessed Song He announces it's time to serve the meal, acting perfectly normal. Meanwhile, Zhang Yijian and his disciples are already eating, with Zhang Chao reporting her progress on the immortal tree investigation. Our boy just smiles, putting some food on her plate and telling her to focus on the meal for now. This immediately triggers his youngest disciple, Meng Qi, who complains that he's showing blatant favoritism. Zhang Yijian just laughs, assuring her there's more than enough delicious food to go around for everyone. At the same time, the fake Song He dismisses the other servants, telling them he will personally attend to the city lord. The ancient fisherman inside Song He sizes them up. The girls are talented, but he scoffs at the seemingly weak Zhang Yijian. Turns out, he came prepared, pulling out a little red pill he had hidden away for just this occasion. He pours the wine, thinking to himself that our boy, with his weak cultivation, is the perfect target to devour and restore his own power. But Zhang Yijian is completely oblivious, happily raising his cup for a toast with his beloved disciples. They all clink their cups together, enjoying a rare moment of peace and celebration. The possessed servant smirks as they drink, knowing the soul-confusing pill he slipped in will kick in any second. Just as planned, Zhang Chao is the first to react, clutching her head as a wave of dizziness hits her hard. The other disciples follow suit, complaining about the wine's insane potency as they start to lose their balance. In a flash, Zhang Yijian's expression hardens. He realizes the wine is tampered with, that they've been poisoned. But the realization comes a second too late, as even our boy collapses face first onto the table, completely out cold. The possessed servant, Song He, smirks as he reveals a magic bag, gloating that his plan was a complete success. With a flick of his wrist, the bag sucks up all the unconscious disciples as he raves about restoring his strength with their talent. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps out the window, making a clean getaway with his precious cargo. But wait, our boy Zhang Yijian stirs, clutching his head and wondering if the wine was actually poisoned. He stumbles to his feet, looking at the empty table, and wondering where on earth his disciples disappeared to. The scene cuts to Song He, who is already miles away, cackling about how he'll refine them all. Inside the bag, the disciples wake up in a daze, thrown together in a painful, confusing pile. Zhang Chao, the first to come to her senses, tries to wake the others, asking how they ended up here. Their captor doesn't care, annoyed that one woke up so quickly as he plunges the entire bag into the water. He flashes a wicked grin, thinking this is just perfect for a live refining session. Inside the bag, Zhao Yurong has had enough, declaring she'll cut them out of this nightmare herself. The captor, Song He, feels the bag shudder violently as he holds it deep beneath the surface. He glances back, a flicker of annoyance on his face as he realizes his captives aren't staying put. With a flash of light, Zhao Yurong's sword slices clean through the supposedly unbreakable artifact. The four disciples spill out into the open water, finally free from the bag but now in a new kind of trouble. They're all completely disoriented, with Zhao Yurong realizing with a jolt of panic that they're underwater. But Zhang Chao is a step ahead, creating a protective bubble and telling everyone to get inside. Safely inside the barrier, she demands to know what their captor has done to them. The bald warrior just smirks, impressed that she was the one he had his eye on, the one who could break his bag. Zhang Chao's eyes narrow in suspicion. She points at him and declares that he is definitely not Song He. The imposter just cackles, telling her she's not worthy to know his real identity as he unleashes a devastating blast. All four disciples are sent tumbling through the water, completely overwhelmed by the raw power of the attack. But Zhao Yurong isn't going down that easy. summoning a razor-sharp crystal and preparing to strike back. With a burst of speed, she closes the distance and drives the crystal deep into the fake Songhee's chest. To her utter shock, the man just smirks, grabbing her by the neck as the wound on his chest heals instantly. She's completely paralyzed, realizing the terrifying pressure radiating from him is strong enough to knock her out cold. Knowing they're doomed, she makes a split-second decision to use a forbidden technique to save the others. A massive vortex erupts, catching her fellow disciples and violently blasting them away from the fight. The spell is so powerful it launches them completely out of the water, sending them crashing onto the nearby shore. Zhang Chao scrambles to her feet, turning back to the water in horror and screaming for her senior sister Zhao. The force of the blast sends Zhang Chao tumbling across the grass, completely disoriented. She and Zhang Yayun realize the water is sealed by a divine sword array, and they're nowhere near strong enough to break it. Zhang Chao panics, asking if they're just supposed to stand by and watch their senior sister die. But Zhang Yayun grits her teeth, realizing this was a sacrifice. Their only hope is to find their master immediately. Back underwater, Zhao Yirong is completely unconscious, sinking into a glowing formation, utterly at her enemy's mercy. The imposter, Songhee, is seething with rage, furious that this girl ruined his plans when he was just one step away from success. He reaches for her, his mind screaming that she deserves to die 1,000 deaths for her interference. But just as he's about to finish her, a twisted smile spreads across his face. He realizes he can still use her for his plans. At that very moment, our boy Zhang Yijian is racing through the wilderness, sensing the scent of his disciples just ahead. He's dumbfounded to see Zhang Yayun and Zhang Chao running towards him, frantically screaming his name. His disciples cling to him, crying and begging him to save their senior sister Zhao. Zhang Yijian's face hardens as he demands to know what happened, learning she's been kidnapped. But just as he's about to unleash hell, a familiar voice calls out from the distance. It's Zhao Yirong, looking exhausted and a bit beaten up, but miraculously, she's alive. Our boy and his other disciples are completely floored, unable to believe their eyes. They rush to her side, explaining they were just about to get their master to stage a rescue. After a tearful reunion, she apologizes for the scare, revealing she activated the Divine Sword's seal array to escape. Once everyone calms down, Zhang Yijian gets straight to the point, asking who dared to kidnap his student. Zhang Chao quickly adds that it was Songhee, but his soul seemed to be possessed by some unknown mastermind. Zhao Yirong confirms it, explaining there was an old man's soul in his body. She killed the soul, but Songhee died in the process. Zhang Chao tries to console her senior sister, telling her she had no choice and offers to handle Songhee's remains. Our boy cuts in, stating that the dead can't be revived and that they should head back to the peak to sort things out. But as they prepare to leave, Zhang Yijian can't shake the feeling that something about this whole situation is deeply wrong. Suddenly, one of Zhang Chao's subordinates comes sprinting over, frantically shouting that something terrible has happened in the city. He explains that while digging under the immortal tree, they discovered a bizarre pool of red liquid. The mention of a strange red liquid immediately puts Zhang Yijian on high alert. This is no coincidence. Zhang Chao is initially unfazed, but the subordinate clarifies that the liquid is causing the city's stray dogs to mutate into monsters. Before she can even react to that bombshell, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, shaking the very ground they stand on. Wasting no time, Zhang Yijian tells his disciples to follow him as they all take to the skies to investigate the chaos. Arriving at the scene, they find a city in absolute chaos as a mutated wolf pins down a helpless civilian. The beasts are relentless, sinking their bloodied fangs into anyone they can catch. It's a full-blown massacre, with the mutated dogs tearing through the populace like they're made of paper. The city guards are dumbfounded, wondering if they're under attack by a horde of demonic beasts. One of the guards bravely intervenes, managing to block a lunge aimed at a citizen. But his relief is short-lived as the monster's jaw clamps down, cracking his blade with ease. He can only watch in horror as his sword shatters, leaving him completely defenseless. Before he can even process his mistake, 2 more wolves pounce, sealing his fate. The slaughter continues, as another guard runs for his life, only to be ambushed from above. Just as a lone survivor tries to escape the carnage, 4 streaks of light descend from the heavens. It's Zhang Yijian's disciples, and they're not happy, roaring that these beasts are courting death by attacking Tianlu City. But these monsters are tough, and one of them gets the drop on Zhang Chao, who freezes in terror. Before the beast can land a fatal bite, Meng Qi swoops in, warning her senior sister as she drives her sword into its head. Realizing they're surrounded, Zhao Yirong rallies the girls, telling them to stick together and clear out the trash. The 4 of them become a whirlwind of destruction, their coordinated attacks easily overwhelming the mutated wolves. The fleeing cultivator can only watch, completely floored that these young girls are somehow stronger than his own sex elders. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos. It's Zhang Yijian, calmly stating that of course his disciples can handle this. But the cultivator isn't impressed, pointing out that our boy has zero spiritual energy and is just trying to look cool. Just as the cultivator finishes his sentence, a mutated wolf lunges straight for our boy, Zhang Yijian. But before it can even get close, his disciples leap in front of him, swords drawn and ready to protect their master. The fleeing cultivator is absolutely gobsmacked, realizing this powerless-looking dude is actually their leader. With the immediate threat gone, Jiang Yayun takes command, organizing the girls into a defensive formation. Zhang Chao and Meng Qi immediately get to work, fighting back-to-back to thin the monstrous herd. But lurking in the shadows, the ancient fisherman sees his chance, deciding to let the disciples get overwhelmed. Disguised as Zhao Yurong, he lets a wolf get a clean bite on his shoulder, pretending to be injured. He collapses dramatically, luring the beasts in, as Zhang Yayun cries out in shock for her senior sister. The trap is sprung as a whole pack of the mutated wolves descends upon the fallen disciple. The disciple's formation is crumbling, and Meng Qi screams as a massive wolf finally breaks through her defense. It's a total rout. The monstrous wolves tear through their lines, sending the girls flying in every direction. All the while, the disguised fisherman watches with a smug grin, thinking his plan to have them all injured is working perfectly. But before the wolves can land a final blow, a blur of golden light erupts from nowhere, slicing the beasts to ribbons. It's our boy Zhang Yijian, who has finally decided to step in, unleashing an absolute storm of sword strikes. He moves like a phantom through the chaos, effortlessly sending the mutated monsters flying with every single swing. The fisherman is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how this guy just wiped out the entire horde in a few seconds. Even the fleeing cultivator who witnessed the whole thing is stunned, realizing this dude is a total freak of nature. Completely unaware of the deception, Zhang Yijian rushes to his disciple's side, and the fisherman just plays along, thanking his master. The ancient fisherman sizes up our boy, thinking that if he can just absorb him, he'll not only recover his full strength, but might even achieve a breakthrough. Just then, his other disciples arrive, apologizing for failing to protect their senior sister, completely unaware she's an imposter. The girls are fired up, ready to follow their master's command to investigate the source of the strange red liquid. Still completely fooled, Zhang Yijian gently tells the imposter to get some rest, and the old man just eats it up, playing the part of the grateful disciple. Later that night, back at the residence, the real investigation begins under the full moon. They're all huddled around a map, but Zhang Chao reports that her search parties have come up completely empty-handed. Zhang Yijian connects the dots, realizing the red liquid must be the blood of a female immortal mentioned in an old book, but her body is no longer in its original location. Fed up with the lack of progress, he decides he's had enough waiting around and will investigate personally. Without a moment's hesitation, our boy rockets into the night sky, determined to uncover the truth himself. But as he's searching, he's suddenly stopped by a familiar face. It's Yurong, asking what she's doing out here. The imposter puts on a masterclass performance, claiming her wound got infected and she desperately needs his help. Completely fooled and worried for his disciple, Zhang Yijian moves in to take a look, falling right into the trap. The second he gets close, the imposter blows a cloud of knockout powder right into his face. The potent dust hits our boy like a truck, and he staggers backward, his senses completely failing him. With a wicked grin, the imposter reveals his true intentions. Having successfully neutralized his target, he shoves Zhang Yijian into a magic sack, gloating that refining this powerful body will make him invincible. Without a second thought, the old man disguised as a young girl makes his getaway into the night sky. Inside the artifact, our boy is completely helpless, sealed away as the imposter escapes. But it turns out our boy was just playing dumb, wondering what kind of fool would dare possess his disciple's body. He'd known from the start that something was off, sensing a strange, possessed aura around Zhao Yurong. Realizing someone was trying to pull a fast one, he decided to play along and see what this clown was really after. Back in the present, the imposter, still wearing his disciple's face, dives deep into the water with his precious cargo. Under the pale moonlight, he swims towards his hidden lair to begin the final phase of his plan. He finally drops the disguise, revealing his true form, a creepy old man who's been puppeteering the young girl's body. The ancient fisherman's spirit rips itself free from the host, ready to complete his sinister ritual. With his disciple's body lying unconscious before him, he prepares for the final step of his absorption technique. The old man grins like a maniac, absolutely convinced he is about to achieve the power he has craved for centuries. The old man cackles, kicking off his refinement ritual, absolutely certain of his victory. But just as he starts, our boy Zhang Yijian crashes the party, kicking the precious treasure right out of his grasp. The ancient fisherman is completely dumbfounded, while Zhang Yijian just calmly identifies the old monster He demands to know how Zhang Yijian is still conscious, but our boy just scoffs that his pathetic mist was a complete joke. Enraged at being played for a fool, the fisherman summons a powerful spirit archer to end this. The spiritual warrior lets loose a massive arrow of pure energy, intending to obliterate him on the spot. The attack screams through the water, a glowing blue harbinger of death aimed right at our hero. It connects with a massive explosion, shaking the very foundations of the underwater lair. The silhouette shows the arrow piercing clean through Zhang Yijian's chest. It looks like a fatal blow. The fisherman gloats that the arrogant fool couldn't even handle one of his moves, but turns out our boy is standing there without a scratch. Suddenly, he's bound by strange roots as Zhang Yijian appears behind him, sarcastically complimenting his impressive strength. The fisherman is dumbfounded, realizing the fatal blow only destroyed a paper decoy as Zhang Yijian tells him he's not strong enough to kill him. With the tables turned, our boy lunges forward with his sword, declaring that the old man is the one who's about to die. But the ancient monster isn't down yet, catching the blade with his bare hands in a desperate block. He then unleashes a massive burst of energy, creating a protective barrier that sends Zhang Yijian flying backward. Our boy realizes the fisherman is using the very roots that bind him as a source of power, creating a frustrating stalemate. The old man rages, screaming that if he were at his peak, he would have already annihilated this punk. Zhang Yijian sees right through it. The fisherman is completely immobilized and is just putting on a brave face. So he pulls out another trump card, a divine-grade puppet paper man, and tells the terrified old man he's as good as dead. The divine puppet descends like an executioner, its colossal sword aimed right at the trapped fisherman. In a panic, the old man screams and activates his Chankun shield, a desperate last-ditch defense. The puppet's blade smashes into the barrier, the sheer force of the impact shaking the entire area. But it was all a distraction. Our boy suddenly appears right in his face, charging the infinite hand as the fisherman realizes he can't react in time. Zhang Yijian lands a clean hit right through a gap in his defense, shattering the old man's confidence. The fisherman is utterly dumbfounded, sputtering that our boy somehow found his one and only weakness. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yijian follows up with another brutal strike, pushing the ancient monster to his limit. The old man can't believe it, demanding to know how he possibly figured out the flaw in his impenetrable shield. Our boy calmly explains that being bound by the roots means his spiritual energy is sluggish and can't move freely. Turns out, he used the puppet to test the fisherman's reaction speed, and now that he knows the timing, the shield is about to crack for good. With a final, crushing blow, our boy shatters the fisherman's barrier, mocking him for revealing his weakness so easily. The old man is seething, absolutely refusing to accept that he's been outplayed by a trash-tier junior. Zhang Yijian offers him a sliver of hope, saying he'll consider sparing him if he answers just one question. He gets right to the point, demanding to know how he shot down the immortal 500 years ago, and where that immortal is now. The fisherman is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this random kid could possibly know about his darkest secret. Losing his patience, our boy pulls a dagger and presses it to the old man's throat, telling him to start talking. But just as he agrees, the fisherman's eyes turn white. He was just buying time for a final, desperate gambit. He unleashes a powerful energy blast straight from his mouth, screaming that our boy deserves to die for his insolence. Zhang Yijian just smirks, calling the last-ditch effort a petty trick as he effortlessly blocks the attack. Grabbing him by the collar, our boy demands he stop playing games and spill the secrets of the immortal immediately. The old fisherman finally cracks, coughing that he'll talk and was just messing with him. He begins his story 500 years ago, when he was on the very cusp of a major breakthrough. But during his meditation, he accidentally witnessed a battle between two immortals tearing the sky apart. He watched, dumbfounded, as one of the divine beings was struck down in the ferocious clash. As the defeated immortal fell, he left behind a single, powerful-looking divine bow. Realizing this was the opportunity of a lifetime, the fisherman scrambled towards the crash site. He greedily snatched up the weapon, his mind reeling from the confirmation that immortals truly existed. This sent him down a path of obsession, studying ancient texts to learn their secrets. So, on the fateful day of his own tribulation, as thunder cracked across the sky, he used every ounce of his strength to draw that divine bow, aiming it right back at the heavens. He fired a single, golden arrow straight into the heart of his own tribulation, defying the heavens themselves. But his defiance came at a cost, as it seems his ritual required the sacrifice of an innocent woman to fuel his ambition. Back in the present, our boy holds a dagger to the old man's throat, demanding to know if this twisted tale is true. The cornered fisherman, with nothing left to lose, makes a desperate lunge with a hidden dagger. But Zhang Yijian saw it coming a mile away, effortlessly ending the pathetic old schemer's life. He scoffs at the corpse, realizing this man's obsession with immortality had long since turned him into a monster. As the old man's body drifts, Zhang Yijian spots a glimmer of gold on his finger. He plucks off the storage ring, knowing a centuries-old monster like him must have a hoard of treasures. But as he inspects his loot, the legendary divine bow itself materializes before him, just as a familiar voice calls out. It's Ouyang Wen, the cultivator from the inn, who has been inexplicably teleported here and is completely dumbfounded. Our boy calmly tells the bewildered Ouyang Wen that it's a long story and they need to get to the surface first. A moment later, the water bubbles violently as he pulls her along, bursting out and back into the open air. But the relief is short-lived as Zhang Yijian's face twists in alarm. Turns out the entire area is now crawling with grotesque, mutated wolf-like monsters. Ouyang Wen is freaking out, and our boy can only guess the anomaly in Tianlu City has gone completely out of control. Suddenly, she spots something even worse, pointing frantically towards a distant building. The entire mansion is engulfed in flames, a clear sign of total chaos. Realizing they're out of time, Zhang Yijian tells her to follow him as they race towards the disaster. In the city, the mutated beasts are already on a rampage, roaring amidst the destruction. Turns out, his disciples are already in the thick of it, with Zhang Yayun screaming for the city lord to run as the guards get torn apart. The city lord, Zhang Chao, desperately pulls her fellow disciples, Zhang Yayun and little Meng Qi, trying to escape the carnage. But their path is blocked by an even bigger problem, a hulking, mutated bear roaring with fury. The beast actually speaks, taunting them for trying to run and telling them to stay and become its next meal. Zhang Chao is dumbfounded, unable to process that this trash-tier monster just spoke like a person. She realizes with dawning horror that the mutations are getting worse, even granting these beasts intelligence. Stealing her nerves, Zhang Chao shoves the others back, yelling that she'll hold it off while they escape. The bear just scoffs at her pathetic attempt at heroism, roaring that she's looking for death as it charges. She's no match for its brute strength and gets swatted away like a fly, sent tumbling through the air. Zhang Yayun and Meng Qi can only scream in terror as their junior sister crashes hard onto the pavement. Zhang Chao scrambles to her feet, realizing with horror that this demonic beast has somehow surpassed the 4th rank. The bear ignores her, drooling as it prepares to finish off the fallen disciple, claiming her as its prize. But just as its claws are about to connect, a brilliant flash of light parries the attack with a deafening crack. The monster is sent tumbling backward, howling in pure agony from the devastating counterattack. And there he is, our boy Zhang Yijian has finally arrived, his voice cold as he asks how the beast dared to touch his student. Furious that its newly sentient body is being destroyed, the bear charges forward with reckless abandon. But Zhang Yijian is a blur of motion, effortlessly landing on the monster's back, with his sword held high. The beast is completely dumbfounded by his incredible speed as he brings the blade down in a deadly arc. His sword sinks deep into its neck, and a spray of blood erupts as the beast's life begins to fade. A massive explosion of spiritual energy completely vaporizes the creature, leaving his disciples staring in utter shock. Standing over the corpse, Zhang Yijian wonders how a simple beast could have awakened its own consciousness. He investigates the monster's remains, trying to figure out the source of its bizarre transformation. The answer is revealed in a quick flashback. A normal bear drinking from a strange, blood-red spring. After a single sip, the creature mutated into the raging, red-eyed beast he just had to put down. The realization hits him hard. If other beasts find this spring, it'll be a total catastrophe. His disciples arrive, and he explains that the demonic beast gained sentience by drinking that tainted red water. Just then, his system pings, alerting him that a new potential disciple has been found at that very spring. Our boy just smirks. This is perfect timing, as he was already planning on checking the place out. The scene shifts to the eerie eastern wilderness spring pool, its waters glowing with an unnatural crimson light. And just as he feared, more unsuspecting animals are already there, drinking the very liquid that creates monsters. A newly sentient bear roars, its mind awakened by the tainted water. It gloats about its newfound intelligence and summons its barbarian wolf pack to come drink. The mutated wolves arrive at the spring, but are immediately put on edge by a strange sound. Suddenly, the water begins to bubble and churn violently. The wolves don't even have time to react as a powerful vortex opens up and sucks them under. Half an hour later, the area is quiet and serene, hiding the chaos that just unfolded. Our boy Zhang Yijian finally arrives with his disciples, taking in the sight of the blood-red spring. Zhang Chao looks on with concern, noting how quickly the red liquid is spreading. Just as she speaks, ripples spread across the water's surface. The lifeless bodies of the mutated wolves float up, confirming someone has already cleaned house. Zhang Yijian senses a terrifying aura lingering in the water, while Meng Qi is just freaked out by the whole scene. Deciding he has to see for himself, he dives straight in as his disciples shout for him to be careful. At that exact moment, a group of cultivators from another sect flies overhead on their swords. One of them, Han Sheng of the Haixing sect, complains that his master forced him out here to train against demonic beasts. He lets out a massive yawn, completely bored with this so-called training. But his companion spots something, and Han Sheng's eyes go wide when he sees a group of beautiful women by the spring. With a sleazy grin, he declares they should go down and get acquainted, diving towards the disciples. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian sinks deeper into the blood-red water, searching for the source of the corruption. He finally breaks the surface, finding himself inside a hidden, underwater cave. Stepping ashore, he's dumbfounded, wondering who in the world could have opened this secret passage. But his confusion quickly turns to shock as he senses a presence inside the cavern. Lying on a stone altar is a woman, bathed in a pure, blinding light. He draws his sword, but his system chimes in with a do-or-die mission: recruit her, or lose the system forever. Just then, the mysterious woman's eyes flutter open, revealing pupils of pure gold. Outside, Zhao Yurong worries about their master, but Zhang Chao has faith, just as some trash-tier cultivators arrive. Zhao Yurong whirls around, demanding to know who dares to sneak up on them. The leader, Han Sheng, smugly introduces himself and his Haixing sect lackeys. He immediately gets handsy with Zhang Chao, who is having none of his garbage, and tells him to get lost. Without a second thought, she delivers a crisp slap right across his arrogant face. Stunned and furious, Han Sheng and his boys roar that she's just signed her own death warrant. But instead of being angry, Han Sheng just smirks, saying he likes her fiery spirit. Zhang Chao is disgusted and warns him that he's about to regret ever being born. Before his goon can even react, she delivers another lightning-fast slap right to his face. The disciple stumbles back, dumbfounded and furious at being humiliated by this woman. That's the last straw for Han Sheng, who drops the act and screams for his men to kill her on the spot. The Haixing sect disciples eagerly charge forward, ready to tear her apart. Suddenly, an invisible force erupts and sends the attackers flying backward through the air. Han Sheng is knocked to the ground, completely baffled as to where that power came from. A massive explosion of water suddenly erupts from the nearby river, revealing the source of the attack. It was Zhao Yurong, emerging from the depths after unleashing a devastating technique to protect her friend. But the reunion is cut short as their master, Zhang Yijian, suddenly stumbles into the clearing, looking seriously wounded. Zhao Yurong and Zhang Yayun are horrified, crying out for him in a panic. He just grits his teeth, yelling at them to stay back and run for their lives. Of course, his disciples completely ignore the order and rush to his side, worried sick about his condition. Zhang Yijian pushes himself up, insisting this place is too dangerous and they need to leave immediately. Seeing our boy looking weak gives Han Sheng a sudden burst of courage, and he gets in Zhang Chao's face, saying she won't get away with hitting him. That's the last straw for Zhang Yijian, who unleashes a fiery aura and tells this trash-tier nobody to get lost. With a single, explosive roar of power, he sends Han Sheng and his entire crew flying through the air like ragdolls. The Haixing sect disciples don't even know what hit them as they're completely overwhelmed and blasted away. Zhang Yijian tells his disciples not to waste another second on this garbage as he leads them away from the scene. Han Sheng scrambles to his feet, absolutely fuming and vowing that if he ever sees them again, it's on sight. He immediately takes his frustration out on his own men, slapping one of them for being too useless to even protect a single person. Just as he's about to go on a rampage, one of his lackeys points to something in the distance, trying to change the subject. Han Sheng's attention is drawn to a nearby lake, where strange ripples are disturbing the surface. Suddenly, a stunning blonde woman named Ji Wushuang emerges from the water, looking like a goddess. But she's clearly in a bad mood, angrily demanding to know where her target has run off to. Han Sheng's rage instantly melts away, replaced by hard-eyed infatuation as he drools over the newcomer. He's completely smitten, declaring that this beauty is exactly his type as he stumbles towards her. Trying to play it cool, he asks the powerful woman if she'd like to be friends with him. Her response is a fiery slap right across the face that sends the poor fool flying once again. The impact sends him crashing through a tree, leaving him utterly wrecked. Seeing their leader humiliated, his sycophantic followers draw their swords, screaming that she's asking for death. Ji Wushuang just scoffs, calling them ant-like mortals as she effortlessly summons a torrent of flame. With a single, devastating blast, she sends the entire trash-tier posse flying without even breaking a sweat. Han Sheng lies on the ground, completely defeated and terrified as she approaches him. She floats down like an avenging angel and coldly demands to know his name. Now on his hands and knees, he meekly introduces himself, and she gives him a simple choice. Does he want to live? The terrified fool practically screams that he dreams of living, willing to do anything to survive. With a smirk, she places a fiery shackle around his neck, branding him as her property. Miles away, our boy Zhang Yijian's eyes snap open as a fiery dragon aura erupts around him. He can feel her immense power. The fiery slave mark burns in Han Sheng's eyes. He's no longer his own man. Ji Wuxuang gives her new dog his first mission. Find 3 legendary treasures in half a month, or she'll snuff him out herself. Absolutely terrified, Han Sheng scrambles to his feet, promising to leave immediately to complete her impossible task. But the moment he's gone, the powerful immortal suddenly stumbles, coughing up a mouthful of blood. It seems her body can't handle the thin spiritual energy of the mortal realm. She needs those items to ascend, and fast. Meanwhile, our boy's disciples rush over, asking what has him so on edge, and he tells them a dangerous person is in the spring pool. He drops a bombshell on them, revealing the presence he sensed wasn't just strong, it was an actual immortal. A vision flashes in his mind. It's her, the same immortal woman from the ancient battle who was struck down from the heavens. He can feel her overwhelming power as she descends, confirming she's the source of the disturbance. His disciples are left completely dumbfounded, wondering not only if immortals are real, but why this one found their master's aura so repulsive. Our boy reveals the reason for the immortal's animosity is the very weapon in his hands. He explains this is the divine bow, a legendary weapon that has slain immortals before. Meng Qi asks why he doesn't just use it now, but Zhang Yijian grimly admits he already tried. Turns out the bow is incomplete and can't unleash its true power without the Sky Spirit Stone. Zhao Yurong panics, thinking they should hide, but her master just grins, saying a plan is already in motion. When they ask what to do, he simply tells them to focus on their cultivation and leave the rest to him. He's confident that with his own breakthroughs and the bow, even an immortal can be taken down. With that, he sends his disciples off to train while he personally hunts for the Sky Spirit Stone. The scene cuts to the Black Star sect, where someone else is also desperately searching for the stone. It's Han Sheng, the immortal's errand boy, who's furious that his men have found other treasures but not the one she needs. Just as he's fuming, his disciples burst in with incredible news. They've finally located the Sky Spirit Stone. Han Sheng slams the table, demanding to know where it is, only to be told it's on Copper Mountain, guarded by 8th-tier demon beasts that already killed 30 of their men. But he just scoffs, thinking 8th-tier beasts are nothing. With the power granted by his immortal master, he could kill 10 of them without breaking a sweat. Filled with arrogance, he rallies his men, telling them to follow him to Copper Mountain immediately to claim their prize. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang Yijian is on his own hunt, and his senses are tingling. He can feel the aura of the Sky Spirit Stone nearby. He knows it's just ahead and wastes no time, blasting through the forest with incredible speed. He slides to a halt, dumbfounded, as he lays his eyes on a massive, glowing Sky Spirit Stone jutting out of the ground. A massive grin spreads across his face. He's actually found the key to unlocking his divine bow, but his victory is cut short when a hulking horned guardian beast appears from nowhere, raising its axe and calling him fresh prey. As if on cue, Han Sheng and his goons arrive on the scene, pointing straight at the stone, ready to start a war for it. But before they can even take a step, a sudden rustle in the trees signals an ambush. A pack of demonic beasts swarms the Heising sect disciples, who scream for their master to save them. The disciples try to form a perimeter, but their swords are useless against the raw power of these monsters. In an instant, one of the beasts snaps a disciple's neck like a twig, showing just how outclassed they are. The survivors are terrified, realizing these are tier 4 beasts and they're all about to be slaughtered. Han Sheng finally loses his patience, calling his men a bunch of useless fools for struggling. He leaps into the fight himself, his blade glowing as he effortlessly carves through the demonic flesh. With a single, fiery slash, he unleashes an explosion that incinerates the entire pack of monsters. His remaining disciples are left dumbfounded, whispering about how their young master's power has become truly unfathomable. Han Sheng just smirks, thinking that with the power of his immortal servant, these trash-tier beasts were never a threat to begin with. Just as Han Sheng is basking in his glory, a strange noise from deeper in the woods catches his attention. His face twists in fury as he realizes someone beat him to the real prize, and he bolts towards the sound. He arrives to find our boy, Zhang Yijian, standing over the corpse of the guardian beast, calling the fight a waste of his time. Without a word, Han Sheng launches a volley of glowing sword projectiles straight at this new intruder. The blades scream through the air, homing in on Zhang Yijian, who seems completely unfazed. But the attack is effortlessly deflected, and Han Sheng growls, accusing him of trying to steal his Sky Spirit Stone. His 2 lackeys catch up, and Han Sheng smirks, seeing it's just some lone brat who got lucky. Zhang Yijian just scoffs, telling the fool that he saw the stone first, so it belongs to him. With a flick of his wrist, he summons his own blades, coolly asking if Han Sheng really wants to try and steal what's his. Han Sheng is dumbfounded that his attack was useless, begrudgingly admitting this kid has some real skill. Done with talking, Han Sheng lunges for the stone, vowing to take it first and kill our boy later. But Zhang Yijian just smirks, calmly stating that his things aren't so easy to steal. Suddenly, a massive flaming hand materializes in the sky, dwarfing the arrogant disciple. The hand crashes down in a fiery explosion, sending Han Sheng flying across the clearing. He lands on his feet, sword drawn, finally realizing this kid is anything but ordinary. With a crazed grin, he decides he'll just have to kill Zhang Yijian before taking the prize. But as he powers up, a terrifying shadowy dragon with a single red eye erupts from his own body. The monstrous aura fills the entire forest, a truly demonic presence. Even our boy is taken aback, wondering what kind of dark sorcery this is. The shadow dragon lets out a deafening roar and lunges, forcing Zhang Yijian to face it head-on. But the dragon's power is immense, and our boy gets slammed by a flurry of shadowy claws. He's sent reeling, coughing up blood as his body screams in protest. Han Sheng is dumbfounded. He can feel his own power being suppressed, yet he just blew this guy away like nothing. Zhang Yijian grits his teeth, realizing his usual tricks aren't working, and he needs a new strategy, fast. As he dodges another attack, the shadow dragon suddenly dissipates into thin air. In its place stands Han Sheng, but he's changed, sprouting horns and claws with a wicked grin. The transformed disciple sneers, finally acknowledging that Zhang Yijian is a worthy opponent. Our boy realizes this freak is no pushover, and he has to find a way to end this quickly. He quickly checks his system, which confirms his disciples are mid-breakthrough, locking his power. All he has to do is stall. Once his disciples succeed, his cultivation will return and he'll have the power to crush this fool. The transformed Han Sheng lunges forward, roaring that it's time for our boy to die. Thinking fast, Zhang Yijian throws up a hand and desperately tells him to wait a moment. Han Sheng just scoffs, mocking him for suddenly getting cold feet now that death is at his door. Our boy lays the bait, offering to give up the spirit stone if Han Sheng just gives him a moment to prepare for an honorable final battle. When the demon scoffs at the idea, Zhang Yijian ups the ante, promising to hand over all 4 of his disciples if he's defeated. That gets Han Sheng's attention. His eyes gleam with a twisted interest at the thought of such a prize. Zhang Yijian seals the deal, swearing on his honor that a gentleman never goes back on his word. The arrogant fool completely buys it, gloating that he'll cripple Zhang Yijian first before forcing him to lead him to the disciples. With the trap set, our boy kneels and focuses, thinking he's successfully bought the precious time he needs. But Han Sheng notices his aura hasn't changed one bit, and sneers that this is just a pathetic attempt to stall for time. Han Sheng is already lost in a twisted fantasy, imagining how he'll enjoy the disciples he's about to claim. But he quickly snaps out of it, deciding to forget the daydream for now. He can't wait any longer and explodes forward, ready to end this farce. Our boy curses the scoundrel, realizing his only option is to hold on and pray his disciple succeeds in her breakthrough. He unleashes a desperate slash, throwing everything he has into the attack. But the demon just laughs, blocking the blade with his bare hand and mocking him for overestimating his own power. Han Sheng promises to torment him slowly, starting by crippling one of his arms. Zhang Yijian grits his teeth, knowing the attack is too close and he can't possibly dodge it in time. With a sadistic roar, the demon lunges in for the kill. But just as it seems all is lost, the scene cuts away to a glowing pagoda in Tianliu City. Inside, his first disciple, Zhao Yurong, is surrounded by a torrent of spiritual energy. At the same time, Jiang Yayun's power erupts in a storm of purple lightning. His third disciple, Zhang Chao, channels a fiery aura, her cultivation soaring, and even his youngest, Meng Qi, is wrapped in a gentle blue light, achieving her own breakthrough. Back on the battlefield, Han Sheng's demonic claw descends, ready to tear our boy apart. But Zhang Yijian catches the attack with one hand, leaving the demon utterly dumbfounded. A golden aura explodes from our boy as he effortlessly sends Han Sheng flying. The demon is seething, unable to process how this trash-tier weakling suddenly got so strong. He's blasted backwards, completely overwhelmed by a power that just appeared out of nowhere. His lackeys can only stare in horror, convinced Zhang Yijian was hiding his true strength all along. The remaining Hixing sect disciples don't stick around to find out what happens next, they just book it. Our boy stands over the defeated Han Sheng, coldly stating that harassing his disciples meant his death was a mercy. As the demon's soul dissipates, a strange crystal drops, and Zhang Yijian realizes he needs to reward his own disciples when he gets back. He picks up the glowing stone, completely clueless as to what it is. Sensing an aura similar to a female immortal's, he decides to use a soul-searching technique on the body to get some answers. A vision of a powerful woman appears in his mind, and suddenly, everything clicks into place. Back at his peak, his first disciple Zhao Yurong rushes out to greet him, thrilled that her master has returned safely. All 4 of his disciples gather around, excitedly announcing that they all had a massive breakthrough at the exact same time. Zhang Yijian can't help but smile, genuinely proud of how far they've all come, but he cuts the celebration short, telling Zhao Yurong there's an urgent situation, and she needs to go find Tianhu immediately. Our boy gathers his disciples, explaining that a great enemy is on the horizon, and they need to be fully prepared for what's coming. Mengqi's eyes go wide as she recognizes the Heavenly Spirit Stone, and he confirms he found the legendary material. He then announces his plan to fuse the stone with her bow, channeling his power to begin the process. In a brilliant flash of light, the stone and bow merge into one, reforging the weapon into a divine-grade crystal artifact. Zhang Yijian looks on with a proud smirk, the upgrade a complete success. Just then, Zhao Yurong returns, announcing she's brought the demon general Tianhu as requested. He tells the general there's an urgent task, and Tianhu immediately pledges his undying loyalty, ready for any order. Zhang Yijian explains the mission is extremely dangerous, and hands over a magical treasure to aid him. Tianhu examines the golden mask for a moment before placing it on his face, causing it to erupt with a blinding light. The light transforms him, creating the perfect disguise of a radiant female immortal for his undercover mission. Tianhu, now perfectly disguised as the cultivator Han Sheng, looks on with grim determination. His disciples are dumbfounded, recognizing the aura of the man their master just defeated. To sell the illusion, Zhang Yijian infuses the disguised Tianhu with a trace of the female immortal's aura. Our boy then lays out the mission, a reenactment of a legendary assassination, using the Heavenly Spirit Stone as bait. Tianhu is completely lost, having no idea about the historical figures Zhang Yijian is referencing. Zhang Yijian explains that the real Han Sheng tried to stop him from getting the stone, backed by that same mysterious immortal. With the original now pushing up daisies, he orders Tianhu to infiltrate her group and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Tianhu panics, realizing that against a true immortal, his own power is trashed here and he'd be lucky to even scratch her. But Zhang Yijian just grins, promising he'll be right there providing backup when the time comes. The scene then cuts to a hidden, grotto-like sanctuary, no doubt the lair of their mysterious target. Deep within her sanctuary, the immortal Ji Wushuang meditates, trying to recover her strength. But suddenly, her body gives out, and she coughs up a mouthful of blood, her eyes wide with frustration. She realizes it's useless. The mortal realm's spiritual energy is just too thin for an immortal like her to heal. Her only hope is an ascension array, but it's missing the final, crucial piece, the Heavenly Spirit Stone. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoes from the cave entrance, breaking her concentration. She whips around, on high alert, demanding to know who dares enter her private grotto. A figure emerges from the shadows. It's the disguised demon general, Tianhu, playing his role perfectly. Without any pleasantries, she immediately asks if he brought the Heavenly Spirit Stone. He kneels and presents the glowing crystal, the very bait our boy Zhang Yijian prepared for this trap. Ji Wushuang eyes him with a cold, calculating gaze, seemingly accepting his story for now. She smirks, thinking this mortal is just another fool she can manipulate for her grand plan. With an air of superiority, she commands him to hand over the stone that will secure her freedom. As her fingers get closer, she can almost taste victory, completely unaware of the trap. Suddenly, the Spirit Stone detonates in a massive explosion of energy, catching her completely off guard. With the immortal stunned, Tianhu springs into action, revealing a cursed dagger meant to kill gods. He lunges forward, plunging the blade deep into her chest before she can even react. Standing over her fallen body, the demon general shouts to his master that the mission is a success. Our boy Zhang Yijian finally reveals himself, but he's not convinced, wondering if it could really be this easy. As Ji Wushuang's body begins to dissipate into light, Tianhu is ecstatic, believing he actually did it. But Zhang Yijian's expression hardens. He knows an immortal of her caliber wouldn't fall for such a simple trick. Just as he's processing the situation, our boy realizes the entire thing was a trap set for him. A golden binding seal materializes out of thin air, locking onto him as its target. Before he can even react, the energy chains wrap around his body, and he's shocked by their incredible speed. Ji Wushuang reappears from the dissipating light, recognizing him as she dives in for the final blow. In a blinding flash, Zhang Yijian's silhouette is seemingly obliterated by her attack. The immortal lands with a smug huff, believing she's easily disposed of the pest. But something feels wrong, and she pauses for a moment, sensing that it was too easy. She turns around, completely dumbfounded, to find Zhang Yijian standing behind her without a single scratch. Her confident expression twists into pure annoyance, realizing he's not the trash-tier cultivator she thought he was. Turns out, All she destroyed was a paper talisman decoy floating in the water. Our boy played her like a fiddle. Our boy just smirks, revealing the paper decoy, and telling her to quit playing dirty since he knows all her tricks. He then summons a brilliant golden sword, challenging her to settle this with a real head-on clash. Furious at being outsmarted, Ji Wuxuang erupts in a torrent of flames, declaring that's exactly what she intended. She charges forward with her flaming sword, ready to show this mortal the true might of an immortal. Zhang Yijian stands his ground, completely unfazed, wondering what's so special about being an immortal anyway. With a battle-hungry grin, he promises to show her the terrifying power a mortal can wield. He swings his blade, launching a massive arc of golden energy straight at the charging immortal. But she's lightning fast, zipping past the attack and appearing right behind him in the blink of an eye. She grabs him by the shoulder, snarling that there's nowhere left for him to run. Yet he effortlessly blocks her strike, and she's left utterly shocked by the sheer force behind his parry. She's completely dumbfounded, wondering how a mere mortal could possess a divine-grade artifact. Realizing he's no ordinary cultivator, she decides it's time to stop holding back. Our boy grits his teeth, admitting to himself that an immortal's speed is on a whole other level. She unleashes a massive golden dragon, screaming for him to die, but he smirks, knowing he has a backup plan. Turns out the plan was to snatch the heavenly spirit stone right under her nose. He bolts out of the cave, taunting her to come and take the stone if she thinks she's got what it takes. Absolutely furious, she powers up, vowing that he won't even think about escaping. He zips through the forest like a golden comet, putting as much distance as he can between them. But she's right on his tail, descending from the sky and demanding to know where he's going. She easily closes the gap, boasting that when it comes to pure speed, he can't possibly beat her. But just as she closes in, our boy smirks, revealing that he was never fighting alone. Suddenly, dark purple chains erupt from the ground, binding the immortal's legs as she cries out in shock. Turns out, he led her right into a massive ceiling formation prepared by his disciples. She struggles with all her might but realizes she's completely immobilized by the strange power. With a final scream of frustration, she's dragged down and sucked into the glowing gourd. Zhang Yijian arrives on the scene as his disciples celebrate, shouting that their insane plan actually worked. The rest of his crew, including a new tiger-like guardian, are overjoyed, thinking the crisis is finally over. But Zhang Yijian immediately shuts them down, warning them not to let their guard down just yet. Inside the artifact, the immortal is dumbfounded, recognizing it as the legendary purple gold gourd. Before she can even recover, she looks up to see 3 shadowy archers taking aim from the darkness. The immortal just laughs, easily swatting away the shadow arrows and calling them nothing but petty tricks. She scoffs at their naivety, thinking these mortals have no idea who they're dealing with. Spotting the formation's core up ahead, she vows to make them pay the moment she breaks out of this dump. But as she rushes forward, a sinister purple chain erupts from the ground, snagging her foot. Before she can react, more chains burst out, wrapping around her body and trying to pin her down. She struggles with all her might, screaming that she absolutely cannot be trapped in a place like this. After all, she still has to return to the immortal realm and find her true purpose. Pushed to her limit, she unleashes a terrifying burst of fiery energy, intending to shatter the entire formation from within. The inside of the gourd is rocked by a massive, blinding explosion that tears the very space apart. Outside, his disciples can only watch in horror as the divine artifact starts to crack, shouting that the immortal is breaking free. Just as things are about to go sideways, our boy Zhang Yijian steps in, ordering everyone to get back. The divine gourd glows with an unstable light, the cracks spreading rapidly as it fails to contain the immortal's power. With a final triumphant roar, Ji Wuxuang shatters her prison, emerging amidst a storm of fiery energy. But before she can even take a breath of fresh air, a golden arrow comes screaming through the sky right at her. She just scoffs, arrogantly raising her hands to block what she thinks is a trash tier attack. Big mistake, the arrow smashes through her pathetic energy shield like it's not even there. It pierces straight through her shoulder, sending the so-called immortal flying back in a state of pure shock. She crashes to the ground, wounded and utterly dumbfounded, staring up at the man who just put her in her place. Zhang Yijian looms over her, holding a massive spiritual bow, and calmly asks if she's finally ready to talk. Spitting blood, the immortal rages that mortals are just insects who can only win with sneak attacks. Our boy calmly tells her not to twist the facts, reminding her that she was the one who attacked first. She's not having any of it, seething that if it weren't for his past treachery, she wouldn't be in this mess. Zhang Yijian clarifies that he didn't ambush her, and in fact, he already killed the old bastard who did, which technically makes him her savior. He then coldly states that her existence disrupts the mortal world's order, so she needs to get lost. But then he reveals he knows she's been searching for a way back to the immortal realm for hundreds of years. Ji Wushuang is completely floored when he pulls out the legendary Heavenly Spirit Stone, wondering who this man could possibly be. He explains that even with the stone, her spiritual energy is shot, and her cultivation is burned, making it useless to her now. Then comes the final power move. He offers to help her, but only if she kneels and accepts him as her master. Ji Wushuang weighs her options, realizing that after hundreds of years, her family has likely suffered for her downfall, and she has to get back. With no other choice, she steels her resolve, deciding to swallow her pride and take the gamble on this mysterious man. The proud immortal kneels before our boy, formally greeting him as her new master, a truly humiliating moment for her. And just like that, the system dings, congratulating Zhang Yijian for completing the mission and unlocking a breakthrough to the mid-grand ascension stage. Our boy can't help but smirk, thinking to himself that the reward for bagging an immortal disciple is actually pretty sweet. He then casually tosses her a glowing orb, telling his good disciple to take it, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. It's a divine-grade pill. Without hesitation, she consumes it and is immediately engulfed in a wave of healing energy, realizing its effects are the real deal. Her mind reels as she recalls that even in the immortal realm, divine pills are treasures only the most prestigious families possess. Zhang Yijian then bestows another gift upon his new disciple, a treasure chest symbolizing the rewards she'll now receive under his wing. Popping open the chest, our boy tells his new disciple that the entire thing is for her. Ji Wushuang is completely floored. She can't believe her eyes, thinking it's an entire chest of priceless divine-grade pills. With his new immortal disciple healed up, Zhang Yijian gathers the rest of his crew, announcing it's time to discuss the immortal realm. Ji Wushuang, now fully committed, scrambles to her feet, calling out for her new master to wait up. Meanwhile, we cut to a desolate corner of the immortal realm, the deepest level of the infamous heaven, penetrating prison. A lone, cloaked figure sits in the vast emptiness, a warden overseeing this cosmic jail. A guard approaches, presenting a small cup to the warden, who asks what it is. The guard reports that Ji Zhengsun and his wife, likely Ji Wushuang's parents, are slacking on their duties again. The warden seems uninterested in their antics, instead asking if there's been any news on their daughter, Ji Wushuang. The guard reports they have no leads, figuring Ji Wushuang is probably already dead in the lower realm. But the warden is having none of it, demanding proof. Even her corpse must be brought back to atone for her sins. With that, he decides it's time to pay her father a visit, telling the guard they're going to give him a little wake-up call. The scene shifts to a grim, moonlit prison cell, deep within the celestial jail. Inside, we find a shackled and broken man, Ji Zhengsun, who turns out to be Ji Wushuang's father. The warden kicks open the door, smugly asking if Ji Zhengsun remembers how much time he has left on his sentence. Absolutely terrified, her father scrambles to his feet, promising he'll resume his punishment immediately. The warden just scoffs and slams him to the ground with an energy whip, yelling that he'll answer his question first. Writhing on the floor in agony, Ji Zhengsun can barely choke out the words to report on his sentence. Broken, Ji Zhengsun admits he still has a staggering 1,999 years left to serve. The warden just smirks, satisfied that the prisoner knows his place. But the cruelty doesn't stop there, as he casually mentions He's going to check on Ji Zhengsun's wife next. Hearing this, Ji Zhengsun's face contorts with helpless rage, his hands gripping the wooden bars. Meanwhile, back in the mortal realm, a desperate plan is finally in motion. In Heavenflow City, Zhang Yijian's disciples have formed the Ascension Array for Ji Wushuang. The immortal pours every last ounce of her being into the ritual, her one shot at returning home. Her new sisters-in-arms watch on, convinced that their master's plan has actually worked. But just as hope peaks, the formation crackles and shatters, and Ji Wushuang realizes it's all falling apart. But just as she's about to give up, our boy Zhang Yijian appears, telling her not to do anything reckless. He places his hands over hers, pouring his own immense power into the failing array, and she thanks him, stunned. With his boost, the formation erupts into a massive pillar of light, tearing open the immortal gate. The gate starts pulling Zhang Yijian in, and he just casually tells a dumbfounded Ji Wushuang to get a move on. He even flashes a cocky smile, asking if she has a problem with him tagging along for the ride. She desperately explains that the immortal realm's spiritual pressure will absolutely crush a mortal like him. For the first time, our boy looks genuinely surprised, realizing he might have made a slight miscalculation. It's too late though, as the portal's suction becomes overwhelming, pulling him into the sky against his will. His other disciples arrive just in time to watch in horror, screaming for their master as he vanishes into the light.